in M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the M7 World Championship Knockout Stage. Please welcome your hosts, Rose and Eterna.
Good afternoon, Jakarta, and welcome to the M7 World Championship Knockout Stage, coming to you live from the iconic Tennis Indoor Stadium, Senayan.
Right here on this stage, this is where legends are tested, dreams are defended, and today we are stepping into day 2 of the knockout stages with not one, but 2 best-of-5 matches.
Yes, Eterna, and if you are here with us in the arena or you guys are watching from all around the world, it is time to make some noise because today is where every game matters, every fight count, and one mistake can change everything.
Our opening match today sees the champions of Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants, taking on the Turkish Aurora Gaming.
Yes, indeed. 2 powerhouses from 2 different regions with some history that dates back all the way to MSC 2024.
After that, the stadium is going to get even louder because it's time for the hometown heroes, Alter Ego Esports, to step onto the stage as they face off against Aurora Gaming from the Philippines.
You know what, Eterna? I feel like with an Indonesian team playing on home soil, and of course, your countrymen, the crowd behind them, this stadium is going to be absolutely electrifying.
I can't wait. Honestly, Rose, I can't wait. I think everyone in the arena can't wait. The casters can't wait. But before we begin our matches, let's check out what's in store for the knockout stages with this video. Stages of the M7 World Championship.
Alter Ego, they're the first team to make it to the knockout stage. Innocently a 7!
SRG are going to the knockout stage. Aurora Philippines.
Team Liquid.
Aurora Gaming Spirit.
Yangon Galacticos. DFYG out of M7.
Aku tak pernah menyangka kalau aku sejauh ini. Selama 10 musim, aku cuma lihat dari kejauhan. Selama 10 musim, aku mimpi mau
performansı gösteremedik. Biraz sallantılıydı diyebilirim ama knockout stage'de kendimizi daha çok gösterip daha çok gelişeceğimize inanıyoruz.
Like every other team, we want to be champions, and that's why we are here.
Strongest non-CA team. We felt that many times, but we don't want to hear that title anymore. We're here to contend for the top.
Oh, he go on and he'll get it. A savage is secured.
Buat achievement kan, so I want to menang.
Team Liquid Philippines are your LPL Season 16 champions.
Masakit sa amin yung pagkatalo ngayon, pero ginamit namin yung motivation para mas lalong lumakas. Ayun sa knockout stage, kahit na maraming nag-doubt sa amin, gagalingan pa rin namin mag-focus sa laro.
Tahun itu kami kalah. Kami berjanji akan kembali. Bukan untuk balas dendam, tapi kita akan menyelesaikan apa yang kita mulai.
I've already played a lot of times, so I'm not actually prepared to play again. Many want to see us fall, that's the pressure of being at the top. We won't let distractions get to us. We're focused on the one thing we came for.
Isang championship na lang para makamit ang kauna-unahang 3-time World Championship title. At ang unang makakita ng Golden Gold. Hindi lang ito para sa akin, kundi para na rin sa lahat ng Pilipinas.
I believe this is the strongest weapon of SRG. And we took ourselves stage this stage. Say whatever you want about us, our target is luxury.
When I carry the flag of the nation, one that gives me any truth, always going to forgive us. Mari kita pilih ang tayo, let's win together.
Once again, the beautiful tennis indoor stadium in Sanayan is going to be home to MLBB esports history. Welcome to the party. That is the M7 knockout stages. Finally here in the big stadium. A lot of familiar faces here that you've seen all throughout M7, but of course, finally joining us on the stage, we have a Leo from the Philippines. We got Trex, the North American god. We'll start off with Leo. How are you feeling? Welcome back.
Aku kembali, aku datang ini Jakarta, Indonesia. Did I say that right?
Good enough.
All right, good enough. I watched the whole thing from start to finish, joining the Filipino broadcast, but now I feel like I'm at home. This is great.
Time to be alive. Trex, I'm looking at you because it's been a while. The first time you were here, M4, my guy.
Very first international, we've got to come full circle back to Indonesia, and I'm sure a lot of the fans feel the same way. A lot of the same players in this same exact stadium. It feels good.
It feels great to be back. And of course, this is going to be the panel. The three of us are going to be your panel of analysts analyzing the action. But of course, Mirko and Trex will be joining you as the casters for the in-game action later on today. But it has been a tremendous ride. We saw the clips, that story told to us of what has happened leading up to here. The energy, the vibe of the Indonesian crowd. How is it, Mirko, the community? How are they feeling heading into knockouts?
Honestly, it's a mixed bag for sure. You know, looking at it again, it really comes down to some people getting new hope for Alter Ego. They're really, I think, stealing the show compared to Onyx. But obviously, with Onyx's disappointing run, it is quite concerning for most Indonesians as well. So, Alter Ego are lucky, Onyx are kind of cooked. That's the general consensus.
I mean, that's how it all ended up here as we show you the brackets. I'm pretty sure the Malaysians are feeling great, Gideon, with SRG just a few steps away from making it to the grand finals.
Absolutely. This is one of the best forms we've seen SRG in a very long time. The question is whether or not they can maintain it, because again, this tournament is high pressure. If at any point they take a suffering loss, that's going to be real mental damage as they move through the upper brackets or maybe even the lower.
Leo, you were the Filipino broadcast, so I gotta ask you, what was the vibe back home seeing this? It's Team Liquid in the lower, while Aurora's in the upper bracket.
I'll tell you now, it's very different. From back home, the high intensity and unpredictable nature of the Swiss going into the knockouts was plenty entertaining, but the fact that you mentioned that it's Liquid in the lower makes it all the more scary. I'll tell you now, back home, it's a full-on thriller every time a broadcast starts.
Rex, I saw that video when you mentioned that Aurora Turkey is a team that you respect. Are you surprised they made it this far? And what's your vibe with them heading into the knockout?
It is definitely, I think every step from here on, they're surpassing what a lot of people thought they would do. I mean, I'm just glad they're here. I'm glad they made it. Can they go farther there? Because the games we're looking at right now, there's two big walls in front of both Auroras at this point.
Yeah, how blue is this day going to be getting? Is it going to be blue because the Northern Lights are celebrating, or blue because the Northern Lights are sad, as it is SRG versus Aurora, and Aurora versus Alter Ego, of course. So we're going to be heading a little bit closer to our first matchup of today. We're starting it off with Selangor Red Giants and Aurora Turkey. Arguably the best Malaysian team ever versus the strongest Turkish team ever formed. Mirko, you've been a part of a lot of the biggest historical moments in MLBB for Aurora Turkey. I want to focus on them just a little bit more. Expectations for them heading into the SRG match.
Expectations are they fixed a lot of the errors that we saw in the Swiss stage, because in the Swiss stage, honestly, it was a mixed bag, right, for Aurora Gaming Turkey. Initially, it looked very, very disappointing because they would be able to get these leads at the start of the game, but unfortunately, for some reason, they would always just throw that lead, like random team fights, taking bad decisions, or making bad decisions, rather. But we saw towards the end of Swiss stage them really correcting and really getting back to the form that we saw them from GOTF. So I'm expecting that version of Aurora Gaming Turkey to show up here against SRG. I'm expecting actually a revived version, a refined version of the MSC 2024 Fireflux that almost took Selangor Red Giants down.
Gideon, what do you feel about that? You are the Malaysian on the table. SRG man here.
I'm telling you, this should be a walk in the park, personally. Like, you know, I'm leaning over. I'm relaxed just like the rest of the Malaysians coming up on the stage real soon.
So there is a lot of story and history between these two teams, so let's watch this.
Kadromuz iyi, koç kadromuz iyi. Bence Asya seviyesindeyiz.
I respect the development that Aurora Turkey has been able to show, but SRG is just a different monster this time around. It feels like I'm seeing the same team from that MSC 2024 run that we went through on and on. I feel like MSC 2024 was a lot of teams not recognizing the greatness that was already there. This is the greatness that you already know that it's there, but somehow they got even more verified.
Bir bakıma intikam olarak diyebiliriz çünkü onlarla karşılaştığımız tüm turnuvalarda onlara karşı kaybettik. MS 2024'te güçlü farkla kaybetmiştik. M6'da da onlara kaybetmiştik. Yani bunları yenemedik ve yenmek istiyoruz.
Considering Aurora has been around for a very long time, I would assume that their team is going to be for the better.
Tapi kayaknya yang lebih jago sih menurut aku sih Aurora Turkey. Kayaknya dalam turnamen ini dia beradaptasi main cepat. Jadi makanya nggak heran juga kemarin juga mereka kan menang bukan.
Winning against Yangon, I think it's also one of the statements that they know that they can win against top teams.
Bizim şu anki kadromuz MSC 2024'te göre daha yetenekli bir kadroya sahibiz. Daha yetenekli oyuncularımız var. Bunun üzerine kurulu bir kadromuz var. Birbirimizle iletişim olarak daha iyi anlıyoruz. Biz de daha güçlü olduğumuzu düşünüyoruz 2024'te göre.
Güçlüsü olarak onları alt edebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Onları side lane'lerinin daha çok öldürmesini düşünüyorum bu düşükle.
So let's say if you think your mid tier is better than us, let's see later mid tier is better.
Yani şu anki takımımızla SRG'yi yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Innocent bence şu an açık ara diyebilirim. Açık ara turnuvadaki bence en iyi ADC. Umarım bunu ezebilirim. Burada isteğimden geçebilirim. Bir tane sorunlar yapıda isteğim. Semifinals.
A lot of words said there. You're looking kind of smug right now, Gideon. What's going through your mind?
I have to look smug because this is one of the best performances we've seen Malaysia on a world stage in the past few years. No Malaysian team usually makes it past this stage, and better yet, having an international podium finish in the recent years makes me excited to say, yes, they are the new international standard.
Yeah, mid-Swiss already, SRG are serving up these banger grand finals worthy matches. But I'll tell you now, Aurora Turkey learning a little bit more about their preparation going into this huge stage. I'll tell you now, it's not even about the big moments. It's about the little details, the little things. Remember how they, as early as their first match, brought back Novaria, played Nolan. They have their own metagame. Again, I think if you're looking for MLBB from all around the world, you look at Turkey and you look at, hey, look at that little region in the middle of Asia and Europe and say, maybe they got what it takes to beat one of the titans, one of the giants in Southeast Asia.
All right, I'm feeling a little bit of tension between you two. Do I have a clearly SRG guy and a clearly Aurora guy as my panel for this first one?
Hey, look, if we can learn anything from CG Esports, they're generous. SRG, not so much. So we'll give the scrim. We'll see how it goes from there.
No. Well, just a bit, we're going to be seeing them enter the field. A historic matchup between these two. Remember, MSC 2024 could have looked so much more different if Aurora were able to take down SRG then. But they weren't Aurora then. They were Incendio?
Fireflux.
Incendio that time? Fireflux, there we go. Lots of names. Be ready to remember more. Because here comes Aurora, and here comes SRG. Welcome to the stage.
the stage. They're chasing they have never achieved before. The dream to win it all.
I can't wait.
It's just one of those teams. When you look at Aurora, I think of team spirit. When I look at Aurora Gaming, I start thinking about Yangon Galacticos. I'm thinking about the regions out there who are small and are looking to become a pillar to contest the big three. But, I mean, they're the big three for the reasons, so I'm just saying.
No, but Aurora Gaming, man, I'm pretty sure they have a lot of exciting moments that you've seen. You've mentioned the Novari, the Nolan, the picks, but their play, this is a different breed of Aurora Turkey that we're seeing.
Yeah, again, I think it's a mistake to categorize and lump Aurora Gaming into any box, to be honest, especially with how the knockouts and the Swiss have gone through here in M7. But you're right, again, when it comes down to gameplay, brass tacks, they have struggled. Again, up and down, up and down. They played, what, 12, 13-minute games? They've also gone and played 25-minute games. So who's to say that in the knockout stage, again, how long did we take a break? What, 3 days since our last competition? This might actually have unlocked a tighter state, especially for the mid-trio.
It's just sounding like a more modern approach to current MLBB. You want to make the comparison to Jujutsu Kaisen and Attack on Titan being just as good as the big three of Dragon Ball One Piece alongside with Naruto here. It's not a comparison. It's not even remotely close.
Man, these two are really going at it with their opinions towards SRG and Aurora. How do you guys feel about the matchup?
No, you go first. Gideon's got a lot of slander right now on the Aurora Turkey name, and I just want to say that Aurora Turkey has been a team outside of SEA. They've been a team that have at least had the opportunity to take down some of the Titans. They've been one of the few non-SEA teams that have been able to get wins over Filipino teams, that have been able to bring SRG to 5 games, that have been able to do these things. Yes, they've had some low lows. They've gotten knocked out of Swiss stage, but when they show up, their highs are high, and I do think there is a lot to be said for them in this upcoming match.
I felt that. That wasn't just Trex. That was Mr. Wagner talking to us right now. And hopefully Aurora Turkey got hyped up with that community sentiment, reading into it. A lot of people are just looking at this as, oh, this is going to be a quick ride into the sunset for SRG as they get closer and closer to the grand finals. But the Turkish fans have been vocal. They themselves have said that this is the best form of a Turkish team that we have ever had. We can continue talking a little bit more about them. They've become this mix-up of the best of STG, the best of what used to be Incendio, Fire, Flux, but then they go up against these guys, the guys on your screen right now.
It's an exciting time to be alive. As much as my heart goes out for Aurora Gaming, I wish they were on a different side of the bracket because SRG is looking to make the penultimate run to deny not only the Golden Road, but actually win an M Series for the Malaysian home people, which has never been done yet.
You know what, we're way past the point of I wish the brackets went this way, I wish the Swiss draw went this way. As a Filipino, you know what I'm talking about. Twice we got ruined by the opener in the draw, but as it stands, I'm just optimistic that maybe just to follow through in the footsteps of how crazy the Swiss and the knockouts are, maybe here we see them more than just go all the way. Maybe we just see more than a MSC 2024 rematch. Maybe we see an upset.
Ooh, maybe an upset is on the way. I mean, there's always been something about this team ever since they made their big splash on the stage in M4 where people were like, what's this Turkish team? Who are these names? Who are these players? They can dance with the best of them. And now here they are, arguably one of the biggest matches they will ever face in the international stage against a very familiar foe, very familiar Giants. So now I'm looking forward to finally welcoming them both back in. We've treated the entrances differently this time around, so I hope you all enjoy.
The Turkish contenders, it's Aurora Gaming! Led by M4 veterans in Rosa, Thorn Queen, and Tienzi, a masterful jungler, alongside the Turkish trigger man, Sigibum, the reliable EXP laner, Lunar, and Paku, the playmaker who replaced their legendary coach, Apex 47. This squad carries both experience and hunger, proving they can change the game.
And going up against SRG, they will need to bring in game-changing plays to go up against the Giants before them, the Giants of Selangor!
The Red Giants are on an unstoppable run, taking down some of the strongest teams in their path. They look better than ever. But is this their prime? The ultimate form of Malaysia's finest. Together for more than 2 years, this roster stands united, strengthened by every challenge. With championship chemistry on and off the stage, they've already proven they can reach the top. Now, they return to the M7 stage with one goal, to win it all. Coming up to the stage is their EXP laner alongside with their roamer. Leading the charge is Yules and Cram. The unstoppable Red Giants. Half man, half beast. The gold laner, Innocent, alongside with the young jungler, Sentais. And to complete the squad, give it up for the mid laner, the Tempest, the Raging Storm, it's Stormy! And there you have it! This is the Selangor Red Giants!
A lot of Malaysians in the crowd to support SRG. Closer than ever in the eyes of many, becoming world champions. But of course, we have to welcome the brains as we see the brawn before you. Guiding them through this match will be their coaches. For SRG, it's Coach Arcadia and Ozora Becky. For Aurora Gaming, it's Coach Bad Gal 7, Apex 47. With them is our Marshal Gary to ensure the integrity and fairness of our tournament. This is the first series of the day. I wanna hear the crowd in Senayan make some noise! A lot of expectations, but whose will be met today? The fans of SRG or the fans of Aurora Turkey at the fist bump, and they will proceed to their stations.
Pretty wild to see these two teams battle it out once again. How close Turkey was to go really far during MSC 2024. Who knows? The story could have changed. Maybe it could have been Turkey up on that global stage.
Thinking about Aurora Gaming Turkey's mindset, I'm looking back at just as far as a year ago where they didn't even get to join the knockout stage, and I think that's fueling them facing off against Selangor Red Giants. Once again, a reintroduction to 5 of the finest athletes to carry Malaysia's flag. Krams, guys, Stormy, Yums, and Innocent. The Mage Prodigy, Stormy, and Element of pure MLBB excellence is #1 right now in KDA. Clean, 9.14.
Now, if we're talking about mid trios here, we've already looked at the stats of one, but then we look at the other side. They have been TN series more carries than we can count, with Lunar, Tienzi, Rosa, and now with the addition of Pagu. Sigmund even has his own legacy with S2G beating a Malaysian team in their run last year. But this time around, something feels different about the air. Today just could be a double A system.
When it comes to head-to-head today, I think this is the most towards the roam mid jungle trio. Mess up one rotation, you mess up how you handle the first two waves, and that's it. You're gonna be crawling. Also see teams but showed that even in the deficit, trying to make that comeback, one big play turns it around. Leo, I gotta ask you here, as we're talking about the row mid trio, is this just going to be SRG leading the charge and Aurora having to play in the defensive? Or did you see enough from Hagu, Rosa, and Tienzi to show us that they can dance with them in the early game?
I don't think Rosa would say anything to the sound of, we can beat your mid trio if they were second guessing themselves. Looking at the stats, Stormy is up there on the KDA, but you look at damage output and Rosa can hold down the fort. So with that said, I think it's safe to say Aurora Turkey is ready to play to the mid game. They're ready to make sure that their side laners are on point for this one big fight. Maybe around the 15-16 minute mark, turn around.
I'm sorry, it just sounds like, you know, Aurora Turkey are looking to try to not lose Wall Maria this time around against the Titans themselves. I mean, they put up the wall in the first place, and that's why it's such a high standard to hit. If we're talking about ways to attack, I think SRG, it's very clear. They said it themselves, we have better laners, so we just compromise our mid-trio. You can try and sandbag us, the rest will do its work.
Spoiler alert, the walls never stood as long as you think it would, right? Halfway through the season of that masterpiece of an anime, it didn't even matter.
So now what matters here for Aurora is how are they going to handle the aggression of SRG. We know how disruptive Yumes is. We even got to talk a little bit with Sunset Lover from Team Spirit, who mentioned that one of the most difficult things to handle going up against SRG is the fact that you cannot find Stormy in the map, especially if he has his hands on that far. Some back-to-back MVPs in their last series. Let's start with that. If you are Aurora, are you gonna take it away? Are you gonna ban it? How do you handle Stormy's Farsa?
I think the easy answer, ban it. I think if I was in Bagdalsev's position, and I'll give him a couple of pointers, the easiest way to take on SRG is to make sure that the EXP is sandbagged, the gold lane is supported, and the mid trio in the draft, I hope they win that coin flip, because if they get blue side, that might just be the first point.
So if Aurora Turkey can take away a hero from Stormy, I feel like there's still going to be a lot in the pool available for him. The Eve has been one of the menaces of the M7 World Championship later.
Yeah, I was going to say the Eve is a more dangerous weapon to put into the hands of Stormy. Sure, you can't find his Farsa. It's always hidden in some patch of grass, ready to hit you with a failed airstrike. Oh, you blink, he hits you with another one. Cooldown seems to be at 4 seconds for this young man, but I think the Eve is something that's more dangerous. In the twilight of their run in the Swiss, again, they qualified very, very quickly. And even in the knockouts, the Eve has become a more dangerous hero. So I'll say now, let go of the Farsa. Maybe if you're on the blue side, hit it with a 2-3 blue. Because I'm not so sure if Selangor's on the red, they would prioritize for that. Because again, you're looking at heroes like Sora, who's so good in the gold lane, Claude even, Freya. We saw that Claude can beat Freya.
Yep. I mean, it's a really good point to bring up, actually, because on blue side, SRG does have the tech to deal, quote-unquote, deal with the Claude if it ever gets let through. And this is under the assumption as we get into the drafting phase that Aurora Gaming is going to be looking to pick up that Claude for Sigaboom, because I don't know about you guys, there's more times than not he probably should have had Winter Crown than a Winds of Nature.
It's also been one of the more interesting discussions about the M series so far, Winter Nature versus Winter Crown for Claudes. Beautiful display on the stage. We are going to be in Expanding Rivers. We mentioned the Eve, and that will get banned out by Selangor Red Giants, knowing the fact that if Aurora Turkey decide to rush pick something like, let's say, a Farsa, SRG are just going to throw bodies onto him, especially through Crab and even through Innocent if he decides to go on a fighter. You two mentioned the Freya as well. Straight up just banned by SRG. This could be setting up for a Claude pick for first.
Pretty straightforward, and I think they want to give the question over to Bagdalsev and the rest. Aurora, like, what are you going to do? Are you going to get rid of this Claude? And if so, does that compromise the rest of the team? It means a lot of first pick availabilities for assassin heroes are also going to be up in the air, and flexibility like Sora, for example.
Or again, since I have already introduced the idea of playing to not lose, which is again, sometimes a good idea, especially when your mid-trio is ready for that, use a Jhin. Right here, 2 and 3, rather 1 and 2, because SRG might just go for 1 Claude.
Yeah, Claude here for SRG, then for Aurora Turkey. I really have to lean towards the idea if they're going to take the Farsa away. Take the Farsa, and as you mentioned, the Yi Sun Shin, if it's going to be available for them.
Claude is open, rather, Kalea is open too.
Yes, Kalea is open. It's one of the few starting picks that SRG usually likes to go towards MPLMY specifically. Even here at the Swiss stage, we've seen it only a couple of times. I think right now what we need to know is whether SRG, with this first pick, should give us an indication whether or not they actually have an answer to a potential counter pick Sora if it ever comes through. But as you said, Kalea, first pick locked in. Immediately we see CC from Aurora's side.
Oh, could this be an early show from Aurora that they're just going to be leaning towards the double fighters already? I mean, if they go lock in CC and Yi Sun Shin, then that's pretty much a dead giveaway. But it is the Sora as picked up, so no more secrets. You know where these heroes are going to go.
It feels like Coach Bagalsef is now putting the cookie cutter onto SRG. Hey, you got to follow within the boundaries. We've taken away the flex picks. How deep are your pockets if there's any other extra batter that we can stuff in?
Huge breakout performance by Innocent in the Swiss with the Sora, and I think this rung alarms all over the metagame. Like, oh, it's so good in the gold lane, but here it seems to be good enough to warrant the flex. So as early as the first pick on red, Aurora's putting SRG on notice. What are you gonna do about it? SRG answers back. There's the Yi Sun Shin. There's the Uranus. Good luck beating down on the EXP lane because Cram doesn't even care. SRG have planned for this.
So now we're going to be looking to see if Aurora can get the proper damage output to deal with the Uranus. The problem is, there's a chance they might not. They already took away the Kimmy that could have gone to the mid lane. You are not going to go Marksman anymore because you know these two are going XP and Gold in the CC and Sora respectively. Unless Aurora has the sudden game plan of putting that Sora into the jungle.
I'm not sure, because I feel like at the end of the day, the mid lane pick is kind of what's holding both of these teams back, right? They're trying to take away the supporting structures around it. Want to make sure that no matter what picks you go for, they're still flexible towards the blue 4s, blue 5s, red 4, and red 5. And here we go. Gatot gets locked in straight away. And if Gatot gets locked in, I'm guessing that Bagalsef is like, you know what? I think Rosa has a deep enough pool. We'll play responsively rather than reactively.
Good start. I like how Aurora are swerving this, saying they're expecting us to do this, and already SRG, true enough, oh, they're going to beat down on the EXP lane, put a dead hero over there, not like a hero that just dies, but a hero that doesn't care what you do to it, and then Aurora switches their gears and said, yeah, let's just fight early. This is a level 4 ready team right now. I don't even care what's in the jungle.
So Aurora decides to ban away the Ranger, taking away carry pick there for Innocent. Did show it up earlier this M7. But with how SRG have fielded their draft, I think this is going to be one of those scenarios where they're really just going to be playing through Sekais. But I understand that Aurora wants to take away any options of going for a double carry because, again, they are running out of options. I'm really having a hard time thinking of what this mid laner jungle will be that can not only end the game quickly, but make sure that they dominate so quick that SRG can't get farm of the Yi Sun Shin.
I don't think they can do that anymore. I think with the first two picks being denied away from SRG's side, it's really limited down their pool in terms of how often we can actually flex, forcing them in a more linear path and a more honest approach.
Yeah, I think Aurora are fixated on a carry jungle and then something to support it in roam. But what carry jungle? Like, sure, Lancelot is open, but you're kind of in deep waters. The Kalea is going to snatch you up.
There's potential Fanny, but I don't think it's going to be picked knowing that the Tsunami Slam's on the other side.
And he's banned too.
And Fanny is also banned on the first pick. I mean, there's just not a lot to work with. Even Lo Yi is getting banned out, really trying to force them into pick Farsa, please.
Hayabusa is an option also. There's another one in my head. If you want a little bit more basic attack, maybe they'll lean towards a Leomord. Even though he is ultimate based, he does have strong basic attacks with his ultimate up.
But they need Mad Burst in mid. That's a good thing for Aurora because Rosa's ready to fight. Rosa's always ready to go.
Personally, I think they do need a wave clearer because when I'm looking on the opposite side, it's just how exactly, if you do happen to quote-unquote go even in the early game, you slightly fall behind in the mid game. How do you protect your waves against Lord-empowered minions, right? I don't see that coming through.
Yep. Currently, Aurora's playing with a lineup that has to smack every single minion on their way in. And SRG read into it. There's a Leomord ban.
Oh, that's going to be rough for Aurora. If they're looking for basic attack and some strong burst, they might have to go as far back as a Martis to get that at this point. I really feel like the Leomord was the last best option. You mentioned the Hayabusa. I think
Next best thing.
Before thinking about the Martis, yeah.
Or before you go deep into TNZ's pockets and go aim on or something.
I think this might just be a Nolan, because usually we do see that TNZ likes to play Nolan into these matchups. Oh no! They prioritize the Jushin over it and hold jungle for last.
Zetian.
I think they can afford to do this because they're not going Leomord anymore. No need for the burst. So again, more utility. TNZ's got to play some damage. There's not enough damage on this lineup.
It looks like the lineup of Aurora, instead of an inward to outward, it's going to be out to in. It's relying on the both side laners to clear minion waves, handle it so well that you can actually join the mid trio at the center of the map and at the river.
But then why didn't you just pick Farsa in that case, right? I mean, the issue I'm having right now is that now that you have Jushin, sure, you're going to do decently okay in lane because you have the God Thought, but now it's like, oh, once we get into later stages, I'm still not going to be able to clear their lanes as effectively as other people. Valentina going to get locked in for the side of SRG with the final pick going over to an X-Borg in the gold lane. I like this a lot, actually.
They go for the double fighters. As we expected earlier, they are just going to be playing solely through Sakai's. Is it really just going to be a Hayabusa at this point for Aurora Turkey, as you mentioned?
Or Nolan.
The Nolan, right.
Just as supportive of both, especially since you can make that X-Borg do a somersault really quick with a Nolan. Faster than Hayabusa.
I'm trying to think if there's any other junglers out there that could potentially like scale to a level where he can contribute to the team without having to say, I'm purely just in this one phase of the game. He can still go for things like Boxia, the Fredericks as well, but that doesn't really take much to topple a comp like that over. And finally the lock-in's here. Oh! Harley, baby!
100% win rate given. It showed up once, but I can't believe we didn't see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, for just a moment, I forgot that he actually got an MVP performance with this Harley. If this is the first time you're seeing the Harley get picked, well, it did get picked earlier this M7 through TNZ. How are we feeling about it? I'm still leaning a little bit more towards SRG for the draft.
I don't know. I think that Aurora has a really solid game plan, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at the counter index. I have to agree with the counter index. Aurora has a slightly better draft.
Yep, because even Innocent, oh my lord, what a switch up! Innocent is the one who picks up the Uranus. I think he's expecting a lot of heat. SRG, they're going on defensive here to get some farm on Sakai's.
We're heading into expanding rivers and into the game to call the action. It's Mirko and Trex. Welcome to the first game in this best of 5.
Man, Trex. Hey, Leo called it, you know. We were going to see some crazy picks from TNZ. We saw the Amon back then, the Leo Mord as well. We saw this in Swiss. We didn't know it was going to be possible to play it in such a high-stake match, but hey, they brought it up.
This is what you gotta love about Aurora Turkey. They're willing to always push the limits, and they get wins when they push the limits like this. I do agree with Gideon. I like their draft. One of the reasons I like it, there's a lot of kiting capabilities on their draft. For SRG, it's gonna be hard to bring that dive in. And look at the damage already onto Cram early on.
Yeah. So in the end, it is actually going to be Innocent on the X-Borg, Cram on the Uranus there. Unfortunately, we got to see, it was quite mixed. I was quite surprised as well earlier. But hey, this is already a very different approach. Rosa? First blood against Stormy. Hey, we heard earlier, Trex, that both of them really want to show who the better mid-trio is. Right now, it's 1-0 to Rosa.
Yeah, the aggression already, and Zetian is a hero. I didn't know how much we were going to see it in this event, and every time it's popped up, it has done well. The poking capabilities, the wave clear, and again, the ability to kite against the enemy.
Looking at it again, you know, just going through some of these emblems, and again, the choice for Sigiboom here is actually going to be the Temporal Rain on Sora. An interesting choice, something we have seen in the Swiss stage there, but for the most part, it is usually either the Concussive Blast or the Brave Smite. We saw the Concussive Blast a lot when it's played in XP, just to get a little bit more prio. Looks like, again, Aurora Gaming are going to be setting up for Turtle #1 with a whole lot of pick-off potential.
Aurora Gaming already, what, a 700 gold lead. If they're able to secure this first turtle, it is huge for them. It probably sets them above the one, but here comes a little bit of damage. Pagu able to lock on to Yumes. Sekai's looking for the dash in as well. Pagu just about to go down, but able to come back and survive. The dive in does come in. Tien's able to flick back and look at the damage. Rosa with another kill in the book.
A long team fight, man. Yes, it's great for the Kaleo when you're able to actually get the hits, but they space so well. Innocent and Sigiboom going at it up top. Turtle #1 should be free, but Lunar
Lunar looking for an angle. Sekai's able to steal it. Can he get away though? Lunar looking for the kill. Can he secure it? Yes, Rosa actually steals it away, but Sekai takes out Lunar. It's a 1-for-1 turtle over to SRG.
3-0 Rosa is going to be a problem though. Yes, they were able to secure the turtle, but there was so much time that Lunar was able to buy. Firstly, Skies was so low, he had to go back a bit, and they were able to get another kill. Now it's Aurora Gaming, who actually still have the lead, and honestly, if you look at their composition, they should be able to scale quite well too. It's just, how's the export going to play into this game? With Rosa being so far ahead, as Leo said it's going to be very easy to get him to somersault.
All right, SRG now trying to play the aggressive route. I don't know if this is the route they exactly want to take. I think for them right now, they need to kind of bid their time a little bit. Wait till Cram can get involved in these fights. Wait until Innocent can get involved in these fights. I think when they're grouped up, that's when they're going to do best.
Absolutely. We'll see how it goes again. Again, if you guys want to understand a little bit more of this Uranus CC matchup, it is a completely unsalvageable matchup for the CC just because you can't do anything. Usually you at least get tempo around the map or you win out in the matchup. Against the Uranus, you lose out on tempo and Uranus just cannot lose in lane against the CC. Let's take a look at the item builds here. Yeah, they did pick up the Lethal Wanderer there. Nothing too crazy as of yet. Actually an attempt there with a Consecration pop 2 from Krem. Really looking for tempo on the map.
Yeah, SRG, I mean, the play right now in the mid lane, it seems where all the action is happening, trying to secure it, trying to get river control. SRG finally starting to push back. You said it about Cram. He has control in the CXP lane, and it's making him get involved in these fights, but look at the stun. Tsunami Slam does lock on, brings Lunar back. Lunar not going to be able to get away from this, but the AOD comes in, able to get the connect. Rosa joins the fight as well.
Yep. Way too late on the AOG there. They didn't have the control in the mid lane, and that, therefore, it really just became a free pickoff for Selangor Red Giants. I really feel like Aurora Gaming should not have let that happen. Lunar knew that there were people missing in the mid lane, and the fact that SRG with, I would say, not the best mid prio, were able to rotate quicker is concerning. Aurora Gaming are losing a little bit of control. Pagu
for the grab though. Yum's on the run, forced to dash away. Stormy as well as Aurora Gaming take control over the turtle pit. Innocent does have the last insanity. Is he going to pop it to try to get involved? Tienzi able to secure the turtle with ease, but now Pagu getting a little bit left behind. Nice kiting from Rose, able to push Cram away, and SRG can't do anything about it.
It's so technical, Trex. This is what we were saying when we were talking about how Fireflux almost beat Selangor Red Giants in MSC 2024 in the semifinals there. Or was it the quarterfinals? Honestly forgot. It was single bracket.
Either way.
At that point, it's like you lose, you die. And honestly, it really feels that way too because no team wants to go to a lower bracket with TL, Onyx, YG, and Team Spirit waiting for them.
It's true, and I feel like Aurora Gaming, every time these players get into top 8, they seem to really shine. This is where their prime kind of kicks in. They have trouble in the groups, they have trouble in the Swiss, but once we see them now, they are playing technical. They are fixing the mistakes that we called out before. And keep our eyes on Tienzi, able to just steal a camp. He doesn't even go for the kill. Nope. He just, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that.
As an assassin, Trex, it's all about how to make the enemy marksman your boy.
Your boy.
That's the PG way to say it, right?
I got you.
That's all. For Tienzi, it's really all about taking him out because he knows that the main carry on this team is Skies, and the whole team's trying to support him to do it, right? Pagu already leaning into the green camps, trying to take it away, but it is Skies. He knows how to path. He knows exactly how to actually get the most out of even a bullying situation here. And again, for Selangor Red Giants, they lost out on those kills early. They lost out on the early turtle, or the second turtle earlier, but they're still able to get that gold lead to go down for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I think my big worry though for Aurora Gaming here, you know, Sekai's 2-0-0, and a YSS unchecked is a YSS that's going to check you soon at this point. Once he gets those items in, we know the damage he can do. And if SRG can get to that point, which, I mean, the gold lead is practically nothing for Aurora Gaming at this time. It's still a very much tie game, even with the extra kills that Aurora Gaming has gotten. I'm wondering when that pop-off point happens for SRG.
It should be around now. The mid game's definitely what Selangor Red Giants are looking for. Into the power spike. Pagu's going to go in. Yums as well. They're holding this angle, and really, for SRG, again, it's all about the poke. It's all about the threat of Innocent on this export. Can he build enough stacks as they go for Turtle 3?
Watch for Tienzi in that top bush. Going to try to look for an angle, look for a steal. Pagu also looking for the taunt. Innocent waiting for the dive in. Sekai's wants to enter the battle as well. Here comes the Tsunami Slam. AOG able to connect to multiple members. TNZ able to take the turtle.
Lunar's gonna go down now. Oh, big last insanity. Actually, doesn't land on anyone. Yums!
That's big. Sigiboom gets killed on the backside. We're seeing more damage. Stormy able to almost pick up one, but he doesn't get it. Sekai's, though, finds one of his own as TNZ makes the trade. Pagu finds Innocent, and members of SRG are falling. Rosa and Pagu just need to get away, but Cram doesn't want to let that happen.
Yeah, wants to go and chase Rosa all the way. Does not want to give him tempo, and look at what Cram is doing for Skies right now. He's able to push everybody back so that Skies can rotate straight to top side, where he can actually convert on this winning team fight. It was actually not a winning team fight, actually. In a way, they won out because they were able to secure the structure, because they were able to stop the capitalization from Aurora Gaming. But it was Aurora who got the man advantage. They took Innocent down to the mid lane. There were trades all around. They got the turtle too. But it's all about the structures at the end of the day, if we have a technical match like this.
And if you get those big neutral objectives, can you convert them into structures? Can you convert them into towers? And that's where Aurora Gaming is falling short right now.
Aurora Gaming are also falling short of making Skies Tienzi's boy right now. He's not a little good boy. Right now he's
nobody's boy.
He's a man.
He's his own boy.
He's his own boy. He's getting to be a man as we get into the late game, man. He can really start to be independent. Oh, hold on. No way he goes for the Tsunami Slam. Yeah, onto Pagu. But Skies was ready for it, dude. He popped Mounted Shocker right as Yums jumped in. So they got to be real careful about that. Once we get to the later stage of the game, you use that. That's a big part of his kit, especially against Aurora Gaming's ambush, I would say. They have a lot of assassination attempt, or assassination threat, Innocent.
Tienzi's hunting. SRG as well. Yums able to get the grab. Tsunami Slam, and Sekai's gonna eat that Tienzi quickly. Pagu now on the run as well. He shouldn't have got involved, but the heal does come in. Sigiboom here to back him up as Lunar tries to get Cram away from Rosa here. But Innocent doesn't let Pagu get away. He goes down. SRG got what they came for. They find two members, and they back up, but on the top side, Sigiboom as well, up against Innocent. Are they going to re-engage?
Last incentive down already. Innocent going to be taken low, taken out by Sigiboom, and now it's Cram who chases, but the Lord is being taken by SRG.
Look at the damage from Sigiboom onto Cram right now. Might just be enough. But Cram is relentless. Down at the Lord, though, there is a fight going down. Stormy able to get the shutdown onto Rosa. Sekai's takes the Lord off Cam, and Cram picks up Sigiboom just to put a bow on the box. Lunar falls as well, and just when we were counting SRG out, they take the game into their hands.
It's all about team fighting at the end of the day if you're Selangor Red Giants. Yes, they've been dominant. They've been showing how they can tackle games just through taking the macro, having those advantages. But at the end of the day, it's still the same SRG that won MSC 2024. It's an SRG where you really just rely on those crazy team fights to get back at a game if you're losing. And Cram, he's loving this chaos. Pagu's gonna try to flank him, but he doesn't care, yo.
I mean, in that whole last fight, SRG did such a good job at splitting Aurora up. Yep. I feel like they were planning to take that Lord from the very beginning of that pickup on top side. Now SRG looking to try to come on to this tier 3 in the mid lane. Lord coming down the bottom.
That's the thing about Aurora Gaming's composition. They look like they're built for the early game. Into the mid game, they have to start to group up. Meanwhile, for Selangor Red Giants, they're fine playing in the side lanes. They still have these very, very strong side laners who can really go for these 1v1s and win it out. Unfortunately for Innocent, the last insanity got flickered out of, right? That was just the whole problem there. Sigiboom was able to get the kill, but Cram stopped him from rotating over. And now it's Pagu.
Pagu tries to go in. Whoa. Big Sun comes down. Lunar able to find Sekai's. This is huge for Aurora Gaming. Sigiboom in the midst of things.
Still there, last insanity coming down though. Sigiboom actually still able to turn things around. AOG!
AOG connects, well just misses. Cram now back against the tower. Aurora Gaming trying to push down the mid side. Lunar keeping Cram at bay as the rest of the team follow behind. And look at the grab, look at the stun. Stormy falls, TNZ gets the kill. There's 2 members left for SRG.
In a way, it's still the SRG from MSC 2024, you know? They take those risks, a lot of times it pays off, but when it doesn't, oh man, it really hurts. And just like in MSC 2024, Aurora Gaming are punishing that. They're going for these team fights and they finally understood we need to group up. We cannot let Selangor Red Giants split us up the way they did during that Lord take. It's really all about getting those proper sets. And yeah, this is the problem about having a Valentina in the mid lane as opposed to in the matchup purely against the Sora. Because Stormy isn't building tank, he's building Lightning Truncheon and the Bloodwings here. He's still such a squishy boy, so when he goes in, it's either everybody follows up, they get the win, or he goes in and he gets insta-deleted by Aurora Gaming.
I mean, at this point, wait a second. I mean, Cram is the menace right now. I feel like Cram is really the thing keeping SRG heavily in this game. SRG looking for a target that his side did not fully commit. I think it's a safe bet.
It's back to level. 600 gold lead for Selangor Red Giants at this point of the game. It really is insignificant. What's going to be significant, though, is the structural advantage that Selangor Red Giants have been able to get. This bottom lane is big for them, dude. They still have a tier 3 up top, or tier 3 down below. Up top, I have no idea.
And with Cram up in the top side, it is going to be hard for Aurora Gaming to try to contest this Lord. SRG going to be able to control the macro. Look at the wave already coming in. Aurora Gaming either has to fully commit to a fight or just give it over at this point.
Look at this dirty Cram Uranus, man. Constantly flanking, constantly just being a nuisance, forcing Aurora to split. And again, for Selangor Red Giants, after that fight, they know what to do. They need to split them up. And look at Skies already, a quarter HP on the Lord.
TNZ flickers back with the trick. Big stun comes in on the mobile members. What? SRG and TNZ steals the Lord right out of their fingers. Siggy Boom gets a kill as well as Aurora Gaming collapse.
Skies still able to trace this away. Lunar goes in and Rosa picks up the kill.
The Thorn Queen is back, looking for targets. It's nothing but Cram, Stormy, and Innocent against the Lord in a full push as AOG does not connect, but SRG are still against the ropes.
TNZ wasn't able to bully Skies in the early game despite being on an assassin. We were going to say that it was going to be a problem, but TNZ showing up here, stealing away the Lord just like he steals away lunch money from Skies. Innocent, he's going to have to go in, last insanity.
Oh, that might have been a bad last insanity. Will be able to just get away. The deadly magic did not pack enough of a punch. Now Cram harassing Rosa. Rosa doesn't have the flicker, did have the flicker, still goes down. What? He's dead. He's dead. Cram wants more. He's looking for more. Exactly. TNZ tries to use a hat trick, wants to reconnect, but here comes Yooms. Flicker's wrong and unable to connect to TNZ, but Pavu does get caught. Set guys joining the fight now. Gets a stun. AOG to safety. Aurora Gaming forced to back off the back and forth right now.
No base turrets taken just yet. Wait, did the turret just fall up top? Lord knows.
Lord knows.
Lord knows, folks.
Only Lord knows.
Only Lord, right
No
now.
turret fell up top. They are still all standing strong. 3 inhibitors for each team.
Hey, Aurora Gaming. Chastise Pauldron already for Pagu there. Dominus Ice with the Radiant Armor as well. Taking a look at the itemization here for Rosa. Lightning Truncheon with the Glowing Wand and the Divine Glaive. Yeah, no survivability at all. That's why Cram could just walk through the front line and actually just get to Rosa. So that's going to be the problem as we get into the next few fights, right? Selangor Red Giants will now understand that. The thing is, though, as the panel was already saying, Innocent on this Exborg is great when he can actually get the stacks down. But if his Faraga armor gets taken out so early in the fight, and with Aurora Gaming having that poke with the Zetian, having that all-in with the Sora, it gets really tough for you to keep your Faraga armor up.
Not just that, but when you think of Innocent, you think of the half-man, half-beast, you think of the damage dealer, you think of the person that can turn a game around when you're in these positions back against the wall. And I don't think the Exborg is capable of doing that. At this point, it all comes down to Stormy and Sekai's to secure those kills for the team.
Now it's all about getting position. Lunar pops in the curtain call already. Try to get some poke down. It's all about playing in the bottom lane. They don't have base turrets, like we said earlier, folks. So it's all going to be the control over the side lane. For Aurora Gaming, it's all about sending someone down below right before the Lord spawn so that they can actually continue to push in or at least stop the shove from coming in from Cram. SRG have the advantage every single time when it comes to the full Lord dance, just because the Uranus is able to play around the bottom lane so easily. So for Aurora Gaming, this is going to be a big blow. Look at Lunar. He's stuck down below, constantly having to deal with the Uranus. And there's no one else you can send. You need Sigiboom to be around this Lord fight. You need obviously, Harley to rotate around. And they can't even look for a pick-off on Cram. I really don't think they have enough damage if Cram has Flicker and Consecration. Now, if both those two are burned down, then sure, maybe they could go for it. But then it would just give Selangor Red Giants the green light to be like, all right, let's rush the Lord.
At this point, Aurora Gaming has to just kind of get the full team wipe and ignore Cram at this point. You know, get the Lord, get the steal, do something, because Cram is always going to be there.
Yeah.
He's going to be a nuisance to them. They have to play around it. We're looking at about 17.5 minutes into this game. Aurora Gaming holding a small lead, but we're about to get to the standstill. Full item builds. Cram, though, they do. Consecration comes out. Cram uses the flicker as well, but they're trying to lock on. Up on the Lord. No plays happening. Cram finally falls. Sigiboom able to get the kill. Is this the time for Aurora Gaming to make a play under the Lord?
I think it's too late. Selangor Red Giants, they actually had no control there while Cram was pushing in the bottom lane. An uncharacteristic miscomm coming in. Stormy, oh my god!
Look at the damage! The deadly magic of Rosa! Still takes the kill!
Blasting Santa defensively, Yum's gonna be caught as well. He's gonna be taken down despite going for the Tsunami Slam! Aurora Gaming! They've taken 4 members of Selangor Red Giants out, and they are knocking on the base!
It's nothing but Innocent left, and it's time to put the beast down!
They got a minion.
Aurora Gaming are trying to finish this. Immortality does pop. Innocent still trying to hold it off. Immortality pops for Innocent. Aurora Gaming just need to lock on the base, and game number 1 is finished. The upset happens, and Aurora Gaming takes the first game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were coming into this matchup talking about a possible Fire Flux versus SRG in MSC 2024. And I think we got what we wanted plus 4. Aurora Gaming outclassed SRG in game number 1. It wasn't just a draft. It wasn't just how they played the early game. It was the thing we were talking about mid our pregame. Swiss stage, they were struggling. After getting leads, they would just fail to capitalize, to close games out. They found a way to stay clutch. TNZ on a Harley. Is that ban-worthy or not?
I mean, I don't know. Aurora Gaming on a Harley. Harley in the top 8 of M series. It wasn't on my bingo card, especially them winning.
Hey.
Surprises ready for you. There's a surprise to start off the day. Aurora takes game number 1. And I gotta say, I don't know if that was SRG looking like SRG or SRG in their least SRG version this M7, but I like what I saw from Aurora Turkey.
Let's be real. Let's be real.
It wasn't non-SRG though.
I mean, there's a couple of ways we can explain it, but the easiest way we can is Aurora, they did a lot of homework. They did good homework in a matter of fact. 2 of the most important picks that we see from SRG's side that has been not only dominating but causing a lot of ruckus amongst the draft has been that CC alongside with the Sora, and I think they answered it perfectly, but they also put their own spices and spin on it too.
Yep, of course the little garnish of the Harley was great, especially as an answer to that X-Borg. Aurora Gaming Turkey really used the red side advantage, and you'll see that the reason why I'm saying it's not a non-SRG match is because they still played strong for a majority of that, relatively quick game in terms of M7 matches. It's fast for me. It was SRG who was in control, except for 2 or 3 big swings, wherein suddenly our caster's jaws just dropped like, what is going on? What is this? Turkey wins.
Which then begs the question, who should be the player of the game here? Is it Tianzi with how well he played this Harley? Is it Rosa with how well... Rosa just did a lot of things for the team too, to be honest. A lot of the vision, a lot of the key crowd control. If you could pick, who's your player of the game?
Pagu, easily, because I think Pagu sets the floor for the team. Nobody does as badly as the way that Pagu is able to kind of keep it together. Every single time somebody makes a micro mistake, Pagu is there to compensate for the mistake. But on those winning moments, Pagu is the trigger man who sends them skyrocketing into double, triple kills every single time they do capitalize on a fight.
I'd say it's Rosa. Rosa is the heart of the efforts that they showed here in game 1. The Harley wouldn't be able to do what it wanted to do without that control and that vision that the Zetian provides. The combos with Gatot on Pagu wouldn't be possible without the stuns and the utility that a Zetian brings. So I think really just the way Rosa shot called, the way we know that they do that alone. There's a reason why when we were first introduced to Aurora Gaming in this very stadium years ago, that's why it's Rosa who's stuck in our minds. I think they are the player of the game.
Yeah, I'm going to be leaning towards the Zetian too. You saw Pagu did have some crucial Avatar of Guardians come in, but the impact of the Zetian was different. Usually Zetian's one of those heroes, when I see this kind of lineup, I'm thinking that's not going to have a good time. But then Rosa starts off the game getting the first blood, and when you're a Zetian, that's what you're looking for, funnily enough. The most utility mage that you can think of right now in the meta actually wants to get kills, actually wants to get resources, because then it becomes this double-edged sword, but both sides are really good. One that hurts and one that provides a lot of utility.
But here's the thing, right? When we're looking back at the draft, I would say that that 0.7 counter index really just belonged to how they decided to not only take away the core picks, flexible picks, but also made sure that SRG for some reason decided to go Blue 3, I'm going to go Uranus on this, and now you've really streamlined what your comp needed to be. I think that if SRG played to their strengths of, we got strong laners anyway, let's play the lane, this could have been a different showing.
For about 85% of this match, that could have worked, right? The economy wasn't as easy to read, especially when it was such a high intensity and high action game. But looking at it from a spectator's view, again, I have time to dissect things. Our casters were so busy calling the action. It didn't matter how big the gold lead was, yes, but what mattered was where the gold actually was. So that's why I'm saying this wasn't so bad for SRGs, because a good chunk of the money was actually where it mattered. It was on Innocent and it was on Sekais. Until it wasn't. Until they found Sekais considerably more often, and that's where the problem was. I think they really needed to do better to protect the Sky Prince.
So let's see who the MVP is, and it is going to be the Zetian of Rosa. In the hands of many players, Zetian is just another hero. In the hands of the Thorn Queen, it is the Empress that Zetian is made out to be in the lore of in-game MLBB.
Fire!
Fire, absolute fire from Rosa. Rosa was everywhere. You felt the impact all throughout. But what I appreciated about Aurora's gameplay is that it wasn't so just focused on the fact that let's play around the Zetian, let's play around our jungler, our Harley. No, all across the board, every member of Aurora knew what they needed to do at the right times. Was it always clean? No. But it worked out in the end.
I think this is the greatest example of what technical boxing should look like, right? Because these guys are bobbing and weaving important matters, dancing when it is necessary, but most importantly, they're not throwing their haymakers just for information. A lot of the time, because both compositions had global ultimates, whether it be the Fury of the Phoenix, whether it be the Mountain Shocker, more Mountain Shockers were wasted compared to the Fury of the Phoenix. And if we have to do it per capita, I would say 80% more effective ults were coming out of Rosa than Sekai's.
And this comes into play considering the draft. Again, Mount Shockers, I'll agree with you, some of them were wasted because some of them were just really used to see, all right, can they kill us? No, we farm, we go. But every single Fury of the Phoenix led to something. Every single one was always, all right, can we go around? Can we farm? Can we stop Sekai's from turning Tienzi into his boy? Then sure. But I love how the damage currently from again, I don't know how they got away with this. The split between the physical and the magic and the burst and the DPS for Aurora worked out. So I guess this is one of the ways you can balance out Red Side, because Red Side has been losing plenty in the Swiss and the knockouts. Oh, there I am.
Yeah,
I'm sure Red Mark can break it down for us.
Yeah, no. We can continue the points on here. So, when it came to how Aurora was playing, there you go, there, join in. When it came to how Aurora was playing, I think they also acknowledged the fact that this Uranus of Cram, we have nothing for it. The last kill on Cram was a total team effort. 3 of us committing everything just to take this Uranus down. But then they said, okay, there's the other school of thought of dealing with the Uranus. Just ignore it. If you're a lot of fighters, if you have so many mobile heroes that can dive, reposition, you don't have to worry because there's not a formation that the Uranus is trying to break. It's the rest of the team that now has to worry. While Cram, stuck with just dancing around dealing damage, is lacking that crowd control. And the thing that Trex mentioned earlier was that the hero for Innocent, what they needed, they couldn't get it. It wasn't, they couldn't be like
Cram. That was Cram.
Like this. He was at some points, but then eventually he would be, where's the crying emoji that we have?
The what? The
it's
crying?
over here.
It's
the crying
somewhere.
one.
It's somewhere around.
Yeah, all in the end, it was Aurora like this. It's all worked out.
It all worked out, but I think that SRG definitely was a little rattled when Aurora's good preparation really compromise them on that blue side. They can't go with the same plans. And now that SRG have seen that Aurora are willing to get hyper technical with them, I think the draft is going to change drastically coming into the next game. Assuming that SRG gets blue side, I would like to see adjustments. But if it does go to that red side in a best of 5 series, that's when we're going to see a new face.
Gideon, that's the fear I have. If SRG overthink this and overcook their draft, that's where Aurora's going to catch them lacking. You mentioned technical boxing. You mentioned doing the right things for the most part. If you look at Aurora, you can see that they're not as technical as I think they feel they are, because this is still unorthodox. You look at this draft, you see what? You see the top 4 teams drafting this way? Even Trek said, a Harley in top 8?
Yup, I think it's more technical because of it. And here's why. Because it's about spacing. It's about making sure that you stick your foot out and you whiff punish every single time. And that's what Cram did. Think of Cram as the scouting leg. Once they took out that lead leg, they went straight in for the knockout punches.
Cram is the jab.
Exactly.
Cram is the hard jab.
It's the hard jab. And that's why this game is all about footsies. Same goes for when you see Innocent trying to go for the last insanity. Yes, he has to do it to clear waves, but at the same time, he's trying to probe a reaction.
Does this then beg the question of, was there too much pressure on the Haymaker? Was the Yi Sun Shin way too pressured here with the lineups that were built, with the lineups that were fielded? The guy's had a respectable KDA. He did the most out of it, but you saw that once he goes down, SRG barely had anything left in the tank.
I would agree with that, but because of Rosa, it became really easy to whiff punish. Oh no, Cram is 1 unit ahead of everybody else. I'm gonna just beam him down slowly. Same goes for CC. They had a lot of different ways to start poking out their opponents, which is why it felt like for the most part of the game, Turkey can just sit back, relax, and wait until they're too low, and once they start moving back, that's our time to take the space.
Yeah, I love how you're starting to mention heroes, because that's the reason why I want them to keep it simple. That's why if you too hard think about, oh, what did we do wrong in the draft? Cram is a little too open. Sekai's became the boy later in the latter stages of the game. I think just keep it simple. Know that you play better like 90% of the time compared to Aurora Turkey, and then start there. That's how SRG equalizes. Then maybe they can go on the front foot again once they get out of the ropes. Right now, I think they're still rope-a-doping.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think the rope-a-dope can only last for just so long, especially now that we have to consider, like, hey, if this game actually dragged out a little bit longer, will we still have these same results? And I think, honestly, no, it's still very much a 50-50 in the later stages of the game. So clearly, both compositions knew exactly what they wanted to do, but coming into game number 2, hopefully it's going to be a more streamlined plan, because this is the first time we're seeing Aurora Turkey taking advantage of red side to say, yes, we will set the tempo of the game.
Who knew that this is how we were going to start things off? Aurora in an emphatic victory, taking game number 1 against SRG, while SRG looking a little bit uncharacteristic. But it's time to say thank you to some of our friends. We got the real me. Well, oh, you got it.
I got the real me. Check out the AI insights from the Realme 15 Pro.
It has win rate predictions. Can analyze gold, items, everything in real time. It's like having a strategic coach in your pocket. Coach in your pocket, not strategic coach. That's the AI gaming coach for you. When the fight breaks out, its consecutive skills feature lets you unleash a perfect preset combo with just one tap. It got your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. From prediction to performance, it's the complete package. Nay, the complete package. You play, we carry. Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone.
I'll be taking that now.
You probably want to watch that before you put that in your pocket. I'll be honest with you. We don't know where that came from. But more importantly, you probably want to be able to buy one for yourself anywhere in the world. How exactly would they be doing that, sirs?
Well, you do it with V. He's over there. Can you hand me
toss us V.
V!
Yeah! Oh! So cute!
Give me V. This is my friend now. Meet V, our cheerful buddy at the heart of Visa's biggest cultural movements and moments. Here at the M7 World Championships, he's here to cheer all of us up. Isn't he cute?
So cute. He's so cute. And sometimes we call him V-Champ because, you know, V is fluffy, blue, heart-shaped entity. They love him in Japan, Italy, Spain. I'm trying to think what other voices LaFell did. Oh, Latam as well.
And sometimes he's mistaken for a cloud because he floats around everywhere, bringing
Yeah.
V's vision of being everywhere you want to be with his playful energy. V is here at M7 to experience the world of gaming and esports alongside all of the amazing MLBB fans. He's here to cheer on every team, whether they're winning or losing, Aurora Turkish or SRG. And remember, with Visa, stay fast, secure, be the champion you want to be. No, wait, be the real MVP. Get it?
Yes, we get it. We get it. It's been a long Swiss stage, but more importantly, we also have to talk about you guys who have invested the time and really congratulate you for earning high points at the M7 Battle Pass because the bonuses are here. The M7 Battle Pass went live on January 1st, 2026, packed with the exclusive rewards with the Granger's Thunder Ascendant Epic Skin, Cosmic Finality Prime Skin, M7 Figure Battle Effects Prime Avatar Border, and more. Plus, get the Gato Gacha Solar Spark for free, the fan favorite M5 Yuzong skins, and the revamped M Championship skins, also making a limited time return. So don't miss out on all the wonderful rewards.
While our teams are winning, you should stay winning as well with everything that the game has to provide for you. And of course, everything that the show can provide for you with all the goodies that you can get. So don't miss out. There we go. I gotta get used to working with these guys. So let's talk about what the rest of the series now needs to be for SRG. For Aurora Turkish, I feel like with them getting the victory, the highlights put on them, we now have to look at the errors of SRG, what went wrong. I felt like there was a lot of moments where they were taking some fights that they shouldn't have taken. There were moments where Stormy shouldn't have tried to initiate when he shouldn't have because he just got blasted every time.
Yeah, but I also think that with this particular composition that they had, there was a lot of preemptive risks that they have to take, right? And the only way to confirm it is with the Mountain Shocker, and that's why we saw a lot of those Mountain Shockers actually whiff in the first place. You get the vision, realize we don't actually have an angle here, let's back up.
And I think that's too much of a resource, a huge waste of an ult that could be used elsewhere. So just looking at the math, looking at the values that SRG was playing with, it just did not add up to what Aurora Turkish finally found in the late game that led to, again, a post-Lord fight that led to almost a wipeout or a clean wipeout. And then also after that, they just started winning fights when they found out, hey, look, Cram is soft enough, which is, again, the fact of the matter. When you add up values, when you look at the timing and you divide it up to, what game time did we have? Just under 20.
Under 20, yeah.
You wouldn't just win if you're SRG, which again brings us back to what ifs. What if that did go the distance? Something tells me SRG would have found a way to win. SRG would have outmaneuvered and outpaced, what is that, outweighted?
Yeah.
Outweighted Aurora Turkish because Aurora Turkish's lineup also kind of falls off.
Yeah, the lineup of SRG had the Yi Sun Shin, and that was your main basic attack carry. Whenever you're going to go for the sieges, when you're going to try to end the game, it's going to be that guy. Which is why you saw the focus of Aurora was that let's try to mess up the Yi Sun Shin as much as we can in the fights. Sakai's took a good amount of time staying alive, and then eventually it just goes to show how technical M7 is. The demand for you to not mess up, to not get caught at the worst possible time is so much higher because the punish is so much greater.
I think right now the biggest skill that we see from the side of Aurora Gaming is the fact that they can really take a lot of punishment, right? They can take a lot of punishment, but they can really capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. The gold conversions that we've seen in this game, oh, I take the first one, what happens next? The chain reaction is too big to control, and I think that's something that SRG need to start taking into account. We can't stop thinking about, hey, I take the first fight, but let's also start thinking about the possibility of following up for a second fight as soon as we respawn.
All right, we're heading into game number 2. The draft is about to start. So now we're going to be looking out for what SRG will do in terms of adjustment. They decided to lean towards double fighters. Uranus in the EXP lane makes sense. X-Borg on Innocent, there is precedence for it. But what if it's just a little bit too not SRG? Innocent on an X-Borg? Really?
Maybe we're just blinded by the whole 19 kills with the Granger at M6. We're just blinded by the, oh, Sora, he made it good in the gold lane. I think we should allow Innocent to evolve. Again, this might just be upper bracket optimism, but I think we should allow SRG to draft the way they will and not say, yeah, they took the Sora, they took the CC, they took the, what, Granger, the Claude, it's over. There has to be a way to play SRG's game with not that much pressure on Innocent.
Here's the thing though, the Cloud was open. They just decided to pick it up, not pick it up.
That's what I'm saying. Pick winning lanes. Because here's the problem. If they are trying to take away your flex picks, that gives away, hey, we can immediately look for counter picks against them. CC obviously is going to be a little difficult for a majority of gold laners in the current meta right now, especially with Vengeance. But other than that, that could have been a Yuzong coming in onto Blue 3 for Cram. Worst comes to worst.
So they made two weird decisions back to back.
Yes!
Leaving open the Harley, or rather no, leaving open the Claude and not picking the Yuzhong.
Again, I think this is a playstyle where it's like, yeah, we're playing for the team, making sure that the composition isn't compromised for absolutely everyone, and we want our 5v5s to be great, which we did see in game number 1. But coming into game 2, that has to absolutely change. We need to see SRG playing for winning lanes to really set the tone that, hey, I'm sorry, Aurora Gaming Turkey, but this is not going to be as easy as you think it is.
Just waiting for the draft to start up, and yeah, maybe for SRG, they don't need to go as high concept. They made it this far and they performed the way they did it in M7 for a reason.
Yeah. I like how we as a trio discovered the right answer. It's not going high concept. It's not getting as technical. It's just making the right calls. I didn't notice. I guess that's how in the zone and in their heads sometimes we can be and they can be. Just the fact that the Yuzhong was, I didn't even notice the Yuzhong was open.
That's the thing, right? I feel like it's so many teams, they want to be present, but they also want to be thinking towards the future. But thinking too far ahead, it's like a game of rock, paper, scissors. If you think just a little too far ahead, you might just fall into some random hand throw or a single play that turns catastrophic. And that's definitely going to be leaving a bit of a sting in their minds. But for now, knowing how these professional teams play, the breaking point is if it gets to game 3 and we see just a winning composition drop from 8,000 gold lead right down to 0.
Looking back at it though, now as we have discussed SRG and their maybe potentially draft mishaps, let's look at Aurora Gaming Turkey and how they handled the draft. The Sora CC coming out of nowhere. Usually we think, wow, you guys are already showing the flex this early on. All right, that's brave, but then they made the most out of it. They built around their honesty in the draft. They also acknowledged the problems of giving you something like a Grog, giving Juicin something like a Juicin and a Kimmy. On the other side of the table, Aurora Gaming Turkey just drafted that game so well.
Yeah, and they had some really good, really interesting ways to natural synergies, right? Oh, Zetian is able to shred away your MR. Harley takes full advantage of that, and everyone makes contact with Zetian first before they even see the Harley. But now we're right into the drafting phase. We do notice that Aurora is going to be taking blue side. SRG have opted to go to the red side.
So Eve, Kimmy, Grok are still the priority bans here, except instead of the Juicin. So Juicin gets taken out by SRG while the Kalea gets taken out. I think SRG do not want to give Pagu a pick-off style roamer. And if the draft shows that a Cho is a bad pick, then they're happy with that. But we now have to consider that the Cho also might show up later for Pagu and Yumes if it looks good for it.
Or just revert back to Gatot. Doesn't have to be all in on pickoffs. Now we test Aurora's consistency. Because imagine if Aurora are able to play the way they did in game 1, even from blue. Then that puts SRG in the red zone. Match point. Opening pick is a Sora. Great start.
Really good, really good. They knew for a fact that they've seen this pattern before. SRG opens Claude on purpose. They take Sora for themselves, maybe even Valentina after. But now it begs the question, hey, SRG, are you willing to play the opposites this time? If you lock in that Claude for yourself, are you compromised when you pick up Valentina? And I think that's the big key point here. Is Valentina too resource intensive? Does she lose too much mid-priority because of her existence?
And you play the whole game of where is this Sora going? How do I run it into you? And you take away one of the main strengths of SRG's red side draft. The fact that you're free, the fact that you're open. They answer with the Eastern CC. Solid, splitting up the Sora CC. And then Aurora take away Stormy's Farsa, and they plant that Esmeralda into EXP. So does it spell it out? Is this a gold lane Sora?
It's looking like it. We have not seen Sora in the jungle. I have to say, Aurora Turkey, they have over-prepared for this in the sense that Do you guys see how for 2 games now they've been drafting significantly faster compared to SRG?
No.
They see an SRG pick and they go, okay, we already know what we're gonna pick because we expected you to pick that.
Exactly. You can see that there's a lot of foreshadowing, right? They know exactly what the draft pattern was going to roughly look like because SRG always escalates things 1 step at a time. They never go for the 2-step because when they do, that's when they lose games. And now we have the Lunox locked in for the side of SRG. I like that a lot. Gives you a secondary win condition without saying, hey, I lock in the Valentina, I have no mid-prio, good luck everybody else.
This could be one of these games where Rosa takes a charge alongside Pagu. When you usually see a Lunox and Nissan Shin going up a matchup that involves a Farsa on the other side, it's them trying to minimize the quicker scale of the Farsa. Like if the Farsa gets early kills, early items, then the Lunox and the Yisan Shin just get blasted. So they're just trying to mitigate what could be the damage that could be coming out through the mid lane.
To the greatest night show.
Oh, there. Welcome to M7, where Harley is now respect banned. Thank you, TNZ.
Only against Aurora.
Only against Aurora, man.
Just like how Hellcurt is banned against Yankon Galacticos in action tomorrow. Aurora answers back. Cram was a hard enough target to deal with in game number 1, so get out of here.
Yeah. They acknowledge that the Uranus was still really annoying to deal with them going towards a little bit more fighter-centric, burst-based heroes.
Oh, hold up. SRG. Yuzhong is open once again. I think Aurora should take care of it. Blue 5 ban.
I think it would be nicer just to make sure that the laning phase for Luna is going to be super easy. It's like, oh yeah, you're going to ruin Rosa's day, but Lapu Lapu, at least I'll beat you out down till then.
Yep.
Just trying to decide which EXP laner to go up against then.
What you allow.
Yuzhong and CC together, Lapu, CC together. So yeah, that is a better question, as you said. What do you allow? What will end up coming through here? I'm leaning towards this CC already going to the gold lane. I'm not even thinking this is going to be an EXP.
Yeah. Gentlemen, folks watching at home, this is how important TNZ is to Aurora. They banned 2 specific and weird off-meta, off-meta heroes.
Oh, Badang. Wait, why did... Hold on. Why did they get rid of Badang when Tro was still available?
Yeah, I think they were overthinking the team fight.
No, I think this is because Aurora's thinking about going Joy. Because that's usually the response. It's like Joy, you see Badang on the opposite end.
That is true. That's a great point, actually. I can see that happening. But they'll have 3 heroes, all magic-based, and that's 2 mages who are burst and cooldown-based in the center. So they have the Cho. Wouldn't that be a little bit too greedy?
I think it was either Cho or Hilda at this point. Yeah. They're expecting to see an assassin. They need somebody to disrupt this Farsa no matter what.
And they read into it. They're saying it's more likely a Joy than a Hayabusa. But either way, I think the Cho chicks take care of it, especially Yum's Cho.
No matter what, the assassin is going to be a little difficult to play. But the mid priority is what I'm a little concerned about, right? Aurora have a good number of answers just to say, you know what, even if we take a support who doesn't really contribute to team fight but can clear that midway fast, then we can just keep up with the rest of SRG as we fight. Hilda and Lancelot get locked in. Wasn't expecting that, but at least it's a good combination that works good together.
Yeah, you get to match the rotational speed of the Cho. You'll both be equally annoying for each lineup. All dive centered for Aurora, but they do have a bit of range for the Farsa. What's the last pick here for SRG?
Still looking for Innocent's pick.
Yeah.
Just like in game number 1, they kept Innocent's hero a mystery.
Do they give him...
Here it's gotta matter. Claude's still open.
It's either they give him Ruby or something like maybe... Oh man, that's not a lot of dashes anymore. Actually, I mean, it's really just TNZ here, so even if they go Fove, it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it doesn't feel great.
I am not the only one bound by these chains.
They got a fighter.
God.
At CC.
Yeah. Phoveus comes in, and as expected, you already saw the Innocent pick with that CC, and it ended up becoming a Phoveus. How are we feeling about the draft heading into game 2?
I think, honestly, it's looking a little similar to game number 1. It's a matter of footsies again, right? Who whiffs more often, who punishes harder.
And I'm worried about where Sekai's is mentally. After what happened in game 1, where he could have sworn he could farm his way out of a win, this time around, the pressure's even there. Harder because coaches are looking at him, teammates looking at him. Yo, let's try to do that again.
I'm going to say, I think it's going to be up to Yums. One Way of the Dragon could inspire greatness from this kid.
Especially since the stats say the early to late game potential of the SRG lineup, higher potential incredibly more compared to Aurora Turkey. Game number 2 in this best of 5. SRG versus Aurora Turkey, with Aurora Turkey taking the lead.
Thank you so much, panel. Renmar, Leoman, and Gideon. Bro,
Mobile Legends.
that's, yeah, I agree. I think that's a good question. Where is Skies at mentally coming into game number 2? Where is SRG at mentally? I don't think they expected to lose game number 1. I mean, I expected them to tear through Aurora Gaming in my predictions.
I mean, I definitely don't want to count SRG out as a team that is going to lose all their mentality from losing one game. But I will say that it's definitely not up. I don't think it went far down, but Aurora Gaming, if they can keep this pace, it's definitely a huge advantage. Up on the top side, though, different from last time. Watch for Rosa. Looking for the stun, able to get some nice damage onto Cram. Cram forced to use the flicker this early on in the game.
That's big. Big wins across the board, really, for Aurora Gaming, right? And the fact that they have Purifies on Lunar and on Rosa, this is going to be a problem. Something that we were already hearing from Gideon is the fact that Yome's One Way to the Dragon can turn things around, can be that big play to set them or to get them into a spot where they're comfortable. But who are you going to kick? TNZ is going to be very difficult to kick. You kick Kagu, I think they're fine with that. Sigiboom, same thing. Yes, you see immunity. And both the guys that you would want to kick have Purify.
Purify, wings by wings, ways to get away. I mean, overall, it's a comfortable position for Aurora Gaming. I also love how now that they're in this top 8 bracket, Rosa's getting these aggressive mid laners that can make a difference in a game. I feel like where they fall short sometimes is putting Rosa on something more passive. So I'm glad that Rosa's getting to really show off here.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that they're stealing this Farsa away. Something we were talking about last night when we were talking about SRG versus Aurora. You just can't get Stormy or can't let Stormy take the Farsa. TNZ is actually significantly ahead here in XP. Really good pathing from TNZ so far. Hey, it's the same. Assassin versus Marksman. Skies is becoming his boy.
I'm wondering if SRG expected Aurora Gaming to come into this game so aggressive, to come into both of these games so aggressive. A lot of time when you see the underdog team, they take it very patient in the laning phase, and they can let these stronger teams kind of run over them. But Turkey is doing the exact opposite right now. They are pressuring hard in the early game, and it almost feels like SRG didn't expect it. But the airstrike does come down. Brilliance is used just to get away, and that's what I mean, the aggression from Turkey.
Non-stop pressure on the favorites. Not only for this match, mind you, for this tournament. Or Selangor Red Giants looked so good in the Swiss stage, qualifying 3-0, beating the final boss, TLPH. And maybe it's on us, maybe it's on the viewers. We're the ones who looked at Aurora Gaming as the underdogs. Maybe for Aurora Gaming, that was never the case.
Oh, there's that big kick from Yumes, though. Bagu is able to get away quick enough using the flicker. Was that just a misclick? Was it too slow?
I think it was just on the brink of the G-Kundo. Tough Boots was also already there for Pagu. The angle would have been kind of off anyway, so Yumes decided, you know what, this is a bad angle. I'm going to step back. Let's take a look at the emblems, though, real quick. We didn't get to see this earlier. It's actually the Vitality plus the Festival of Blood here for Sigibooms, guys.
On the top side, look at the puncture through. Thorn Rose does miss. Ooh. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Pressure after pressure. Can they take the purple buff? Yumes with the G-Kundo through. Looking for the kick, looking for the stun up in the top side. But in comes Pagu, able to take out Stormy. Yumes now on the run. Cram does find Rosa, but it's a trade for Yumes. Rosa for 2. Was it a good trade?
Yes, great for Aurora, horrible for Selangor Red Giants. Orange buff went to Aurora Gaming as well, by the way. Great steal, great pickup. Skies, man, it's not just the assassin, it's everybody! He can't even go and walk in his own purple!
Oh, he dives in, Siggy, boom! This man, this miss, but will he be able to get away? No, it's a misplay. Innocent finds the retaliation, but Aurora TNZ takes the purple.
Now, is that worth it? I don't know, yo. I don't know if I'll give him the gold laner for a purple buff. But I guess it's worth it at the end of the day. Because if you look at it, the carries are Stormy and Skies. Those two. As long as those two don't get the farm they need, it's going to be okay. Graham on the Phobius. This is a problem too, by the way, right? Phobius is the type of hero that needs to snowball, that needs to win the early game, get turtles on his back, and, you know, really start popping off. Yumes goes...
Slight miss kick, but right into TNZ, gets a Thorn Rose on a Stormy to force him away. Turtle now down to about 60%. SRG want to try to make the play. Pagu's there, TNZ there as well with the Phantom Execution. The damage comes in and Set Guys goes down. Rosa punches his clock, and now they're collapsing onto SRG.
Sigiboob in the back line as Vengeance popped in.
And look at Pagu able to find Cram, and now They don't want to give it up. Lunar forcing them back to base. Turtle over to the hands of Aurora Gaming along with the kill.
We were expecting. Oh, wait a minute. They go for more mid lane. Stormy can't handle it. TNZ gets the kill. Now a turret to take as well as the orange buff. If game number 1, we saw glimpses of how the assassin could bully this Yusun Shin, this is a full boy game. Skies is forced to be a good boy to just take it everywhere because it's not just Tienzi, bro. It's the whole team who are constantly diving him. He can't get space at all.
Turrets, turtles, orange buffs,
everything,
purple buffs. It's all going to Aurora Gaming right now. Newms might just be the next target trying to find Rosa. But again, the kiting is just phenomenal. He gets away with the dragon, but it doesn't matter. Aurora Gaming won it all.
At least Skies gets a purple buff. So
that's one win.
There's something, but they lose a turret down below. Tienzi still wants to bully him. This is looking like it's getting out of control for Selangor Red Giants. And what do they need to get back in control is the question now, because with such big artillery strikes from Rosa, with him being so far ahead, I don't know. Wait.
In a bad spot, but the airstrike comes down. I don't think there's an escape from this one. Rosa on the killing spree. Siggy Boom fearless, the whole team, they just ain't stopping.
They do have the artillery. We were talking about it, but I didn't expect under tier 2 against a Vengeance CC. They bursted him down like he was nothing. Siggy Boom used the flicker, so at least there's something that they had to use more to get that kill, but again, the lead is getting out of control, Trex. At this point, how do they feel? What are they going to trade for objectives with? Usually for Selangor Red Giants, you want to just team fight, but I don't think that's the right call.
Gonna try to get the kick, but he misses once again. It takes too much time, and Pagu's already there. SRG, at this point, SRG needs to stop. They just need to hit the brakes a little bit, calm down, stop looking for the kicks. Another turtle into the hands of Aurora Gaming, and this time Aurora Gaming are clapping back.
Uh-oh, Mount of Shock already used down. Now Gibbs in the back line, gets the kill, shuts down Rosa.
That's huge, but Lunar doesn't want to give it up just yet. Cram trying to keep him away into the backside. TNZ with the puncture through Thorn Rose, looking for a target as Cram continues to slam down, but now he's too deep into water as the kill goes into the hands of Siggy Boom.
Pagu gets into the bush, Innocent going in, and that's it for now. They're able to take the fights and back away. Like, at that point for Aurora Gaming, they want to go for more Mount of Shock already. It lands, but they have Pagu there to back him up. So, for Aurora Gaming, it was more damage control. They lost Rosa already in that skirmish.
The response, Thorn Rose does come down, and here comes TNZ. Brilliance comes in at the last moment, and TNZ cannot secure the kill. But Lunar might not want to give this up. Gonna try to cut wave, decides not to force it.
Yums.
Remember your job. A nice Thorn Rose to get away and not take full damage. Be able to escape, he's gonna puncture back through. TNZ looking for anything here, but now he's in a bad spot. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution, safety.
Again, clean from TNZ. Yums, again, I guess this is why they banned out the Badang in favor of like just seeing the Cho on the other side, is because when you get to top boots, when you are ahead in the early game, there's not really much lock. And for Aurora Gaming, it's all about pushing forward. It's all about being aggressive. It's all about being up in your face. And as long as there's no real lockdown, they can do this. Look,
every time they try to get onto Pagu, the flicker comes out and he's breaking their ankles right now, man.
He's pulling one for sure, man. He's breaking all the ankles for Selangor Red Giants, and that's plenty. Selangor Red Giants are really reliant on those cycle of skills. If the Lunox doesn't have that ult by the time the Lord spawns, right? If he's able to do that right before the Lord spawns, that's big. It's going to be massive, Mr. Trex.
And really massive. And I got to give it up to Aurora Gaming. We talked about pressure in the beginning of this game and how non-stop they have been. And even that a minute ago when Tienzi punctures through to the mid lane into 3 members, yeah, he might not get a kill, but they are consistently looking and consistently pressuring them. It's like they're getting in their heads, man.
They really are. And I guess the question has been answered a bit, Trex. How are they doing mentally after losing in game number 1? Has it impacted them that much? Because I think the common answer for a lot of the fans, especially after seeing how Selangor Red Giants came back against TLPH in the Swiss stage to qualify to the knockout stage in a reverse sweep fashion, is no, 1 game isn't enough. Maybe 2 games.
A game and a half?
A game and a half may be enough, because it really looks like they are... Yums is defaulting back to just the Todak Yos. The guy who just, when they're behind, goes for these plays in such a desperate manner, and it just doesn't work out for the team. He constantly looks for these, and it's the frustration buildup of the early game. After getting that Ji Kundo, not being able to find the way, the Dragon still having discipline, but as the game goes on, keeps making the same mistakes, or maybe it was, you know, constant outplays, but that frustration builds up, Trex, and when it happens again, he's gonna have to just be like, all right, I'm gonna flicker in, I'm gonna go away the Dragon, I'm gonna try to get the game back. And it's not really his fault. This is the nature of the composition with a Phobius, with a Cho, and a Lunox. You have scaling, but that's not your main goal, bro. You need that mid game. You need to actually get those leads early.
So on the flip side, Aurora Gaming mentally, they come into this essentially with nothing to lose, right? This is the farthest they've ever been. They're comfortable, they're confident, and you can see it in their gameplay. They're willing to take the risks in terms of draft, picking things like Harley.
Absolutely.
They're willing to take the risks in terms of gameplay. If you catch Rosa, or you catch a member of Aurora Gaming right now, they brush it off quickly and are still willing to take these fights. So mentally, yes, I think we have answered the fact that Aurora Gaming in a much better position, and even in terms of gameplay so far, just in a much better position. Let's take a look at the total kills though. Innocent with 45 still leading the pack.
Yeah, before the tournament started in my tier list, I called him the best gold lane in M series, in M7 currently, and I still really stick to that now. It's just the fact that they've been able to shut him down real good. And by shutting down the side laners, I guess we did get to see what Rosa was saying in the interview, right? The side laners are what makes this team special, is what he said. The mid trio, we can beat them. Ooh. So it's all about getting tempo in the mid, getting that gap, and then rotating over, pushing these side laners back and taking their turrets, taking out of laning phase, putting them into really tough spots. And really, that's been the name of the game in Game 2 especially.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't just talking, right? They're walking the walk right now.
Oh, yeah?
We always see the first rotation come from Aurora Gaming. We saw it in this game. Rosa goes up tops, puts pressure onto Cram. We saw it in last game, bringing pressure down to the gold lane. Overall, Aurora Gaming has been winning that laning phase, especially in the mid.
And that's why every time, I guess it's something for all of us to learn, right? But Swiss stage is so different from knockouts. We're coming into knockouts expecting similar results to the performances, to the results of the Swiss stage. Let's take a look at the hero matchups here real quick. I'm gonna just mention it to you guys back at home. Yisenshin has a 3-2 win rate against the Lancelot. Farsa is 0-2 against Lunox in the Swiss stage. Lancelot and Lunox are both on the side of the winning team in the knockout stage right now. It's Aurora Gaming Turkey.
And we're back the lead. Back in the game now. Lord is up. Humes continues to hold on to the front line. Tienzi with the Thorn Rose, puncturing back to his team. See where it goes from here.
It's all about that mid prio. Bottom lane slow pushing as well. It's gonna be big. Lunar!
Star Moon along with the Feathered Airstrike pushing SRG back, but they should be able to re-engage after this. If Lunar can hold them at bay though, it should be an easy Lord for the side of Aurora Gaming.
He got really low, but SRG do not know that.
Oh,
just like that, Aurora Gaming picks up a Lord for free. We're back in the game, folks. 5,000 gold lead. Just to let you know, if you guys are just tuning in right now, an endless battle for Skies at this point of the game. That's really, really late. You can definitely see the gap here starting to form for TNZ as he picks up his third item, a Brute Force Breastplate. He already has a Fury Hammer built up completely, I believe. No, it's a War Axe, an endless battle second.
The top side of Aurora Gaming, trading towers for towers, but it's a tier 2 for a tier 3, so a big win on the side of Aurora. Lord gonna be marching down the bot side. We just broke the 10-11 minute mark here, 10.5 minute mark, and Aurora Gaming holding a 6,000 gold lead. I mean, last game it felt a little more back and forth. This time Aurora Gaming has been in control from start to finish.
Yeah. We saw a few of those team fights, you know, a few of those moments where Selangor Red Giants could still take the risk, take the gambles, and actually win it out. But in this match, when they're getting outlaned in every single lane, when they're getting capped in every single position, it gets really tough for you to go for those big gambles because you don't even have those sets that can turn games around. It's Yums on a Cho with Purifies on Aurora, with heroes that have untargetability on their abilities. And now also the Siege actually gets cancelled.
But the airstrike does come down. Big damage does land onto Yums there. Lord finally connecting.
Oh.
But the defense will hold strong and protect SRG from losing any inhibitors so far.
Yeah, they'll crack open all the tier 2s, they'll strip them down at the tier 2s here. Selangor Red Giants choke down and push to their own base. Skies, even more now, is going to struggle to take any camps, to find any gold. They're going to have to divide the gold, disperse it amongst each other whenever it comes through. And Aurora Gaming, I will say, they're doing a phenomenal job. This is something that we saw on the Swiss stage, them leading in the early game, but always falling short. Now, they understand how to really capitalize on the big advantage.
That airstrike once again to help clear the waves and give space for Aurora Gaming to back through. Yums comes in, shifting clouds, gets a stun onto SRG as Innocent pushes Pagu away. Aurora Gaming finally backing off. They were looking for a moment, but SRG didn't fall for it.
Osa? Okay. It's all good. Could have been real bad there if Yums was around to follow it up. But again, even if Yums was there, Purify was still up for Rosa. There were still avenues for Aurora Gaming to just get out, waste some resources, and reset. Now they're going to freeze up the waves. They're really going to be putting Selangor Red Giants into a tough spot. Chastise Pauldron now. So the Eastern Shin was already behind, now is going to struggle even more in the team fights on top of farming. Yeah, they're stoning them away, dude.
Play on the Innocent, a lot of damage. Pagu gets the kill. One by one, SRG are falling down.
It's not just guys anymore, man. Aurora Gaming Turkey, and they're making Selangor Red Giants their boys.
They're boys?
They're boys.
They're homies? They're little bros.
Oh, no! I hate to see it, Yums!
Did have to back off there, though. Sigboom uses a lot. SRG, I think, again, SRG just really pushing their limits, coming out maybe too far here. Look at the damage from Rosa.
I think we can ask the question already, Trex.
Is it a wrap?
How's game 3 gonna look? If this is game 2, if this is 1.5 games, the mental drop from Selangor Red Giants, how's game 3 gonna look? Are they gonna be able to fully reset? Coach Arcadia, Veki, and Winter, they're gonna have to step up here and like really help them reset.
I do want to say this. I don't want to go too quickly to game 3.
Not yet.
SRG, yes, Yums has had some bad plays with that kick so far, but he could still get something. Is it going to be enough? They do get the kill onto Pagu. That's big before the Lord comes. Only if Stormy gets away, though. Brilliance does come out. Tienzi forced to use the Phantom Execution just to get away.
Great pickup. Great pickup. Signs of life now for Selangor Red Giants. Finally. And that's such a good lift for Yums, who's just failed constantly in this game to get the way the dragon. Now he finally gets one good play, one good pickoff in. That's the slow build of confidence. That's the slow build of possibly scaling back to being so bad. Rosa.
That airstrike does come out. Look at the damage. Stormy finds the target, locks on, and another one goes down. Aurora Gaming this time on the wall. SRG, that's what they needed, a moment of grace.
Yes, sir. The slow build again. From one play, the domino effect to the next. They find Rosa Lack in there, and they instantly punish. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll be able to really capitalize on the Siggy Boom and Rosa pickoff, but they need to find something back on the map. They need to get back control. They're able to get some farms. Skies is now level 15, so that's really, really good. The gold lead has been reduced down to just 4,000 now.
Genzi punctures through. Thorn Rose try to clear the waves. SRG unable to crack that tier 3, which is big for Aurora Gaming. Like you said, they can still gain control of this game again, but don't push too hard, because you can see those moments SRG will have to shine. Look at Tienzi. Brilliance does come out in the backside. Lunar able to lock onto Yums. Pagu there as well with Tienzi following up. Looking for a moment to strike, a moment to bite as Rosa repositions.
I don't know how the wave in the bottom lane is looking right now, but it does look more like an Aurora Gaming slow push. So for Selangor Red Giants, it's all about managing the wave down below. I think at this point, they might have to take fights. No, okay, we're still at the 15-minute mark. Not Evolve Lord just yet. I think Selangor Red Giants, they can do one more Lord where they defend. There's a threat of obviously a base ray getting taken there. Yums has the vision, knows Pagu is in that bush, but knows that there are a lot more players here to back him up. So we can't just be going for Pagu. Cram?
With an airstrike once again, a lot of damage lands onto Cram. Tienzi tries to get away. Yums able to get the knockup, but doesn't convert to a big kick. SRG reclaiming position, but nobody goes down.
Really good attempt there for Selangor Red Giants. They need to be looking for more of those plays again, build the confidence slowly but surely. But unfortunately, like I said, it'll probably be a lore that is given to Aurora Gaming. Slow push down below. Selangor Red Giants are going to be split up. unless Aurora Gaming make a mistake here, I really don't think SRG can push forward just yet. They might have to wait a bit longer.
I feel like Rosa needs to be up on the top side. Yumes and Stormy. Big movement at a bad spot. Rosa as well. G-Kondo doesn't come in. Tries to get away, but Stormy finds the kill again on Rosie. Pagu now brought down to 40% into the backside though. One trying to get him, unable to do it with the shifting clouds, but TNZ picks up Sekai's.
Siggyboom still able to survive right now. Pagu in the back just buying time.
Doom slow, able to dash through. TNZ with a Phantom Execution. But look at the damage from Innocent once again. Lunar trying to get away.
And that's him. Innocent picking up the kill, going on the turret. TNZ and Siggyboom get away. Pagu's pushing in mid. That base turret down below is looking juicy for the minions. Does it take it down? Only Yum sent down.
Oh, should be able to actually, I think Tower may just go down here. A couple more hits. No retribution on the side of SRG right now, but Aurora Gaming aren't going to try to take advantage of it.
They keep it alive. Aurora Gaming buy some time, or their minions rather, buy some time for them. A bit of capitalization now, a bit of conversion on the structural objectives.
Yenzi's so aggressive onto Innocent, pumping through. Stormy locks on Rosa. Feather Airstrike comes down in response. Siggyboom looking for targets. Aurora Gaming maybe just trying to open up the map.
They dealt with the wave in the bottom lane, but it was a temporary answer. They're still going to have to send someone down below to clear it up. Actually, never mind. It might actually build back now. I didn't really get to see the HP bar, but hold on. Yeah, that's why Sky is not handling it. It will be able to build back towards Aurora Gaming. So now, Aurora Gaming are the ones that have to send someone down, but Yums!
A lot of damage.
Wow, great cancel.
Rosa is the target locked right now. If they can find Rosa, Rosa's good. Yenzi, Thorn Rose on a Stormy. Damage from all members all around.
Yums.
Now Chugger does come down. TNZ able to get some nice damage on Innocent. Feathered Airstrike as well. The shifting clouds to bring him back. And Cram falls. TNZ picks up the kill.
They're going to go on Innocent now. It's an all-in TNZ. Thorn Rose!
Oh, Stormy low. Pagu able to find it. And now Lunar's advancing with the rest of Aurora Gaming. TNZ constantly looking for targets. A big falling Star Moon into the backside. Sekai's just trying to get away.
And it's a win for Aurora Gaming. 2 members down of Selangor Red Giants. And look at the timer. This is a bad Lord to give. It's an Evolved Lord for Aurora Gaming. And it's free. They're going to have to fight this. It looks like they just want to gamble.
They're pushing for Yumes, looking for vision. Sekai's theirs as well. TNZ's very, very low. I think they maybe could have with how low 2 members are, but they don't have the information.
Exactly. No vision. Aurora Gaming played it perfectly. The way they bobbed and weaved through that team fight, the way they went back and forth. They even need to handle the way down below because they know they still have the lead at that point. They have the items to swap. They have the advantage. All they need to do is execute, and that they did. Pagu, now with the winner crown, we do get to see a replay of how that happened, but keep your eyes on the live view because they are setting up in that bush up top. So going through this fight again, Cram really tries to get in, but it's Phobia's late game. You fall off real hard. You're just a frontliner. And with the damage that Aurora Gaming have in the late game, it's too much to handle. And that ambush up top didn't really amount to much. They just push in top lane so that at least there will be one lane that they don't have to deal with. It'll be a 2-way push coming down onto Selangor Red Giants base.
Inhibitor goes down. Airstrike falls as well. Cram with the demonic force into the backside, but Rosa falls. Sekai's able to get the kill. SRG looking for Stormy. Dan's able to find the kill.
Now it's still with the Evolved Lord. They have damage reduction. Innocent's going to be very low. They're still handling the waves right now. Can they fight the... They can.
That guy's actually responding back. Innocent with a lot of damage on Lunar. Wow. Aurora Gaming has to try to get away here. The re-engage of shifting clouds in the back line. Good call! No, but TNZ falls. Innocent, the beast, carries the team to glory at this point.
It's always... There's always a way for Selangor Red Giants. Whether it be Innocent, Stormy, or all 3 with Yums together as well. What a flank by Yums, creating a diversion so that Stormy can just jump in. He was full kamikaze there, man. He went in, he was like, I will die as long as Rosa falls with me. That's a win for my team.
So it's a 5-second counter on Rosa. TNZ at 24. SRG aren't going to be able to end anything exactly here, most likely, but still, we are at standstill territory. This game could go any way at this point.
Aurora Gaming, with the Evolved Lord damage reduction, I really thought like they would be able to power through it, but Selangor Red Giants played that so well. Innocent with the spacing, with the constant pokes, building up to them being so low. This base turret will not fall, at least not now. There's another wave to come in, but they won't use it. It's way too risky. Genzi wants to fight. Yeah, I think that'll be it. Now it gets really troublesome for oh my god, they just want to keep on going. Rosa! Flicker out already. Lunar? No, they can't go for it.
They're gonna like try to rush Lord here?
I don't think so. But what they have gotten is the position back. They push Selangor Red Giants away. And now Cram, when he jumps in, Trex, he's cooked. Does he have Winter Crown? That's the question right now. I want to take a look at the items real quick to see if he does. He doesn't have Winter Crown. He doesn't have Immortality. Those two items are not in his inventory. So when he jumps, he's going to get shredded, bro.
Luckily for Aurora Gaming as well, Long Lane is pushing. In the backside, Sticky Boom onto Cram, keeping him away from the team, but Innocent is always the problem.
Yep.
Innocent and Sekai's have been jumping onto Rosa so much that airstrike comes down, chips away, but still in the top side. Cram,
oh my god,
might get the outplay. Winter Crown comes in for Sticky Boom, Immortality pops.
Now Sticky Boom's dead. Selangor Red Giants, they fought through it and now they have a man advantage. The waves are still down below, but now it is a heck of a lot more equal. Wave versus man down. Who's gonna win? Selangor Red Giants already on the Lord. Yum's handling the mid wave. Stormy!
Airstrike, a lot of damage. Brilliance comes out. It's still not enough. Aurora Gaming mistiming the ults.
They can't go for the shred. They can't burst the Lord. The wave in the bottom lane is gonna crash into their base.
Yeah, will Aurora Gaming try to really take advantage of that? Mount Shocker does connect. Pagu able to just get through.
Oh my god.
Moves into the bot side. Rosa looking for a position once again, and watch for TNZ on the top.
That wave is big in the bottom lane. TNZ's there. Rosa balls!
Lunar gonna take a kick to the face as well, but there's still minions coming down the boss side as TNZ and Sekai's go for the 1v1. Mono e mono. TNZ looking for the and he's able to get it. He's on the run now. Immortality pops.
Does he buy the second item? He buys it with a crown. Can he do it? No, he cannot. He takes the rose gold in the end, but it was not enough. It was not quick enough. The waves handled right on time, but what TNZ did is he bought more than just those items. He bought time. He possibly saved this game from being a full turnaround. An Evolved Lord in the mid lane. SRG want to look for the end now, but I really... Oh, Siggy Boom?
Siggy Boom with a shifting clouds goes too deep, takes himself down about 10%, but now Cram is deep as well. Lunar gonna be the next target. The next one in the chopping block. The nines are out as SRG slices through. Innocent takes the tower along with members of Aurora Gaming just trying to defend.
Winter Crown down, Siggy Boom goes out. Now it's just Pagu.
Rosa though back on the field for the airstrike. Quickly gone. And Innocent with a double kill. SRG even the playing field.
It's a wipeout at the end of the day. If you beat Selangor Red Giants early, you have to close it out early. Because if SRG stay alive, if there's just even a breath left in their tank, they have a way to come back.
You know, Leo said it before this match, that if the last game went the distance, SRG would have came back. Well, this time it proves it. SRG waited it out and won game number 2.
But how is it that game number 1 was less dominant by Aurora, yet an easier route for them to close it off? For SRG this time, it was much more difficult, it looked like. Aurora Gaming, they had the dominant early game. They held everything. They took everything away from Skies, from Stormy.
Demands greatness out of all of its competitors. Aurora showed greatness with how they controlled majority of the game. It seems like the G isn't just for Giants, it's also for great comebacks. They held on, SRG.
I'm not gonna lie, I was really stressed about that game. This team, Aurora, have proven that they are worth the time and effort of SRG. But Mirko is absolutely correct. Why was game number 1 so dominant in comparison to game number 2? And I think a lot of it comes down to the timing of resources when their ults come back up, but most importantly, when their battle spells come up. Rosa noticed very quickly that Yums have been gunning out for him since the mid-game past the 13th minute mark. And because of how big their lead was, I really felt that they needed to just trust that TNZ would be able to play cram at the end, because I think that was the only stopping force when you have that wide of a jungle gap. That was a 3-level lead by 8 minutes.
And I think that's where my hope and my trust in SRG's just macro foundations and mental comes in. That's why I said in game one, hey, if that went the distance past the 22, 23-minute mark, SRG would have won. This is proof that they could have done that. Also, just to answer the question of, yeah, sure, why, despite the more dominant performance in game two, they still couldn't close it out? May I present a very simple-minded approach, a simple-minded solution, an answer to the question. It's because they didn't have any base hitters. They didn't have any turret smashers. Look at this lineup, all right? Aurora, it's all about Foyen. You know what I mean? Sora, Esmeralda, Hilda, Lancelot. If you want to take down objectives, meaning turrets or bases, you got to be in there. But look at SRG. They were meant to hold down the fort. CC, Yisun Shin, Lunox. You know what I mean? Like, you could dive in, clear out the front line, clear out waves, and then go back and hide. That's what they did. That's how they held on for so long. And that's why Aurora, despite having a much larger gap in the early game, couldn't finish the job.
Yeah, and I feel like the additional value of CC having significantly more damage items, it wasn't just like a War Axe Counter-Strike type of deal. It also had a Sea Halberd. So yeah, they had more base hitters, which means that all the damage that they can dish out isn't just with cooldowns and skills alone, it's with the basic attacks. And that was definitely felt by Aurora Turkey. And this is something similar that SRG experienced, except they were on the other end. When they went up against Team Liquid, it was Team Liquid who did not have enough base hitters to try and end it quickly. They always had to look for the wipeout. It meant that SRG needed to stay alive and needed to avoid getting wiped out during the defense.
Yeah, it sounds like such a simple-minded approach, but sometimes that's what you need. Yeah. You know what I mean? In game one, they had the Harley. That was a right-click Harley, is what they call it in the streets. A basic attack Harley, but here we are awarding our MVP, the right clicker, the base hitter, the basic attack beast, Innocent on that CC.
Honestly, pretty disgusting with what he was doing, because really, I think that, hey, Innocent, if you ever feel tired of the gold lane, maybe the EXP is the next calling for you, because he is playing almost pixel perfect. The movement, the sidesteps, it is ridiculous how many Thorn Rose punctures he naturally, a pixel away, just sidestepped it and danced around it like an absolute beast. But when we look at these highlights, I think we'll see the entirety of the story. Rosa is a force of nature. Every single time that feathered airstrike, it was guaranteed value. But the early game already being held down by Sora, Sigubum was making sure that he could take on these one-on-one fights no problem, taking away resources from their opponents, because this is what the game truly was about, a matter of resources. Sakai's was so far behind. He only got BOD as his final item, forcing him to actually convert into a Malefic gun on top of a Rose Gold.
Sakai's was Aurora's boy.
He was Aurora's boy, and then at the end, he finally turned into the kid.
He was after Teat. He was literally just hoping for something to give him the nutrition to make it to this late game, and apparently, through the help of Innocent, they got there.
Total team effort to be able to turn things around, but at the same time, on the other side, it seems like it's a tale of very similar approaches. Early on, SRG was like, hey man, we gotta try to make a comeback. Let's overcommit. Let's mess up some kicks. Let's make it look like we've completely lost our mental. While Aurora Turkey goes, thank you, we appreciate it. Let's take control of the game. Wait, suddenly everything changes. Aurora Turkey are getting desperate. Sigibum falling down in that long Lord sequence that TNC eventually won. Well, ironically enough, ended into an SRG win because a lot of members of Aurora Turkey went down. Sigubum should not have gone down there. He thought he had the damage, he had the toolkit to take down. I believe at first it was Innocent, and then it was Cram who decided to show up and say, okay, my turn. They just tag teamed him, took him down, and it wasn't just that. Pagu, maybe 4 or 5 minutes before, got took down outside of base. Questionable decisions in the late game by Aurora trying to end it led to SRG being able to find a turnaround.
Well, here's the thing, right? The best metaphor that we can put to kind of encapsulate the game is, yes, unfortunately, Sakai was a babe at the teat, but the question was, where was the parents? Where were people looking for the formula to make sure he finds that nutrition, right? Yums was supposed to be like guy, but yes, as of all adolescent parents, you're kind of fumbling around. You're not sure what you should be doing, on top of the fact that your kid can't walk on its own 2 feet. How many Traceless did we see in the first 6 minutes actually just halfway dashing into a wall, not closing the distance when the kick was initiated? So many of those moments happened to the point where Stormy is like, you know what? I have to use the darkening to make a play. I need to be the secondary carry, and it worked. That's where the diversion happened.
Shout out to parents, by the way, you guys are great.
Thinking about how SRG couldn't handle the early game, understandable. I think it's a blessing in disguise that they also kept their base, literally the one structure alive, because so many times in this game, for what, 7-8 minutes, Aurora actually got in there. Aurora was in there for the last two Lords. It's just, again, no base hitters. So this is the equivalent of, you know, those kind of parents just making and saying, hey, kid turned out fine.
They turned out great, and they matured well.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking here for Aurora, even more so that all 4 Lords went to them. All 3 Turtles went to them. They even had a 2-tower advantage over SRG there in the end, but they couldn't get that close out.
If anybody deserves to be angry on the side of Aurora, it has to be Tianzi. He was playing a phenomenal game. He had all the resources. He was given a lot of side lane pressure to steal those resources with a 3-level lead at 7 minutes. This is an unacceptable loss.
Yeah, Tianzi was a fencing prodigy with a silver spoon in his mouth as soon as he was born, but he couldn't take home the gold medal, which was basically the game to win.
So, with everything Tianzi got to do, with Rosa got to do, was this a little bit more towards Sigiboom and Pagu overstretching at the wrong times?
I think it's the former. The Turkish Triggerman was a little too overzealous. What was it, 5 deaths? That's not good.
Yeah. Well, if you want a bit more money for you, a bit more resources, let's say thank you to some friends. The Fairy Game Sap. We don't really have anything to like do. You know, so just scan the QR code. It's the place to create and host a room to play MLBB 1v1 online with your friends, colleagues, and esports club members. How does 1v1 MLBB look like, Gideon and Leo?
Well, if you download the app right now, you have to go into that 1v1 against an AI bot, and you stand a chance to win if you get a high score, the M7 Tribute Rings. Let me tell you, they look beautiful. Don't forget about the MLBB Diamonds and, of course, the new MLBB skins.
Download the Fairy Games app now and register your MLBB ID to start playing. You can play for free until the 25th of January.
Of course, it isn't just Fairy Games that makes all of this possible in the M7 World Championship. Well, if you want to look good while watching the M7 World Championship, maybe while playing also, well, there's free skins. Just log in for 13 days between January 9th and 31st server time to unlock Edith's Verdant Night completely free. Pa! Completely free. Pa! Don't miss
It's not
out.
easy. Don't miss it. Don't miss it, guys. Again, super easy to do. I've yet to get it. I'm like 3 days away and I can't speed the process up at all.
Yeah, but hey, if you can't get the Edith, then maybe you can get the Gata Kacha, because come on, who doesn't love free stuff? Gata Kacha's electrifying Solar Spark skin is free when you hit level 45 on the M7 Pass. Keep leveling up and claim your reward.
I'm 1 away. I'm at 44 as I woke up this morning and like logged in. So yeah, I'm at level 44, 1 away from the beautiful Gatot Kacha that Pagu really played well in game number 1. I want to see more of that. I think the over-aggressive style of Aurora in game 2 might have been too much.
All right. Well, we are at the midpoint of the series. We're not closing out things just yet. SRG versus Aurora Gaming Turkey is still going to be continuing. And yeah, there it is. There's the God and Conscious skin for you. That's it, if you want to see it. All right? Well, yeah, go ahead. Claim that. I mean, spoiler alert, we're going to be going on a little bit of a break. So, as we get into game 3, start with Aurora Turkey first. What are your pointers for them to make sure they get the next game?
Number 1, I think they got the draft down. They know exactly what they're capable of doing. Blue or red side, I think they know how to put SRG in a weird position. Number 2 is just don't be too weird about it. Don't be too aggressive. That's it.
Yeah, for SRG, what are your pointers for them?
Win the lane. That's all they got to do. They just have to win lanes. Maybe a slight adjustment in the draft, but we'll see, because again, it's highly risky.
It's been a terrific series so far. For our very first one here at Tennis Indoor Stadium in Senayan, Jakarta, Indonesia, home of many historic moments in MLBB history. It started off with Aurora delivering an upset, but now SRG has gotten one back. Can they get another, or will Aurora lead the series 2-1? We'll find out after the break. to the M2 World Championship knockout stages, day number 2, a banger so far of a series, but a lot of uncharacteristic decision making from these two, from the draft to the in-game execution. Welcome back to the English. I can hear myself in the arena right now. We've missed you. Still Redmar, Leo, and Gideon here. We've been talking a lot about what these teams should do, should not do. Now as we head into game number 3, would we see a little bit more stability? Would we see a few more heroes that can dish out basic attacks consistently? Because it feels like for 2 games now, this has been one of the key focal points in the draft. Do these lineups have enough basic attack damage heroes?
Where is Claude? I think personally, I think what it really boils down to is this the meta? Is this where we're heading to as a global esport, right? Is this what the top of the line is going to be looking like? And it scares me for a couple of reasons, because it feels like we're forgetting the other aspects of the game, right? Again, Claude has been absolutely great. Yes, there has his counter picks, but at the same time, do these fighters really kind of fit the bill when it comes down to late game scaling, and at what cost? Because priority is just so high in a meta that demands so much, especially when you need to make a play.
The answer is no. It's clear that even in the upper echelons of MLBB esports, between the finest of Turkey, the finest of Malaysia, fighters just don't get there. And the reason why SRG won game number 2 was because sure, they had the Yi Shin, they held on, they held out, and when you consider the stats of them players roll to roll, you kind of have to throw that out the window, because these are stats based on the Swiss and the earlier days of the knockouts so far. It's clear that this late into the tournament, almost halfway through knockouts, the game is still evolving.
Yeah, especially because of what Aurora Turkey has decided to field throughout this tournament. The Lancelot, Leomord and Harley now warrant attention from teams going up against Aurora Turkey because of, well, the respect that you have to give it. And we've seen now Harley is undefeated in the M7 World Championship. Meanwhile, Selangor Red Giants, they've also led some form of innovation here at M7. They weren't the first to show fighter in the gold lanes, but in terms of how it's played, even Siki Boom heading into this matchup mentioned that Innocent, to him, is the best gold laner right now. And the performances of Innocent, especially in that last one, still continue to prove that statement.
I think what I'm most concerned about is the fact that SRG, as much as I feel like Aurora Gaming have kind of hit the threshold of, hey, we need to whip out something a little bit new. We can't just focus on pure fundamentals and hope that we don't have to show anything, but, well, we'll see, because it's at the discretion of Winter, Azora Becky, alongside with Arcadia to say, you know what, maybe they do deserve it this time round.
2 games in a row now, we've seen Aurora Turkey lead the charge against Selangor Red Giants. I thought this would be a series where we'd see Aurora be a little bit more of the counter-punch team, the team that plays through the defense. But it's the other way around. They're the one leading the charge. It's just a question of can they close it.
I think they have to make sure that they don't doubt themselves on this path of aggression. In game number 2, towards the latter part of that match, I'd say minute 18, minute 19, they start to get real sloppy. You can't be sloppy when you're aggressive. It's because you're going to slip up and fall on your face. That's what happened in game 2.
And I hope you're watching real close, because there's a redeem code for you. Go ahead, put that in your game. Redeem it. Input the code, log in, and enjoy a random skin trial card. Think fast, because these won't last. But I feel like there's more than enough time to actually redeem it. So we're being very generous with the time here.
9PU29QWJI. There you go. I dictated it for folks who don't want to,
I get you. I think that, for 7 years straight, people have been real fast on this with the screenshots that shared across the world to make sure that everybody gets a quick redemption code. But for this upcoming game number 3, this is going to be the tempo setter, right? We've seen Aurora show what their approach to SRG is going to be. We've seen how SRG is overcome in the later stages of the game. Simply put, Aurora need to put a time limit on SRG.
Yeah.
But SRG, I don't want to say that they're punching above their weight with such a prepared Aurora, but at the same time, they need to find leg kick of some sort.
Yeah, let's double down on that idea. We mentioned earlier, after 2 drafts, Aurora Turkey came into this looking like they have completely read SRG like a book in terms of the drafts. With how fast every single thing of Aurora has come in, it really looks like they know who they're up against and they know their tendencies. The question is, can they outplay them and outclass them in the game? I will double down also on the idea that you presented earlier, Leo. I don't want to see Aurora suddenly shift gears and stop being aggressive. It's worked out well for them. It's continuously put SRG to their limit, applying that pressure. Why change that now, right?
But if there is one little tweak, it's invest in a little bit of a mid-game to late-game power spike. But maybe, for one, I hope this is not a full-on reparative approach, like, oh, you went into 4 game 2. Just give Siki Boom a friggin' marksman. Just do that so that if ever he does get a little too aggressive, he ends up with something like a Claude or a carry with a flicker, and he moves on forward. wipes out all of SRG. Like, that's best case scenario.
I think we could take back from history, right? All the way back into World War II, as we were looking to kind of end that entire catastrophe. It really just comes down to having a secondary win condition, because the first one is just a statement. The second one is to ensure that there is no fighting back. And that's the main idea we need to see from Aurora if they even want to try to push it past those 12 minutes.
40 is about 80 years ago now.
That was a long time.
I can't remember. I wasn't born then.
80 years. As we look at Siggy Boom and Innocent, maybe that's why they keep picking up the Sora for them. We know how great a pick it is, but it also stops Innocent from being able to fight back in the way that we're used to seeing Innocent fight back with that Sora. Except this time around, now they have the CC to think about.
Now we're talking about specifics. I'd say find a way to either get the Sora out of the equation or put it on your side, keep it there, but maybe put it on a leash. Like, just make sure that next time you give it to Siggy Boom, it's like, Siggy Boom, you know what this does, right?
Yeah.
You know what happens to you when you get your hands on this.
Yeah, the two games that Siggy Boom played on this Sora, I wouldn't call them bad. They were good.
They were on a spectrum, let's say it like that.
Yeah, but it wasn't the impact that actually delivered the winning conditions.
Nah.
In game number 1, it was, well, the Farsa. In game number 2,
you mean the Zetian?
Yeah, it was, the Zetian. Game number 2, it was the Farsa. And then you also added that the damage that Tianzi was dishing out as a Lancelot.
Yeah.
The Sora was really enough, despite all the damage it can dish out, with how it was played by Siggy Boom, the timings of it, it was a little bit more utility.
It really was, because when you are playing Sora in this particular way, in the gold lane, your job is to get as many alternate battle spells from your opponents as possible. And as we're trying to make our way into this game, and hopefully we start off with the draft, I need to see who goes to blue side, who goes to red, because I think the only adjustment SRG can make to kind of alleviate the stress that they're going through is with a utility jungler. A possible setup for Fred, a secondary carry, maybe in an Arlet Yuzong in the EXP, but so many conditions need to be met.
On the chat right now, type it out. Is it Aurora or SRG? Who will win this series in the Fandom Wars? The Selangor Red Giants fans going wild in the comment sections in all of our streams. So please, wherever you're watching, comment. Is it Aurora or SRG? Again, we still don't know which team will go to what side, but let's revisit the drafts in terms of the bans first. First 3 bans for SRG in game number 1 were Fanny, Eve, Freya. Game number 2, it was Aurora who decided to ban Eve, Kimmy, Grok. I feel like looking at the draft, if there's someone who could change up their priority, it could be Aurora. Maybe one of the mid lane picks. Is it really warranted if you're Aurora to continuously ban Kimmy? Eve, we understand. Grok, understandable. But the Kimmy constantly getting banned here, I feel like that could be something different.
I mean, yes, it should be something different, but I think the major problem right now is the fact that SRG refused to give Yi Shin over to Tianzi. And I think that is going to be the main focal point coming into these games, because the jungle has been pretty standardized for SRG, and yet they refuse to move out of it. When there's a lot of reasons to be like, hey, wait a minute, if we have to worry about this Farsa, let's just put you on a Hayabusa, one good Oki Shadow kill, and that's, problem solved.
It's another weird pick that we don't see as often anymore. That was really white hot all throughout the Swiss stage is the Hayabusa. So now you have to consider, where does that put Aurora? Because they're choosing sides. I'd say they're better off red. Because again, current trend is red side wins. By being able to close up your draft last, you're able to close up these gaps that possibly could bite you late into the game that you already prepped for. Again, we circle back to have a good damage profile, have good spread, and have things that can take down objectives. I'm not even looking at like a utility choice for Tianzi. Mans is really, really good with Assassins right now. I'd say adjust elsewhere.
If my sense have it correctly, we actually have not seen Stormy play the Kimmy at this tournament. It's Juicin, Selena, Loi, Zetian, Eve, Farsa, Valentina, and Luna. So
everything but.
Yeah, everything but. So it seems like Aurora just looking at the Kimmy as we cannot control the mid lane if we're up against that hero, similar to the Eve, which does make sense, but something has got to give and something has to change. Let's look at one of the heroes right now that has risen up in stock with all of the great ultimates available. If you are a Valentina, whose ultimate do you steal? I like this. Real world manipulation of Eve or the tectonic charge of Grog?
Ready?
Ooh, on 3?
I have an answer.
Are we saying the full alt name or are you going A or B?
Full alt name so it's funny.
All right.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Tectonic charge.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I feel like RWM is good. We talking about mid Valentina, we talking about EXP.
Who said tech charge? Who said tech charge?
I said tech charge.
Oh, you did?
How many dashes does Valentina have?
2.
How many dashes will she have with a tech charge?
2.
3!
No,
You count that as a dash, dude!
No.
It's a charge, you said! And if you have flicker, you can flicker out too! That's a lot of crowd control, and that's a lot of damage too!
Sounds like cope, bro.
Not entirely wrong, but there's a reason.
Discrimination.
No, it is the fact that Yi is so highly meta. Guess what? What does Valentina do better than Yi in the RWM? The fact that you get her base stats plus more, and you utilize generally the same items more effectively in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, by picking tech charge, you're useful for like 2 seconds. If you miss it, you're done. Sure, you can get out of there, but your team needs you.
But that's the thing, I don't miss!
I'm sorry, he's taking a lot of, he's been hanging out with a Filipino sniper. They're literally right across from each other at the hotel.
Yeah, it's like our rooms are like right there, so yeah, you know what, yeah, maybe I am just a little bit coping. I mean, when I do play the Valentina, and there isn't even the other side to be fair, I always just get the real world manipulation. But maybe I just wanted to be a spokesperson for all the Valentina Ground cosplayers.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think that Tech Charge is a phenomenal ability which has absolutely disrupted the Swiss and even the wildcard stages here at M7.
I don't believe you.
But the most important part is the fact that you need that passive. The passive of being, CC immune is what makes this ability as good as it is. It's like a heat-seeking missile. You just gotta point in the right direction.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to miss. Yes, it's still possible. Like you could aim it the complete opposite direction,
but dash backwards or something.
As we enter the draft for game number 3, hey, Valentina, Grok. Maybe those are more heroes that we could watch out for. We already saw the Valentina earlier. The Grok keeps getting banned out here by Aurora as they do not want to give it to Yumes.
Hey. Aurora stays blue.
Yeah, they stay blue. And they're still banning on the Kimi and Eve. I think, yeah, that's straight up their priority. But then now there's a chance that SRG might suddenly go for a big swing and pick up the Farsa for themselves. The Lunox worked out, yeah, but I think the Farsa will be able to keep things a little bit more close for them.
What's your command? Your team.
I think that at the very least, considering looking at Sakai's face, he knows that he's going to get targeted, right? Throughout the past, 2 games already, he's been put down how many levels? A total of 5 levels by 6 minutes from game 1 as well as game number 2. 2 in game number 1, 3 in game number 2. And I think this time around, SRG either need to double down and say, hey, we either protect Sakai's and make sure that he gets the nutrition he needs to become a big boy and turn from a boy to a kid, or we're going to lean into the other side laners.
Okay, we haven't really covered that whole aspect of SRG's game. What if just take that out of the equation entirely? Stop treating Sekais like a boy. He's a man. Sekais is a man. Give him a man hero so that the rest of the map can maybe, grow out, progress, because we know that Innocent is in carry mode right now. You give him the utility pick.
Speaking of the sort of a little bit more utility Sora that we've been seeing this series, gets taken out Aurora.
Brock's open!
There we go, seems like.
Gotta take Claude now.
That's a 1 point for Grok.
Yeah, we gotta take Claude. It's tough to take Farsa at this point because Grok has always going to be able to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, whether Tech Charge, Barrier, just punts you in the face.
Yeah. It's not impossible, but I'm not the biggest proprietor of picking a Claude into the Grok because you're forced out. You're most likely either going to get forced out of a BMI use or your Purify use if you are going to be packing Purify.
For sure Purify, but at least it makes the Grok a little hesitant to walk for it. He can't just walk around tax-free, right? Especially when you have the Hunter Strike, sorry, not the Hunter Strike, the Demon Hunter Sword available, but they still go back to the Yi Shin and they're willing to take this risk. Why take the risk?
Oh, I think they're going to be happier now because finally the condition that we said that Aurora should never give to SRG, they've given it. They've given Stormy as far as expected, open for them. But does Aurora not have the tools ready? And if we're gonna see a Claude game, I feel like this is the Claude game now for Aurora.
What if? Claude Yuzhong.
Yep, Claude Yuzhong.
It's gotta be! Where is the Black Dragon?
Claude Lapu, there's so many good options here for them to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike and still have a lot of pressure. I really hope that's not what I heard. That's Freya on top of Uranus.
Okay.
What a flex.
Unorthodox problems, go for unorthodox solutions. This is some 4D chess picks right now.
Are we thinking? Are they thinking too far ahead in this rock paper scissors scenario, or are they right on the dot with their tempo?
Are they picking Spock right now?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I feel like instead of going for the Claude, because the Freya still could have been picked up by SRG. Well, as we said, Innocence and carry mode. And then as we've seen in M7 so far, Claude on the other side, Freya's a pretty good answer for it. It can deal with it.
Yeah, what is that, like 75% win rate?
I will double check. We'll get back to that.
So far, I think it is, like the 3-1. Last time I checked.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, this Farsa is going to have a really, really hard time with many different ways to get on top of her.
Yeah.
I think that high loss is going to be a pretty good priority for Aurora, but we'll see, because now SRG, they don't want somebody lane dominant. They want to make sure, well, it's lane dominant enough, but still requires peel during a team fight.
Lunar has to be careful leading up to level 4. The Esmeralda will mess him up. Eventually it settles into a dead lane, and then eventually turns into Uranus actually can't do much on Esmeralda come later to the game. But with them having the Freya, they might not be worried about getting into that portion. Now, SRG will now play towards getting a better roamer option for themselves and a gold laner as well. Should they double down on the range? I feel like they can still go fighter here. They already have the Farsa and the Yi Sun-shin. That's enough to actually carry, but if there's a marksman they want to slot in, double down on range, just go for the... Oh wait, no, carry is still open, yeah, carry.
Oh wow! Oh no, no. I thought it was a Harith, but no, it's a Harley. It's also just a magical little baby boy. I thought they weren't convinced that the Freya was going to gold.
Not the only one.
Oh, Fulvia is banned for the side of Aurora. I thought they were going to get rid of both Claude alongside with Carry just to make sure that nobody can really take full advantage of, like, you know, the on-hit DHS. But at this point, I think it's fine. Getting rid of the Fulvius is okay, but what's the signal here, right? Is the signal that they want to play something along the lines of Nolan?
Nolan or Joy, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
They're willing to back Grok, Freya, and they were willingly giving the Farsa. Yeah, it's the quicker access to the backline assassins, the easy burst. Joy or Nolan would slot in very well here, depending on what they pick up in the mid. They might end up eyeing the Zetian here again, considering they're up against the Farsa and the Yi Sun-shin. That extra bit of utility is going to help in terms of vision.
Gwyn. Okay, it was either Gwyn or Lyra Mord here. Gwyn or Lyra Mord would have been okay. Oh, this is so scary because now Aurora, if you're going with potential counter picks, and now that they've seen that the Gwyn is gone and Leomore might actually be open, they might not have to get rid of the Badang. At the same time, the displacement is annoying when you want to get on top of RBL. Granger, the ban.
Yeah, it's the one I considered, but I thought Aurora would think that maybe SRG would want to pick up the carry over the Granger, considering that they have the Uranus. But maybe SRG just, they will end up having the damage to deal with this Euro pick. So they're going to need a few more bodies to really help sustain, but in terms of the position, there's nowhere to put it in. They can't go like utility jungle anymore. They have to go with something for damage.
It's clear. I think they pick Yum's hero here first, and then again, as their modus has been this whole series, protect Innocent, reveal later on where this Esmeralda goes at Red 5.
What would be a good support at this point? What can you actually go for? You need something that peels, you need some kind of CC. Kalia was still open this entire time, but it could be a dangerous game.
You got a Farsa combo, so at least there's a, you know, 1-in-1 pickup.
That's a crowd control too. Bit of a reaction there by Yums. Hopefully that didn't mean he accidentally picked the Kalea. Maybe they're just laughing around about something.
Yeah, good to see them in good spirits despite the rocky start to this series. Now we're gonna find out what goes in mid and what finally Tienzi picks up. Because again, after game 2, I'm sure he's just as eager to get back into the game.
I like the Joy here. Good. I'm trying to remember whose voice line that was.
Yeah, I wouldn't launch.
Alunox. Ooh, close range. Oh, they need they're still gonna be going for all dive, yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They have some way to scale a secondary win condition, a good means to punish the front line against their opponents, and then the Leomord finally at the end.
Okay, so both of them have let out picks that they've been banning consistently. Aurora finally gets a Leomord, meanwhile, Stormy finally gets his Farsa. Innocent, what are you gonna pick? Is it gonna be a carry or a fighter?
CC has been banned. Sora's out of here.
Did you be carry or Claude?
I think you just take Claude.
Yep.
At this point, just call it a day, pick Claude, and Innocent just play perfect. You'll win us the game.
Which, I mean, isn't a tough task for Innocent. Asking Innocent to play perfect is like asking any of us to breathe. It's like, yeah, sure.
I'm thinking it's still a fighter side lane.
It looks like it is. X-Borg is
round 2.
Final pick.
Oh, and I like it because there's really no one to force him to do a little front flip.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
no one quickly. No, you know what I mean? It's just, it's very honest.
I mean, the Freya potentially can break it open, but it really just goes down to two things. Who's going to get the first blood of this game? Who gets first turtle? That's going to tell us everything we need to know, because the counter index is still leaning towards the side of Aurora, and even their lineup rating is better.
Yeah, early to late potential, even damage, survivability, pushability. leans just a little bit more towards Aurora. But fire off in the comment section wherever you're watching. Who do you think has a better lineup here? SRG or Aurora? Real quick, Gideon, SRG Aurora.
SRG for me.
Leo?
Oh, I'm on behalf of all of the fans calling them Bizim Çocuklar Aurora.
Man, you are learning Turkish fast this broadcast. Welcome to game number 3. Mirko and Trex, I'm gonna loop you in. What do you guys think about the draft?
Thank you so much, panel. Yeah, I don't know. I really like that expert pick. That's number 1. And also, the reason we don't see carrier Claude is because Aurora Gaming wanted the carry Claude. They wanted to have the Freya to go up against that. It's a really good matchup for the Freya. I think if they went Claude, it would have been cooked.
If they went Claude, I definitely think they would have been cooked. I was expecting something maybe like a Ruby to kind of slow down the enemies. It goes great with the YSS, but still the X-Borg is phenomenal against all of these fighters, all of these divers. My worry for SRG is, yes, they have some CC, they have some crowd control, but is it going to be enough to kind of stiff-arm the possible dive from Aurora Gaming? If Aurora Gaming can pounce correctly in these fights, that's going to be their objective here, right?
Definitely. They need to find those big sets, and honestly, Pago, whenever he's on the Grok, it just seems like it's inevitable. They have the mid-prio as well. Remember the matchup head-to-head that we were talking about last game. Lunox now is 4-0 against the Farsa, thanks to Stormy and SRG's comeback in game number 2. So Rosa definitely, you know, trying to tear a page out of Selangor Red Giants' book, but also, this is a very similar composition to what we saw on the Swiss stage. Alter Ego beat Aurora Gaming with the Freya Leomord in their first match at M7.
TNZ being aggressive. This is what I was wondering. Are we going to see Aurora Gaming get as aggressive as they were in the past? Purple buff does go into the hands of TNZ. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Stormy going to try to get involved here. Doesn't have level 4. TNZ re-engages. Just as aggressive as he was on the Assassins as he is now on this Leomord.
A fighter is an assassin with more HP, baby. And he's got Barbiel, you know, even more mobility, technically. So, hey, if we're talking about, well, hold on, they want to just keep on going. They're bullying these guys again, dude. Not level 4. This is a free turtle for sure. But if we're talking Leomord, the first guy to do it technically was him, and I was at M4 actually. Way back. Incendio Supremacy days.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Big Tigreal Barbiel play.
Yep. And yeah, it's free turtle. Sigiboom's right there, but they will be able to use the last Insanity for Innocent to get away there. Oh, interesting. They even commit a feather airstrike there, trying to take away the gold camp, but now it's, again, just Tienzi walking up, stealing camps away. Really trying to suffocate Skies in this matchup. Phantom Steed knows there's no flicker on Stormy.
Rosa's got his back, but Tienzi, and this is the thing, he knows not to fully commit sometimes. He'll use the ult, he'll use the punctures, but look at the damage on it. Innocent not gonna be able to get away from this one. Rosa with first blood.
That's the thing about using the last Insanity defensively. It takes a while for you to get the Faraga armor back, especially in the early game here. So Aurora Gaming, really good punish up top. The rotation was clean, and even just the feint there with Tienzi already using Phantom Steed, it puts Selangor Red Giants into a false sense of security. They were like, oh, there's no way they would dive. You know, the Phantom Steed is down.
That airstrike does come down, but Tienzi doesn't care. He just wants his purple. You said they were denying. They are starving Sekais right now. Yeah. More damage lands on a Cram. Cram trying to come help out, but Aurora Gaming got what they came for. They quickly back off. Lunar going to be able to use the Consecration, go through this tower to safety.
Oh, up top. Oh, oops, solo kill? No. Innocent flickers out. He's good. But man, this is a struggle for the gold lane, for even Skies in the jungle, especially here. A level down. Sigibu still trying to pressure, trying to threaten Innocent with a solo kill. Takes 2 turret shots just to save home.
About that life.
It's all about
my
that
boy.
Right there. You're my boy. Let it be that way, right? For the most part in game number 1 and game number 2, Sigiboom did Boyd Innocent. Like, Innocent was his boy for the most part. That's how we're going to refer to it now. It's the son. Yes. All right. Did he steal the orb?
Oh, Sekai's deleted. Rosa takes the kill. Nice Tsunami Slam, but it's just for you. He's trying to get away, and he dashes under the tower. Lunar looking for another. Rosa with the double kill. Falling Star Moon does land on a 4, but just to commit to his own possible death. Aurora Gaming, 3rd game in a row, controlling the early game.
Turrets do not exist for Aurora Gaming in game number 3. Tienzi, I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but I believe Tienzi, he let Barbiel steal the orange, bro. Skies couldn't even handle that, and then right as Barbiel got mounted by Mr. Tienzi, it was all done. Skies saw black and white.
My horse is hungry, yo. Let's Barbiel real quick. That's my boy over there.
He's hungry for a random monster in the jungle, man. Oh my goodness. Cram in the bottom lane here.
No way to get away. Cram gonna go down as well. Rosa 4-0 in 1. The Thorn Queen puncturing through the cracks of SRG. A nice tsunami slam will get caught up. Lunar taking out Innocent, able to get the kill. SRG finally putting one on the board.
All right, but it's still just Lunar right now. Pagu's doing so much. And look at Siggy Boom, dude. He's free farming up top on a Freya. Take a look at his items real quick right now. He's actually not that far ahead, Phantom Steed.
Oh my god, Yums taking way too much damage. Rosa is unstoppable. Another kill falls into the hands of Tienzi. Make it a tower next. An orange buff. Once again, Aurora Gaming's taking it all.
Bro, Tienzi's crazy with it, man. Barbiel just doesn't stop. Now they go up top, they go for the siege. This comp should be bad at sieging, but they don't care.
You know, this is a very similar draft of what SRG did previously with the with the full fighter composition, able to get a win in the Swiss stage. Aurora Gaming have been watching SRG. They are ready for this series.
They truly are, man. They've really read SRG out. I think even in the drafts from game number 1, stealing the Sora, and the CC game number 2, stealing the Sora, almost getting it done, but Innocent still performing on the CC. Then here, it's a dive on Skies. Can they do it? Tsunami Slam.
Oh, does not connect though. Purify, able to get him to safety. Rosa able to get away. Feathered Airstrike just to keep Aurora Gaming at bay. So the question on our minds though, yes, they're winning again in the early game, but can they close it out? Because that's where they fell short last time.
Yeah, that's really the big question right now. And the thing is, if you look at it again, Selangor Red Giants do have good wave clear. They have really good high ground control. On the other side, sieging should be difficult. Again, it isn't that difficult if you're able to take these members down, but now it's really all about baiting Selangor Red Giants into these fights and not getting caught. I think a big part of game number 2 as to how they lost it and how SRG were able to climb back into the game was the fact that Yums, even though he's missing a lot, he found the correct play. Just one, Way the Dragon, got them back to a more confident position, and then the domino effect, bro. Right after that, Siggy Boom fell as well, and I think that's something that he's gonna have to learn if they want to close out game number 3 here.
Yeah, they gotta know how to approach it, right? They need to stay aggressive, but also not too aggressive, right? It's a very thin line there that they have to be able to tiptoe. What I will say for
loco ese.
Don't get too loco, Holmes. I will say this.
Carlito, calm down, man.
Calm down. Don't do it again. Aurora Gaming in control here. They are taking a lot more this time, though, right? I mean, we're seeing them steal buffs.
Yeah.
Steal everything.
Like, game number 2 wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
We gotta starve Skies even more.
Even feeding stuff to Barbiel.
Yeah, if Barbiel gets some, at this point,
they might start feeding their minions.
They might actually do that. I don't think that's possible. Not a mechanic yet. Who knows? Maybe Moonton might add that in the future, but. Yeah, they are really just doubling down on the early game they had in game number 2 and going even crazier, which I really, really like. I think if there is a way to beat SRG is you gotta put them down before they get back up, dude, because it's inevitable. SRG, with any kind of composition, they will get back up. It's just when. And can you close the game out faster than that, before that timer happens?
They were able to do it in game 1. If they're able to win this game, it puts them at match point. It puts them at a huge advantage. Because how these games are going back and forth, at this point, whoever gets to match point first might just steal it away. Now, onto the topic of SRG, yes, they're behind here. Do we think that they're at a clock like they were last game, where it's like late game? Or is this still redeemable around First Lord, things like that?
I think they are on a clock. They do have really good scaling still, but the thing is they will struggle to close out the game later on, as long as SRG played safe. Again, they have really good clear, and once we get to the late game, as long as they're able to delay a few of those Lords from getting a base turret, then they should be able to turn things around in those big fights. But, again, at the end of the day, it's defense versus offense. Like, for SRG, it really comes down to, especially with the lead that Aurora have right now, playing inside of their base. X-Borg, Yisun Shi, and Farsa. They have to try to clear it.
Yeah, so big picture here. Big picture.
Big picture.
Aurora Gaming has the capabilities to do it. SRG, I don't think it's like end game clock, but they definitely need to be careful because with the aggression that Aurora continues to bring, if they do get caught off too much, I don't think Aurora Gaming's going to let what happened last time happen again.
Yeah. Thing is, though, Selangor Red Giants have a way to force that on you. It's like, you know,
Giants.
You don't want it, but Selangor Red Giants are like, bro, I don't care. You gotta take it. And sometimes you gotta take it like a good boy. Phantom Steed again, Barbiel over to the Turtle. And it's a defensive last insanity. They have good ways to disengage. So they still can actually hover around these neutral objectives. They don't need to give it for free. They can still hover, try to look for a play. If they can't, then they're like, okay, last insanity, flicker out, that's it.
You know, I know we talked well about the X-Borg, but at this point, another game with Innocent on it, I feel like we don't get to see any aggressive last insanities.
Yeah.
They're all used defensively. Innocent, you know, he was able to pop off with that CC last game. He's never going to really have the opportunity to pop off here.
Yeah, it gets really tough because of the ganks, and Aurora Gaming have consistently been able to do this. They've actually outperformed Sky, Stormy, and Yums in the trio mid. That is what has led to Innocent losing out a lot in farm, and now they're going to do it again, dude. Right on time. They are just zoning Innocent away from farm, trying to take... You know what? They might be starving Innocent now. They're like, we're done with you, Skies. Now it's time to make you Innocent our boy.
This is something that Aurora Gaming lacked in previous games. Converting kills, converting gold into towers. This time they are cutting lanes. They're quickly moving things forward. A huge knockup. Sekai's trying to get away, but TNZ picks it up once again. Yum's in a bad spot as well, up against Siggy Boom. Rock's gonna make his way up. Should be able to escape, but still Aurora Gaming, 6K gold lead.
Yeah, never mind. Aurora Gaming, usually it's like, I take the territory and then you have to move somewhere. But even when Selangor Red Giants try to reclaim some territory, Aurora Gaming were there and they're like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. Innocent in the bottom lane, we bullied him. You're not going to get face, not at all. And even if you do, we're gonna take you down. So it's a bad trade in the end, a turret tier 1. Oh, look at that damage, my guy. What is that damage? Oh, my lord!
Here comes TNZ as well. Another tower is going to drop here. Innocent trying to defend, trying to get some damage off. But he doesn't have the frog armor. He's in a bad spot. Tsunami slam, but it's right into all members of Aurora Gaming. And SRT are shattering right now. Sekai's drops next as Siggy Boom pops off.
TNZ survived that! He got caught in the flicker Tsunami Slam, brought right into the Mountain Shocker, but it wasn't enough though. Innocent!
He's an assassin with more health bar. And they dive in. Lunar takes out Innocent. Lunar takes out Stormy. Lunar with the double kill. And a Lord is coming soon.
Aurora Gaming are stomping Selangor Red Giants. Nice steal, Pagu. Lord slain by Pagu. That's going to be a stat later on. I don't know how we're going to figure that out, but Pagu's going to have one Lord in the stat sheet. They don't care about turrets. This is an assassin with more HP. They've done it. They went in, and man, Aurora Gaming looks so good this game. It really looks like they should be able to get more. But remember, wave clear is still really good. Again, Flicker Tsunami Slam right into the Mountain Shocker, and TNZ's just sitting there saying, nah, bruh.
I'm an assassin with more HP, bro.
I'm an assassin with more HP,
You're
bro.
my boy.
And then Uranus Lunar is just like, yeah, I'm Uranus, yo.
Another purple buff. Lord coming soon, like a movie near you.
Man, I don't know about this. SRG should still be able to clear it out. Oh, the Holy Shield gets broken right before.
Oh, Pagu makes the play. Siggy Boom jumping onto the back line as well as Rosa puts damage on SRG. The Lord cracks through the base in the face of Aurora Gaming. SRG trying to defend.
Usually you see teams knock on the door. They're barging through.
And there's no way to do it. Aurora Gaming, look the Giants in the eye and tell them match point.
A shocker. Who gets to match point first? It is Aurora Gaming who do it first. 2-1 in the best of 5 here in the upper brackets. We were saying, man, Siege is going to be bad. It's going to be difficult for them to knock on the door. But I guess it ain't difficult to kick the goddamn door down with a horse and a tech charge, bro. Hey, Renmar, I'm on your side. I'm stealing that tech charge all day, yo.
Vacation!
There wasn't even an Valentina in this match.
Yeah, because she didn't show up. You know what? The Valentina would have been good. Steal away that tech charge. Got tech charge for tech charge. But no, we gotta give it to Pagu. Pagu was on point. It wasn't just the tech charge, bro. Constantly going into the jungle, setting the tempo. They are setting the narrative of the Rome mid-trio story.
That is how a Leomord jungle works. especially with a Freya in the goal. I don't even know how this happened, but you look at this draft without the context, without watching the game, you'd be like, what is going on?
Yeah, a lot of bad moves. The early game completely compromised. Multiple losing lanes. Sigubum was initially losing his lane, but was able to recover afterwards after a good call from Pagu to bail him out. And from that point onwards, I have to admit, SRG, you know how to put on a show. You know how to make things interesting.
Oh, come on.
This is the moment where we're expecting to see the turnaround, because at this point, what else is there? An outclass? Sure. But that's just the early game. Fix that. We're going to have a completely different side.
I was like Cope right now, dude.
You sound like me talking about the Grockle earlier.
I'm telling you, only the real fans are sticking around at this point.
Hey, talking about the real fans, I imagine the millions watching from at home in Istanbul, all around Turkey, screaming, Aurora Kazanıyor! Because just one more away, and Aurora drop SRG into the lower bracket. Let that sink in. One game away, and this wasn't even, all right, we're talking about non-SRG games. Game 3 is a non-SRG game. That is the least SRG game I've seen from them in years.
The last time I've seen them take a loss like that, not even in MSC against Liquid, it was MSC 2024 when, right before heading into Game 7, then Falcons AP Bren won a Game 6 with a complete stomp with like a Bruno and a Faramis. It was that long ago since we've seen something like this delivered to SRG. We gotta give all the credits to Aurora Turkey's coaching staff. Bad Galsef, Apex 47 said, you know what, I see a guy better than me, his name is Pagu. Put me in the coaching staff, I'm willing to put my seat away and then just help guide this kid. And he is guiding this team alongside Bad Galsef, alongside this new roamer so well. Pagu plays like an absolute star.
He's good. I gotta give it to him. He is really nasty on this Grok, because it's not about just the macro and how he rotates and reads into it, because the whole team is prepared for this, but more so his patience of how long he would hold his ability and how decisive when he says, this is a dive angle, tech charge flicker instantly underneath their tower. They know exactly what they want. He's 0, 0, and 11 the entirety of the game. If we're talking about pressure, Pagu is rock solid.
There's got to be something to his early game builds. I don't know if I tracked it correctly, if even on the hill that he did this, but this man has a penchant for Chastise Pauldron. Early game, this is his first big item. He always picks it up. Something about the way the metagame is evolving and how Moonton has built this new item, gave it to us, seems to be something he figured out first.
Yeah, I would love to answer that question, because Chastise Pauldron is a ridiculous item in the early stages, especially if it's first pick, right? Because keep in mind, as he is going into a lot of these fights, who is the target 90% of the time? Oh wait, Yums, if you want to heal, you have to use auto attacks. Imagine if your auto attacks are a little bit slower. Same goes for Yi Shin if he wants to change from range into melee. Worst yet, that's why he goes 0 and 11. How are you going to kill him with the Chastise Pauldron passive?
So this kind of redefines the math involved. Usually you think, oh, it's an anti-attack speed item. I'll get it late game because that's when all of the attack speed items come in. No, you build it early, so they don't even get to build it.
It's a limit breaker.
What they've done here to put so much focus and priority in the row mid trio, not just in the picks, but in the items, the timers when they invade.
Oh!
I'm scared of this Stormy Farsa pick, but we did not feel it at all, because if Yums and Stormy continuously get pressured, that Sekais has no game at all, the row mid trio is no longer a question.
And even if it was Sekais they were attacking, I kind of feel bad for Innocent as well. He, you know, picked up the Autobots' scout, he put on a performance from Game 2, and then Game 3, he was forced to play the X-Borg, where do you even go from here, right? Well, he couldn't get anything on Sigiboom. They couldn't even call for a swap because the map was literally on fire. Where do you go next? Stormy? Sure, they gave him his best hero, one might argue. Still a non-starter.
Big problem is the fact is Aurora know how to bleed a lead every single time. Oh, Yishinshin's out, he missed his Reggie, perfect. What's next? Because when we see SRG respond to this, who is there to answer the call? 90% of the time, it's going to be the support, the mid laner, or at least the EXP. And we saw that the EXP could not contest. Who has to take the damage? Stormy.
You also have to credit Sigibum with how he handled Innocent in the gold lane. For the first 4 levels, right before Last Insanity was picked up by Innocent, it was him pushing Sigibum back. He made the great call of, instead of giving up and just going back to base, he dove back under tower knowing like, wait, there's still the damage reduction. I'm going to be able to survive this. I still also have a little bit of shield. And he didn't miss out on that wave, which gave time for the rest of Aurora to back him up, which then eventually led to the first death of Innocent. After that, Sigibum did not let go of control at all in the gold lane. Innocent was always forced back. It was Sigibum who was just completely tearing through that X-Borg. And with the mid lane trio already losing, they couldn't help Innocent.
And now we go back to the start. Rosa said, our mid trio can beat yours, even if they gave over the best heroes per role, one might argue. I don't think anyone will say Yi Sun-shin is not top 2 heroes right now. No one would say Stormy's Farsa is mid. Hell, the Kalia and Yumes, that thing is iconic. Yet still, look at where Aurora is now! Match point!
Here's my biggest concern for SRG. Why are they building a composition that's not designed around the laning phase and purely playing for these big team fights, alt-dependent, neutral, objective style of compositions? Because right now, the way that Aurora is playing, alright, you play around your cooldowns, but what happens when you don't? We fight better. Our composition has shorter cooldowns, needs less resources to get more done. And I think that SRG really is leaning too much into this Yi Sun-shin. It needs to change. And if you give it over to TNZ, that might just open up a new prerogative to say, hey, we can now start attacking you in the lanes itself.
I was just about to ask, is it time for SRG to let go of the Yi Sun-shin?
I think they got to give it up.
I may have mentioned once or twice in the draft for Game 3, maybe it's Sekais who can afford a utility pick, and maybe now it's time.
Yeah, he really needs to get changed up with a pick for Sekais, because that's 3 games in a row. Yes, again, game number 1, his KDA was respectable, but it wasn't really a lot of the impact that we were looking for. Eventually, of course, Aurora took that game number 1. Something needs to change up in the center of the map. It's so interesting that Aurora decided going into this day, hey, we are going to tackle what has been the biggest threat for a lot of teams going up against SRG, and we're going to be able to match that. We also have to credit Rosa from being there every single time Bagu was getting all of that information, disrupting the jungling pattern of Sekais, that Rosa was there to say thank you, Bagu, for all these kills. He ended this 7-0-7. This is one of the best Lunox performances we've had this M7.
Yeah, crazy, because if not Bagu, maybe the MVP would have been Rosa. If not Rosa, then maybe TNZ, but the numbers on that Leomord weren't as high as an 11 assist, no death Grok, or a 707 Lunox. So I guess it was a toss-up between the roamer or the mid laner.
At this point, I think it's clear to see that Aurora is much better when it comes down to understanding a composition's tempo, and when you visibly see the resources being used, you are on a timer. That's something that SRG needs to keep in mind when going up into this next upcoming draft, because if they keep wanting to force this, it's not going to go well. The Yi Sun-shin is not working out when your laners are struggling, and especially when your mid trio is getting outclassed like this. There's too many relationships somebody must sacrifice, and unfortunately, I think it might either be Sekais or Cram.
I think you mentioned something very key here, Gideon. Don't force it. Anything you have to force, especially against a team like Aurora, is already a problem you're facing, and that's not even thinking of what they'll do on the map. So with that said, I'd say go back to comfort, but don't let Sekais wait for something to come. Let him be proactive minute 1.
Yeah, if Innocent is proactive in lane, and then Sekais is proactive in the jungle, not really disrupted, Yumes and Stormy don't even need to rack up kills. They just need to protect their side of the river. And then that's the SRG that we know. It's 3 games now. 3 games!
Hey guys, Rose here, and right now I am with a representative from Selangor Red Giants. You know what, I'm pretty sure there are some people who may not know who you are, so could you please kindly introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Simon. I'm the co-founder for Selangor Red Giants.
I see, another Malaysian is in the venue to show their support for SRG. Now, I was going through social media just now and I found out that you actually just landed in Jakarta. How was your journey like coming here today?
Yeah, I came late. I missed 2 games. You know, Jakarta, macet banget, Pak.
I'm pretty sure the traffic was tough on you. So you came here straight from the airport. And I'm pretty sure that you were probably surprised at what you came to.
Yes, unexpected. I think the boys will bounce back. So let's see.
Simon, you still believe that they have what it takes to bounce back?
Yes, for sure.
A 2-1, but let's talk about you as the co-founder of SRG. What do you think so far about SRG's journey in the M7?
This time the journey is very good. The boys look so sharp. They look good. They train harder than before. The boys wants to win this.
They're very hungry for that.
Yes, and also we are very excited for next season for MPL MY. We got a slot. We just got a slot 2 days ago. Oh shit! Oops! I cannot review this.
Did you just accidentally confirm that SRG will be in the MPL MY season 17, Simon?
I don't know whether I can say this or not. Oops.
Oh my. Now let's talk a little bit about SRG as a whole. We know that last year back in Malaysia during the M6, they had a very shaky start in the Swiss stages, and now you guys are actually snowballing through the Swiss stages, but for your second game in the knockouts, it seems a bit shaky. What's the difference?
You will talk difference between M6 and M7. This M7, we are more prepared. We are used to the Swiss stage because in M6 it's the first time for us playing in Swiss stage, which is BO1. So now we are so much better and our preparation are so much better.
I think we could see that. Now, Simon, you have already teased us a little bit about you guys being in the MPL MY season 17. Well, then perhaps you could tease us more. Will there be any lineup changes? Will we see any addition to the side of SRG? Or you guys are going to be keeping this exact same lineup?
Right now, I think we focus on M7 first because you talk about next season. I have not talked to the coaches yet and the players as well because I don't want to disturb them. I want them to go fully focused and hopefully we can win the M7 back to Malaysia.
Wow. And of course, being the only Malaysian representative left in the M7, because previously in the Swiss stages, last day of the Swiss stages, we had to unfortunately send CG Esports home. Do you guys feel any extra pressure with regards to this?
Sorry, I cannot hear.
Do you guys feel extra pressured being the only Malaysian representative left in the M7?
Yes, of course. We are the only Malaysian team left, and we know the community of Mobile Legends in Malaysia are fully supporting us, and they have high hopes for us. So the pressure is there, but the boys and the coaches, they are used to it.
Wow, you're saying SRG is really used to the pressure from the Malaysian community. Perhaps we know that a lot of Malaysians are actually watching, and I heard some of the Malaysians even flew into Jakarta to support SRG. Perhaps a word for the fans?
Yes, to all the fans that flew all the way to Jakarta, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And also on behalf of all the teams, behalf of the players, the coaches, thank you so much. And those who are at the watch party and those who are watching at home or wherever you are supporting us, thank you so much.
Wow, that's very sweet. Any words for your boys? Because I see that they're already here. Anything you want to say to them?
To the players, I know you got this. I have confidence. You guys gonna win the next game. Let's go.
My. I think Simon wants to push this game to a full best-of-5 series. Thank you very much for having a chat with me, Simon. I hope you get to rest and enjoy the rest of your stay here in Jakarta. It is now time to see if we are able to push this series to a whole best-of-5 series. So without further ado, let's throw it back to the panel.
The thing, when it comes to these two teams, especially SRG, we know they can recover from a moment like this. So we're going to toss you on over to an interview with Simon that we saw, and it was great to hear from Simon, of course, the co-founder of SRG, to really talk to us more about the team. And, well, now SRG sees them in a very familiar spot that, well, to be fair, they haven't seen in a while. Backs against the wall, lower brackets staring at them. We gotta talk about this. What do they do? What do they need to do against this Aurora Turkish squad, who for 3 games now have decimated their mid trio?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to questioning who's got to take one for the team. And I'm not going to lie, Simon did bring up some really good points here when it comes down to just making sure you can maintain that pressure overall. And it's important that you don't crumble under it. Looking from the facial expressions of the players, guys is trying to keep everybody in check. And I'm pretty sure that Innocent as well as Cram are doing okay, but it's that mid-trio that they've got to work on that laning phase. Too many times we're losing battle spells pre-level 1, pre-level 2, and I think it's less about the mid-trio and more of the mid-duo that's making the difference.
Yums and Sekai's, Yums and Stormy. I was gonna say, Sekai's, despite being beaten down as a Yi Sun-shin 3 games in a row, is uncharacteristically okay. You're right. I'd like to say that Yums and Stormy have to step up, and now the question of who's gotta give way. Is it someone from both of them, or maybe someone else, you know, in the side lanes, maybe? Cram! Is that a valid argument?
It is a value argument, but I feel like right now, Innocent has kind of been giving up a lot for the draft, making sure that he's able to stay flexible with his fights. He's good on it, don't get me wrong, but I think now they need to revert back to the comforts, get him back onto a marksman one more time.
So you're talking about the weight of Red 5, the fact that we waited for you to be the last pick. We expect you to win the friggin' matchup. What's happening?
He did win the laning phase, don't get me wrong. He did win it. It's just the team fights on CC just kinda awkward getting into these fights.
Okay, we don't talk about that one because they won that one. They did. MVP, but I'm talking like game 3, dog. I'm talking about give me Bumblebee.
Give me Bumblebee again. I don't know. The export is a little tough to say because it's just not enough of a lead that we saw him generate in the lane to make the difference. And eventually evened out by the time we got into the mid game anyways because he has to be part of these turtle fights. Now, my faith in God only goes so far, but I need to see SRG really show us something that they are touched, or maybe at the very least have a direction to attack Aurora, because from the way that I'm seeing right now, if Yums can maintain this type of performance in the 2v2 lane pre-level 1, I think that the game is pretty much done and dusted if he dies again.
We talked about this leading into this matchup, the importance of your dueling for the first 3-4 minion waves that come out through the center of the map. A lot of matches, this M7 World Championship, have been determined by the little chess match of absolute detail-focused gameplay that is the duel between the row mid trio and the eventual entry of the jungle, maybe for a quick attempt at a gank, quick attempt at a clear, and then rotating out of that. We now look towards Lunar and Cram, who Cram's usual demeanor and personality a little bit more muted this time around, considering that, well, Aurora have been making it hard for Cram to get those moments where he crams out, crams up.
Yeah, the last time he was cramming around was him on that Uranus. And then from then on, he's like, wait, I gotta take this seriously.
I mean, he used to be incredible, but now it just feels like he will collapse at any time, right? And I think it's at the cost of the draft. If he is given something that can force out plays rather than just Esme and Uranus every single time, we might see a game changer, because that's the big problem. All the drafts we've seen so far, where is the tempo breaker? Who's the one who says, I don't care, even though it's not on our turn to attack, I will make the difference.
So is it time for Mr. Rusiana to pick up the dragon?
Please, dear God, give it to him.
Yeah, where has Yuzong been this entire series?
He's never played the dragon.
Yeah, all right, now, if they want to do setup for the dragon, I do hope that he might have to get rid of that Lunox, because I will admit, Rose's Lunox was kind of nasty with it. Like, even if we switch out that Esmeralda for the Yuzong, I think the exact same scenario would have occurred.
In game number 2, you were asking about where's that tempo breaker. Well, that's where we saw it. That's where they ended up getting that win. It was through the Phoveus of Cram as well, breaking the tempo of Aurora when they were trying to end it, making the most out of the dark waves, and of course just him being able to jump and draw attention towards him away from the rest of the team. So maybe that's where we have to go back to, picks like that. We haven't even seen Lapu this entire season.
Yeah, he has played Lapu, he has played CC, but that's not enough. I think there has to be something else in the proverbial satchel for the team captain of SRG. It's him. I personally am going to pin it on him. He has to be the one to sacrifice to buy the rest of the map time to equal the odds to get us to game 5.
He's done it once before. He might have to do it again. But coming into this draft, let's first answer the most important question. Is it red? Is it blue for either Aurora or SRG?
Past 2 games have been Aurora blue side. But a 1-1 in that regard. SRG goes back to blue, starting it off where we started off this series. Game number 1, they banned out Fanny, Eve, and Freya, while Aurora Gaming banned out Grok, Jusin, and Kimmy.
Pretty standard bans all across the board. I want to see if SRG is going to just stick to their guns, right? Ban out the Fanny, get rid of the Eve on top of it. Then we should see from the opposite side that Aurora is not going to touch the quad, so he gets rid of the Jushin. Yep, pretty quickly. Standard bans across the board.
Do they do a Kimmy ban last for Aurora in Red 3? And then for SRG, is this a Sora ban? Then they first pick, what, CC or something? Has it come to that?
I think it has to be a CC at this point.
At this point, sorry. They need a confidence booster.
Yeah.
They need an absolutely dominating game just to get the mental back in.
Still, though, there are a lot of top picks still available. Are they willing to give Yums his Kalea again? We've talked about the Claude, we've talked about the Sora. Yes, Claude has not been shown up. Yu Zhong maybe finally does show up as the first pick. CC gets banned by SRG.
Ooh, I'd rather ban it. Opening Sora. They're giving Aurora the ultimatum here. Ban the Sora or we pick it first. But yeah, now you wonder, do they put Luna on the Rosa on a Valentina? Or do they risk it? Do they check Sigiboom and say, Sigiboom, are you ready to Valentina gold lane?
I think,
is that even a thing?
I mean, yes, I think it's more than likely if Claw gets picked up that it's most likely going to be Sora on the opposite side, because I feel like it's more devastating when you have to play Valentina in a laning phase that's not good for you, which is, again, one of the big weak points of picking Valentina just in general.
Ban the Sora. So just to avoid the whole situation, just ban the Sora.
I think they need to leave it open and, yep, ban the Uranus. Here it is. Here it is. Sora, Claude, one or the other. Or they just ignore and go Kalea once again. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yums has kind of been on and off today. If I was in Coach Vecchi's position, I'm looking at Arcadia as just like, give him Claude.
Yeah. An innocent carry. And then with all of the very aggressive rotations in the mid, I think SRG keep banking on the idea that we need someone that doesn't need to take time to farm for our gold lane. We need someone that can be impactful right away, because Aurora's taking it to our mid trio, and if we go for a farmer gold, that feels like a loss.
Not just a loss. Yeah. It's a loss.
The clouds are ever shifting.
Oh! Yep, there it is. All right. Well, first, is this SRG's first time on the sword this series?
This series, yes.
Yeah, all right. So this is a decision that Coach Badgalsef and Coach Apex said, okay, it's Operation Match Point. I don't know what that is exactly, but they clearly just let this through. They banned the Uranus. They thought that was more important. Is it right? Is it wrong? We don't know yet.
They're going to go with the Kimmy. They're going to go with the Freya this time around. And that's not a bad idea, because at least with the Freya, even when you're facing off against the Sora, pre-level 4, you're absolutely just punching Sora in the face, and there's nothing much you can really do about it. The Kimmy is interesting, though. Is this punishable? Because it feels like they're kind of baiting SRG and saying, you know what? You can have the laning phase, but at the very least, if we pick Farsa, we're going to blast you out of the water later in the game. But the whole story for the past 3 matches is we win an early game. Generally, we should win the game in general.
Game 3 was a prime example of that. I think 10.5 minutes is a little too slow for Aurora, if I'm reading their movements from Game 3 right.
Oh! They want to give Aurora a taste of their own medicine!
Okay, does that mean Pagu gets access to Cho? Give him the Cho. Do you need to show your jungler at this point? I feel like Valentina might be a consideration as a potential flex, but now that you've already got the Kimmy, you kinda are guessing whether or not you're gonna put Lunar on it.
Lunar, as well, has not played El Dragon. Oh wow, I think there's just those kinds of teams in M7. It's just like, are you a dragon or not?
The tough thing about picking up the dragon here is that most likely you'll have 3 bodies on your backline jumping on you. The Leomord, the Sora, and whatever the roam will be here for you. That if you go dragon, I feel like it's gonna hurt more. So at least they have an extra body to help peel. They're gonna need that Unbreakable to get that taunt off.
No, man, this Gato is really good pick from the side of Aurora. Really well played by them. They're going to be making sure that they're banning out the Phobius alongside it, which means they want something with multiple dashes inside the jungle or outside of it. SRG, on the other hand, where are the other points of contention, right? Because they've been consistently banning out the Guinevere each and every time. And then maybe the +1 in the jungle. They did try to adapt it a little bit more, but it doesn't seem like that game plan was working out on the red side.
Was it Guinevere Joy? Guinevere Hayabusa.
Shin?
I think.
Yeah.
If I'm Aurora, I'd want to see them pick. I'd want to see them get the Guinevere here. So if SRG can take it out, take it out.
Yep, there it is.
Okay. Yeah.
So what's left? Lancelot, Hayabusa, split-second response, taking out that Granger. Still no clear pick in the gold lane, just making sure that, you know what, Innocent? You got it. That better be yours.
Okay.
This is a really tough one. This is a really tough one. Because if we're following back on the traditional pattern, this should also be another jungle ban for the side of SRG, even if it's on the blue side. I'm trying to think, are there any linchpin picks that could, maybe, I don't know, pull a little bit of the thread of this t-shirt to hopefully unravel it?
Is there room for TNZ to utility? That's another question.
Yeah.
We're not considering the box.
If they want to play for the Freya and Kimmy, then they go something like Fred, right?
Welcome to the greatest magic show
Or,
of
of
all
course,
time.
just the hyper-aggressive TNZ's Harley.
They were hesitant to team fight with that Harley around, so understandable. I thought that maybe SRG would be confident enough to not even let it get to the point where it's going to be a threat. So.
Well, no, I mean, the reason why the Harley came out was because Zetian was already there for the MR Shred. Now that you don't have the MR Shred, and considering that Uranus is already gone, those are the two main picks that you want to pair up with the Harley. So I don't see Harley coming into this, considering that his only main target is going to be this Farsa. At that point, anything with a dash would be just as good.
What's he gonna end up with? Utility or assassin? The utility changes the focus to carry through the Kimmy and the Freya. They go for Terizla. They needed stability. They needed that BOS.
That's really smart. That's really smart. Oh my goodness. Even if they do get Yuzhong on that side, it's gonna be a bit like, yeah, you'll kind of win out the lane, but not enough to kind of kick the ankles out of Lunar.
Yeah. At that point, Lunar is just making sure he gets to penalty zone as fast as possible. That's it.
Well, I mean, there's also the lane prior as well. He clears way faster than Sora or whatever next pick is going to come out.
And we're about to find out. That's where I'm a little skittish still. I don't know what is in the EXP lane or the gold lane, and I don't know what Yulz is rocking. What are you trying to do here? Do you Cho?
I think he goes Cho and then forces people to take Purify, right?
But do they have enough blasting power to make sure that whoever they kick gets killed?
Or they can go for Kalia, one or the other, right?
Victory is now
Cho Esme, interesting.
Gold lane Sora. That's Innocent specialty.
time to drop the beat
There's
of
the joy.
Man, this is a really good draft from Aurora. Gotta give it to them. A lot of interesting ways that they can play this, because if this comes down to a messy, like, one fight you already lose a couple of people, and then afterwards you're thinking about the next fight to happen within the next 5 seconds, I think even then, on a lane per basis, yeah, Aurora should be able to kind of hold up if necessary, but the counter index says otherwise a minus 0.5.
So, is the SRG man showing a vote of confidence for Aurora's draft here?
I would say that I still gotta lean into SRG. I'm sorry.
This is SRG's first Leomord. I'm not so sure. I'm with Aurora.
Will we go to game 5, or will it mean that SRG goes down to the lower bracket here and Aurora Turkey will get their best finish for their region in MLBB history? Mirko, Trex, tell the story.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. Match point for Aurora Gaming. We heard the panel. Gideon is with SRG. Leo is with Aurora. I'm with Trex. Trex, who are you with?
I am with Aurora Turkey here right now. I think the draft is clean. Don't get me wrong. There's always potential for SRG, but Aurora this time also has a clean late game potential. And that's where SRG's been getting the comeback. So can SRG do what Aurora did last time and aggressively? Oh! That is what they need.
Wait a second.
Cram under the tower.
Way too greedy, Cram? Oh my goodness, playing.
Go back there.
Yeah. Playing over, oh my god.
First blood, possibly Yums, takes a lot of damage, able to just dash through with the Shun Po.
Okay, so at least Selangor Red Giants are like, we need to try to be more aggressive, right? We need to try to beat Aurora Gaming at their own game, especially considering we have a fighter now in the jungle. But the thing is, they gotta respect the fact that some of these guys are extra tanky, some of these guys have a revitalize still. Pagu didn't even have to use that, and they won it out. Luckily, Yums didn't have the flicker too, so that's a positive. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Nothing too crazy, honestly, all throughout. It's still the weapon mastery for the Freya that we've seen in Swiss stage as well. Yeah, it really is just the standard emblems for everybody. I guess for Stormy, usually we would see some Farsas go for pull yourself together when they're on Flicker Farsa. At least he wants a bit more mobility with the Wilderness Blessing.
I do agree that SRG needs to be aggressive here, but they do still need it. They need Stormy to hit level 4.
Yeah.
They need that Feathered Airstrike to outrange Rosa. They need Yums to hit level 4. And then I think that's their time to shine, but TNZ, as always, pushing in on the mid. Oh. The airstrike does come down. Stormy finally locks in with the level 4, but uses it right before Turtle.
Yeah, that's a big win. Aurora Gaming are really trying to bait out the Phantom Steed away, but it's not going to happen right now. TNZ fully stacked up.
For an angle, Electrifying Beats comes out. Yums able to get the knockup, doesn't have the Way of the Dragon just yet. Those are trying to lock onto Cram. Turtle still in the hands of SRG right now as TNZ's forced to go back to base.
Yums surviving there. Could sidestep away from skill. What a Lunar Turtle for Selangor Red Giants. Again, through the prio that they have in the bottom lane, XP, they were able to just go in, push forward. Despite Sigiboom being able to rotate, TNZ had lost too much HP, and that's why, for me, the Joy pick is the only thing that I was like, no. The Terizla was amazing. I thought they were just going to double down into the early game again, but with this Joy now, Electrifying Beats
does land on a Cram, but still, Aurora Gaming, I mean, I think it's the right play, but they're taking this game much slower than what we've seen the past 3.
That's why I was concerned. Oh my god, the damage!
Rosa deleted, Pagu with an AOG, but does not connect and does not help. It's too late. Aurora Gaming on the back foot this time.
Again, to go back to the point, that's why I didn't really like the Joy showing up there, because you already have a Kimmy in the mid lane, right? You're not super strong up until mid game. You do have a pretty strong level 1 to 2. That's when you can actually, get all the stacks early and then start gunning the Lethal Wanderer down. But after that, this is what happens. You're very vulnerable. And again, Way the Dragon with the Feathered Airstrike, it just cancels you out. And with the Leomord as well there, they can really start snowballing. Selangor Red Giants technically can Aurora Gaming from the past. That's what we've seen.
Can they Aurora Gaming the Aurora Gaming team? At this point, though, TNZ hasn't gone down yet, which is a good thing. Aurora Gaming only at about 1,000 gold lead deficit, 800 to 900 actually. This is the goal, right? Wait for second item spike. Wait for TNZ to come online. And SRG needs to, I think, stop that from happening. They need to, if I'm SRG, I think you push harder here. You really dig in.
That's why you got Aurora Gaming right now. You got to go enter the jungle, take things away from TNZ, starve them out, but they're not doing the best at that yet. Like, TNZ is still getting room, and mainly it's because of Pagu constantly is helping him out. Again, Aurora Gaming are kind of used to this. They actually, Lunar is trying his best to stop the cut, but that's not going to happen. Esmeralda's just way stronger there.
That does give an advantage coming up on this Turtle. We're going to see Cram most likely rotate right up. Wait a second, up at the top side. A lot of damage does land on a Sigiboom. Sigiboom just able to escape. But another Feathered Airstrike goes down from Stormy. Lord up. Look at Pagu and the rest of the team trying to make their way in.
No Flicker and no Valkyrie Descent.
Ooh, nice kick to the face. TNZ unable to get into the Turtle pit. SRG doing such a great job at zoning Aurora Gaming out of these fights.
Nothing Aurora Gaming can do right now to deal with this pressure. Again, if you take a look at the blueprint, hold on, Skies, again, taking away the green camp from Aurora Gaming. Now, Yums found in a bad spot. They don't have to go in, and they won't. But back again to game 1 to game number 3. How have Aurora Gaming been able to actually outpace Selangor Red Giants when it comes to the early game? Winning mid prio, getting the winning mid matchup. Right now, it ain't it, right? Like, you have a pretty good mid matchup, but it's not something that can make you rotate. It can enable you to rotate around the map. You're just kind of there farming up instead of clearing, rotating. That's what Stormy's doing.
Stormy might not be able to get away from this one. Stormy finds the kill. That's going to be a tower as well. SRG are starting to push in, dig deep, and Aurora Gaming.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. More to come.
Penalty zone does come down. Lunar not gonna be able to escape once again. Barbiel gets the kill. Sekai secures it. And now, Tienzi just trying to get his own purple. Luckily, he does that. But it's still a big loss for Aurora.
Uh-oh. Now goes on an Innocent, but he already used Electrifying Beats. First item, Genius Wand, is the choice here for Tienzi. And that's quite late if we're thinking about things right now. He's very far behind compared to Skies. Look at Skies already with the Fury Hammer and the War Axe, man. Building towards the next item. Honestly, from everybody here, you definitely see the big lead over for Cram as well, just constantly cutting the wave and forcing Lunar to rotate to lose out his own wave to turrets.
Doom's also doing such a better job this time on the show than what we saw last time. Even if he's not getting a big pick-off, he's using that kick to zone them away right before objectives. He's not as aggressive on it, but he's technical with it. A lot of damage on a Stormy there. Magu looking for the re-engage, looking for the taunt. They do jump on to Yumes. But enough, but look at the chasing clouds. They're yoinked up, the response comes back. Siggy Boom trying to get out of the way. Feathered Airstrike does come down. Aurora Gaming doesn't lose anyone just yet.
Yeah, really good sustain by Aurora Gaming. Great maneuvers as well to escape. Now they're going to go in onto Cram, who's up top, but this is just a distraction, and I don't think they can beat him.
Oh my god, look at the damage. Cram under the tower! AOG to come in. If Cram gets away from this, he truly is immortal.
That's why he's immortal, folks. He's still human. But damn, that was impressive, man.
Cram.
Damn, Cram! Skies now with a Phantom Seed as well, just using it to get control over purple buff. And again, even though he's mortal, he died there, he ain't immortal, they get the purple buff. They get a tier 1 mid lane turret as well, so it's super worth it. There was no bounty on him. Valkyrie Descent now over on Stormy.
So much value for Cram there. Stormy gonna be able to get away. We're waiting on a Lord. 3 turtles going to the hands of SRG. Almost a 4,000 gold lead. 3 towers down. Aurora Gaming are still waiting on that power spike.
Yeah, I don't know when it's going to hit, honestly, right? With the Kimmy and the Joy, I guess the Holy Crystal. But the thing is, when you're already on picks like this that need specific timers and you're behind, that means it gets delayed even more. Because once you get the Holy Shield, Selangor Red Giants would already have enough of defenses to deal with it. So then you're going to have to wait for the next power spike, which is Divine Glaive. And at that point, you're just waiting for late game. You're just waiting all the way. And you can't really Aurora Gaming it anymore. Again, for you guys who just tuned in, Aurora Gaming, the way they've won was through prio and winning early game hard to snowball. That's not it right now. For Aurora Gaming, their position, the way Selangor Red Giants have been positioned in the last 3 games, they're the ones fighting from behind.
Phantom Zone does come in, but once again, the Clouds are able to catch Aurora Gaming up. AOG to respond. Rosa's not quite there yet, but here comes Siggy Boom. Aurora Gaming might want to try to fight this. Siggy Boom continues with the onslaught, gets knocked back, and Aurora Gaming back off, but they are able to defend the tier 2.
So at least they have good clear. They have ways to deal with Selangor Red Giants if they overstep. Again, taking a look at the items, I really love Stormy's itemization. It's Tienzi
with the electrifying beats, but the damage just isn't there at all. Sekai's doesn't even have magic defense items right now. He went for a brute force breastplate and still the damage isn't there.
You don't care. You don't care at all, man. He just got the tough boot. That is enough to deal with just a Genius Wand. Yes, at this point still, just a Genius Wand. He's building towards the Holy Crystal. He's getting closer, but with all the orange buffs being taken and him zoned away from even mini waves here, it's gonna be tough. Yums. Aw, dude. The constant fades from Yums on the Cho.
But he's being more patient this time with it, right? He's being more careful this time with it. Aurora Gaming on the defense, and this is what SRG did with the Turtles. They zone away Aurora Gaming, and Sekai's just personally takes the neutral objective himself. He doesn't need the rest of his team there. Aurora Gaming has no way in.
They have too much zoning power right now, and honestly, there's not really enough damage still for Aurora Gaming to deal with Cram. That's him solo lording. Sky's picking it up. Tienzi trying to make a cross-map play here. Trying his best to just get some camps away. At least be able to breathe in this harsh climate that Selangor Red Giants have created for Aurora Gaming. And at this point, it really comes down to defending. Do they have as good clear as Selangor Red Giants in the previous games? I don't think so. But they do have wave clear, just with the Kimmy. They have good zoning, too, with the Gauntlet and the Terizla. Oh no, Tienzi.
Tienzi in a bad spot, electrifying beats. Decides not to go for it. Aurora Gaming just, I mean, they can't commit at this point. I think they want to, but they know there's just no way. You try to go in with all of these fighters, they have no range. get kicked in the face by Yumes, or you get a falling Star Moon, or something stops you in your tracks.
Good taunt from Pagu. It's only on to Yumes. Waves coming down, crashing into the mid lane. That's the Holy Shield down bottom lane as well. Aurora, they need to defend up top. That's the far lane.
There is no holy defense to stop the Lord. He will get the crash cleanly. In the backside though, TNZ does use the electrifying beats. They're trying to lock on. Nice way of the Dragon Feathered Airstrike. Takes him off of the map. Base still on the defense. As Pagu and the rest of the team move back, they give him over the inhibitor. The Lord at about 20%. Aurora Gaming should be able to defend this if they don't make any huge mistakes, but more minions still coming.
Now in the mid lane they go. It's Stormy who's going in, trying to dish out a little bit more damage to the more Yumes. Pops into Jiku, no Innocent!
Oh, big play by Innocent, the knockback with the AOG to try to save the day, but it connects to nobody. RBL is out, Phantom Steed to cause some more damage. Feathered Airstrike comes down.
Two base turrets down, Krem! With a flicker in, a cannon minion on the base.
And a minion on the base, they will still be able to defend. All 5 members back on the field. Siggy Boom looking for a target.
Oh!
No Valkyrie's descent just yet, but out it comes. A nice knock-up, and Innocent finally falls.
Wait, Skies, I don't know about this. Walks in way too aggressive.
Aurora Gaming trying to respond. That guy's in a bad spot, stuck against the wall. Can they get the finishing blow? He pushes back, and he takes out Rosa. Lunar finally takes him down, but down comes the Feathered Airstrike.
Now it's Cram trying to go and peel for the team, but Stormy's going to be taken down. It's an all-in.
Yenzi on the defense, Cram there as always. Star move lands on. Yenzi just able to get away. Does he re-engage? Purple buff still there. Yenzi is able to secure it, but Cram is relentless.
A long fight. And it goes in favor of Aurora Gaming in numbers, but Selangor Red Giants got everything they needed. 3 base turrets with Lord 1 is more than anything else, dude. They could have even been wiped out. They would still have proper timers to respawn back and to have the value. So right now for Selangor Red Giants, it's all about, okay, we got the base turrets, now how do we utilize the advantage? Let's not brawl against Aurora Gaming like that around Lord, right? Let's just wait for the wave to push up top. We already have a big item gap here. You can see a 2,600 gold lead for Cram, 1,400 for Skies. Cram.
Ooh, Cram caught up. Valkyrie's descent. Cram might not be able to get away from this one. If he does, once again, he's a problem. Yumes does come in.
No.
AOG comes out just to keep Yumes away. Aurora Gaming find a pick off before the Lord, but look at the boss side.
Exactly. Look at the Lord. They're already doing it. They're trying to blitz it right now, and it's actually already done. There's no way for Aurora Gaming to respond to it. Cram for Lord is the trade, but Selangor Red Giants, oh, wait, it spawns instantly. Can they wait for Cram or no?
I don't think they can.
I don't think so.
I mean, I think at this point you just let that
clear. They shouldn't be clearing.
Shouldn't be clearing. They should.
There you go. Let it, yeah, okay. They still get it. Innocent's looking for the flank.
Side. Looking for an angle. Stormy there as well. TNZ and Yumes in the boss side. Conceal play coming out. Yumes over the big kick, but he kicks him away. Phantom Steed does not connect. Penalty zone there as well. As Rosa tries to defend along with his team. Innocent in a bad spot. Electrifying beats hasn't popped just yet. Lord finally does fall down. TNZ to the backside. Finally does use it. Aurora Gaming looking for the smack back. Looking for the fight back.
Oh, the falling Star is a bit short. Rosa's still able to escape. Yumes is going to go in with the Jiku. No, oh my goodness, Rosa with the flicker out.
Ram goes in, looking for another target. That guy's an Innocent also, just waiting for the possible mess up. But Aurora Gaming aren't having it.
There we go. Good resources burned out already. They burnt out the flicker from Rosa. That's big. But the thing is, the Lord will spawn in 110 seconds, so it's aligned with Rosa's cooldown on the flicker. So next, Lord, because if we're speaking realistic here, Aurora shouldn't walk out of their base until the Lord spawns, so they should be safe still. It really comes down to Selangor Red Giants getting that one combo down. Aurora Gaming, as we get into the late game, they're going to have those frontliners that can actually sustain through a full-on initiation. And remember, for SRG, with the Leomord, with Sora, with Farsa, this is a very one-cycle team fight that they're looking for. They're looking to burst their opponents out with a cycle of skills, and if they don't, Aurora Gaming might be able to retaliate.
Gold has been neutralized a bit as well. Down to about 2.8k. Big falling Star Moon though on to 2 members, but it's just Lunar and Paragu. Innocent also testing the waters here. Yumes as well, constantly looking for the flank. But Rosa and TNZ have not showed face, and he knows those are the targets I need.
That's a smart move for Aurora Gaming. There's no reason for them to put themselves into vulnerable positions before the neutral objective spawns in the game. Pagu was waiting in the bush. Knows where Yums is. That means TNZ can actually still go for more dashes. Now it comes down to how Aurora Gaming deal with the wave up top. Can they clear it or not? Because at the end of the day, Selangor Red Giants don't even need to do anything. We hit a Dragon.
Dragon, wrong way, penalty zone misses well for the airstrike, comes down, and TNZ is taken off the map. Siggy Boom goes to the back line trying to deal with Stormy, but on the top side, the battle pursues as Rose is taken out, and members of Aurora Gaming are falling.
Lunar going to be caught low, Crown with a double!
And with a double, can he make it a triple? Lunar still stands strong. Siggy Boom in the backside as well. It's just two members against the world, but Sekai's like, forget this, I'm moving on to the base. Lunar trying to defend, but it's not enough. The score is neutralized. SRG make it 2-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first match in Tennis Indoor Senayan will go all the way. 5 games for SRG versus Aurora Gaming Turkey. The same way it went in MSC 2024, but that was won out by SRG at the end of the day.
5 games to start it all out for us here. Will history repeat itself and mean that SRG wins the 5th one? Or will Aurora change expectations? They've already done that for this series. But SRG reminding Aurora Turkey who they are. Monstrous performance. They needed a win like that.
Where are the doubters? Where are the doubters now? I told you they were looking to put on one hell of a show, and that's exactly what they did. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine, denying farms, starving out TNZ, but at least they've adapted the draft a lot better. We're finally not seeing that Yishin Shin anymore.
This is why you don't give Farsa to Stormy. I think he pulled the rope-a-dope very, very well. And it came to the point where in the final moments of that game, I was frustrated for Siggy Boom. You watch the highlights and you'll see that, where is this Farfreya going? Again, it's a noble effort to try and Valkyrie's descent into the Farsa. That's the right call, like 4 out of 5 times of every team fight. But again, this is Storm you're talking about. He literally just skedaddled out of there, leaving Siggy Boom going,
Hell.
What am I doing?
Where's my target? Now I just look like, I mean, him not even being able to help defend in the back there. I feel like that was like the perfect snapshot of what the Freya experience was like for this game. It also did not help that all 3 lanes were lost from minute 2, minute 3. They already done. Cram handled the matchup against the Turizla really well, matched the aggression, forced the Turizla back. Even though he was brought low, he knew he had the shields. And then on the other side, Innocent had Siggy Boom's number in the gold lane with a Sora matchup against that Freya. This was the SRG that we have been looking for this entire series.
Yep, and it's good that they've kind of, reloaded their fists and are now getting back into this one more time. And I think for SRG, they've now kind of, hey, you can see the Winter, he's spamming Yums on the shoulders. Like, finally, you didn't die in the early game. Thank God. And it's like, that's on me, that's on me. And it's understandable that now they have to prove themselves one last time. They've won blue side, but can they win on the red side as well? Because I'm telling you, Aurora Gaming not going to make it easy for them once they have the blue side for themselves.
Now, what I'm going to be looking out for here is, of course, who is going to be our player of the game? Difficult to decide on that one because that was just an old school SRG team performance overall. Is it going to be Yums for you guys? So let's start with Yums first because him not dying, I feel like, was a condition they needed to check.
It's a condition, but it's not, an impactful condition. It's basically the bare minimum. This is the Yums we were expecting, not the Yums that we were waiting for 4 games in. So I'm going to give my nod over to Stormy. I think he deserves it. This is it. Again, in that late game especially, and not to mention the early to mid, he was such a menace. He was literally one of the reasons why all the lanes were won for SRG. So my nod goes over to the Mage Prodigy.
I'm thinking a little more towards the side laners, whether it's either Cram or Innocent, because at the end of the day, Cram is like getting the information, probing out the reactions, and then you have, man, I don't even know how to explain. He is so good at initiating, it's ridiculous. But that Sora play with the Cloud Shift, just to pull them back into the Feathered Airstrike was way too important. Hopefully we get to see who our MVP is up on the screen, because well played to Cram. Honestly, really opening up that map, and as soon as he got that Ice Queen's wand, all of a sudden, so much value lost. What are you going to do with Turizla? Walk up to me?
not going to be a good time for the Turisla, and it was not. 3-2-2 in the KDA, but the impact that he brought out was his presence. We were asking about tempo breaking. Don't really see that a lot with Esmeralda if she doesn't win lane, but when she does win lane and can get out freely, yeah, she breaks a lot of tempo.
Yeah, Cram's Esmeralda was a tempo breaker in the lieu of leg kicks. It's not that kidney punch that you feel all of a sudden like, oh, I'm weak. It's more like the leg kick that's been kidding you for like 3 rounds. Like, why can't I stand?
It's the calf kick, right? Not even the inner thigh kick. That one is like immediate impact, like, ow, I really feel that one, but it's built over time. And eventually when you put too much weight on it, your ankle is going to snap in half. And that's exactly the pressure that Cram is able to provide for the team.
SRG can send like 4 dudes and Cram's like, okay, that means we get a free Lord. Okay, that means the 2 turrets that we need to take care of down bottom are done for. And I love that you mentioned the Ice Queen one, because when Esmeralda builds Ice Queen one early, it's the equivalent of a Yushin building Blade of Despair early. It means it's over.
Yeah. A lot of value brought out by Cram through itemization, handling the lane, and his presence. And of course, early on, if at 7 minutes in he can do this, yeah, he eventually fell here, but this was like a heat check for Aurora. Do you have the damage? The answer was no.
How bad you want it?
How much you want it? How much can I take it? And he can take a lot. And all throughout, even though there were members of SRG that fell, they slipped out in some engagements. At the end of the day, Rosa just could not have a good time because Rosa is one of the carries of this team alongside Sigiboom. If Sigiboom isn't there, then Rosa needs to help cover alongside TNZ. But TNZ and Sigiboom together could not find any kills in the back line, meaning that Rosa could not get any value, meaning no items, meaning loss.
Well, I mean, I think Miracle put it the best, right? Because level 1 to 2, you're already super far ahead. Like, yeah, I got this awesome passive, gives me extra range, and I can gun you down in the streets. But now, once we start moving away from it, you lose your battle spell. You are a victim, no matter what. Every single angle, Yums is pressuring you. You cannot walk up. And you can see even for Rosa's side, as soon as Cram is on top of him, hey, he's got Radiant Aura. He's taking negative damage. You don't see his life bar go down as much as it probably should.
Talking about victims, TNZ is one of them. Oh, this Joy could not catch a break. Even like 2 seconds, 3 seconds into a fight, he can't even get damage in. He was using electrifying beats to clear waves. That's how bad it was for Aurora's jungler, which is uncharacteristic of how he's been performing all series long. Even in the game that they lost on the Lancelot, he still looked like a legit threat. So this time around, maybe reconsider the order of picks, maybe reconsider how their jungler is going to come into play here, because this 1-3-3 Joy, it's not what they need.
It may not be what they need, but I definitely think it was something they were eventually building to what they wanted to, right? 4 items already down for TNZ. He could have turned it, but he needed just a little bit more. He needed that feathered airstrike to disappear, and I think the mid-pick on Rosa was the mistake. This Kimmy had to be shown early, unfortunately, but I think Zutian would have done a lot more with the Fury of the Phoenix to kind of keep that feathered airstrike in check.
All right, figure crafting. What if they switched?
What if they switched?
What if it was the Farsa for Aurora, and then the Kimmy went to SRG? How different would this be?
I feel like even more so, that would be terrifying. Now you have a Cho Kimmy and a Leomord to deal with in the center of the map.
Well, at least the effectiveness on Yum's Way of the Dragon, you won't be able to get as many picks, right? Because then you would need to what? It would triple the amount of econ?
It's DOT, yeah.
But at the end of the day, that you end up splitting their formation, which now I want to look a little bit more towards this Leomord pickup. I don't think Aurora Turkey expected this. The Sakai suddenly, after 3 games of the Yisan Shin, if I'm not mistaken, suddenly shows up with a Leomord. First phase pickup alongside the Farsa and Sora.
I think this was 2 birds with 1 stone. It's taking it away from TNZ, and just, I think, again, kudos to the genius of Arcadia, Becky, and Winter. They're like, we can afford to do it. We can swing it. The last 2 picks will pay for this Leomord, and it did. I think, not to take away from Sekai's, but it only did what it did because the rest of the map was already losing for Aurora.
The 2 winning factors in this game really just boil down to Yums not messing up the earlier stages of the game and having a draft that can actually capitalize on it, right? And in the previous drafts, we didn't see much capitalization because Yums was just whiffing a lot of those kicks. Now that he's coming back into form, the rest of SRG can really kind of set themselves up. They feel more in sync this time round, but that's the scary part, right? At any point of time, if they can't win on a red-sided draft, I think it might just be over for SRG. It's a make it or break it now that we're here in game number 5.
I'm him. Just the way you're talking about Yums makes me want to be him.
I mean, if you can play a Cho like Yums, then why not, right?
Do the kick.
Do the kick. Oh, man, it's sad the camera cut out of that moment. That kick was clean.
It was above my head, and I'm like, what, 171?
Yeah, I didn't know you had flexibility and athleticism like that.
Just
And-
take my word for it, I backflipped after.
Yeah, and now you speak Turkish too. Well, we're going to be heading to game number 5 for our very first series in the knockouts here at Tennis Indoor. And what a great way to start things off. We're going to be going off on a very short break, but once we get back, go on over to the decider game. Which one of these two teams will make it to the upper bracket finals first? We shall see. Renmar, Leo, and Gideon will be back. Don't go anywhere. final game between Selangor Red Giants and Aurora Gaming from Turkey, and it has been an absolute blast. They have set the bar of what the rest of M7 could be, and I'm glad that we're going all 5 games because now we finally get to see an early game dominant SRG after we've seen 3 games of that from Aurora Gaming Turkey. The drafting, the decisions, the chess match in the draft to the very first 2-3 minion waves at the center. And now it all boils down to this. If you could give one thing specific to watch out for each team, what would that be? Let's start with Leo for Aurora. What's that one little pointer you want to give them?
Sora.
Sora.
Watch out for Sora. I think if there's a hero that we have to consider as a major Omega level threat, it's the Sora. Do what you can to either pin it down, pick it, which means maybe blue side will be very in contention. I think blue side will be hot here for Game 5.
I can get behind that, but I think I got a better one. I think that these guys, if there's one thing you got to look at, it's the standard of which these guys are currently playing at. A single mistake snowballs into such massive leads for either one of these teams. So you have to play pitch perfect every single time in every aspect of the game.
This seems so demanding. For Leo, it's Sora. For you, it's perfection.
Hey, the better standard stands.
Well, that is the headline of our matchup. But hey, if you want a new way to celebrate esports highlights, let's say thank you to some friends. Of course, the official MLBB M Series tournament trading cards bring premium design and modern tech together. The cards are absolutely beautiful if you haven't seen them. Available this January, head to oneplay.com for early access. You can grab yours and hold a real piece of the M Series legacy. Go ahead and scan the QR code on your screens for more information. And yes, there are chase cards. Some of them are signed that you would want to, what do you call it, when you put them in that little glass box?
Get it graded.
Get it graded. Get it, it's not a brick. Oh, I'm forgetting the card term for it.
A top loader.
A top loader. Get in the top loader, yeah.
I have a question for you, gentlemen.
What?
Are y'all Granger mains?
I'm not. Wait, no, I am when I do Lake One, yeah.
Are you?
I am Granger main.
Well, I got something for you. You need this new Thunder Ascendant skin. It's available right now when you unlock the M7 pass, and it's yours immediately.
Really?
Just
immediately?
Just get it today, dude. Just
wow. That easily? Oh my goodness. And with a smile on top of it, how can you not get it here today? Because as soon as we see that Granger, well, I don't even think we're going to see the Granger. It's been banned out like a good majority of the time on this side, to be perfectly honest with you. But that's not the only thing you should be excited about. Because again, what else is in that M7 Battle Pass to witness the true prestige is when you get the Prestige Granger's new Prime skin. This beautiful beauty is waiting for you at level 75. The M7 Pass to unlock the pass and get grinding here today.
Yeah, don't forget, every M Series, we have 2 skins of like the main headliner. You have the one that you get right away when you get the pass, and once you hit level 75. So make sure you play.
Yep. It's this one. It just evolves. He's a Cosmic Finality version now. You got wings.
That's pretty. We did get to see it a couple of times here in the M7 Swiss stage, and which is interesting that we are seeing less of Granger, like he's being contested. I thought we moved past the Granger Harith days because it eventually became Carry Claude all over again. Fighters now with the Freya coming in. Sora.
CC.
But there's something about the Granger maybe with his little bits of extra dashes that he can get with this kid that makes teams go, hey, that's annoying. We're playing fighters. I want to be able to catch that.
I mean, it might be that one marksman that's non-reliant on the late game. Because he's like online as soon as you get the Skypiercer Hunter Strike.
I mean, there's a little bit more to it. You got to obviously put some investment in. Hopefully it doesn't go crashing down later when someone tries to short that market. But in general, based on what we've been seeing, Granger has already taken advantage of the Festival of Blood prior to the changes. And I think it's still going to be relevant here today for a good amount of time, as long as Skypiercer is still a relevant item.
Another look at our gorgeous stage here at Tennis Indoor Senayan in Jakarta, Indonesia. As SRG and Aurora are now ready and we are about to head into the draft. Sora, one of the big questions. I want to add to that, Leomord now I feel like is a definite pick to watch out for both of these teams. Again, it is surprising to me and maybe even to Aurora Turkey. Hopefully we get a word from them in a post-match interview if they even expected Zakai's and SRG to whip out a Leomord.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that you don't see. But then again, how many teams have actually tested SRG? The 2 big teams so far right now that they faced against, TL as well as Aurora. Everybody else has not hit that standard. And I'm happy to see that Aurora Turkey is just doing so much and demanding so much that SRG are forced to pay attention to them, are forced to give them that respect.
I think they earned it though. This is a form of Aurora Turkey that they've worked hard for and that they've lost for. They've bled for this. And here now it really just comes down to, several times you mentioned in the series, is make the right calls, make the right decisions, because one little itty-bitty wrong move in the early game just leads to a sudden, all right, we're going to the next game.
Yeah, that's the toughest thing about the top level MLBB teams. One mistake could lead to you losing an entire series, an entire hope of making it into a deeper climb into the playoffs. As the clock ticks down to the draft, the clock will tick down on either of these two teams. A reminder again, this is not an elimination match, but a very important one, as the first team that wins here will be the first team in the upper bracket finals. We go into Flying Clouds, which means we could end up with an almost 20-minute plus game. That's been the average for Flying Cloud this M7.
It has, and it also opens up potential side matchups where even if you're losing, it's not the worst thing in the world. You can get back into the lane and still maintain a decent GPM. Now, when we come down straight to the bans, Aurora has adjusted a little bit with CC now getting banned on that blue side. The question is whether SRG are prepared on red side now that they have banned not only Jushin, but Sora too.
I told y'all, Sora is the hero of the night, hero of the tournament, might I even say. Kind of dropped off mid-Swiss, and then now suddenly, boom, in the gold lane. He is an absolute that you have to acknowledge. Jushin, forget about it. Even in our next series tonight, might be a mistake to let that through. One here that's still open is Grok. Will you open the Grok?
I think if I'm SRG,
hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Unless they're so brave to say, okay, pick up the Grog and we'll just pick up a Valentina.
Actually, I don't know what the trade's going to be, because now that CC is gone, CC is a really great linchpin. Not only being able to abuse the fact that she is just so hard to kill overall because of her sustain, but also because she has access to Vengeance. And now that she's kind of out of the question, Vengeance doesn't become as useful if you don't have the raw sustain to back it up.
Gentlemen, twice now in the series, whenever Aurora bans Uranus, they lose. So this could be the third time if ever they do drop 2 to 3.
I think that their answer is they're going to put Lunar on glue instead of a Charizla.
What's your command?
Whoa. I'm always a fan of having a good glue around, especially if you've been seeing a lot of fighters and there's a lot of front to backs.
But Grok's open. Would you glue in them if you have a Grok, like right now?
Not yet. I'd say to give Grok the Pagu, right?
That was
pretty free. Yep, that definitely was Grok.
He likes having friends.
Yeah. And I mean, Pagu did have that highlight earlier in the M series. It was a game-winning tectonic charge, I believe, against Falcons in game number 3.
Yeah, it was an MVP earlier in this series too.
Yeah, and an MVP.
0-0-11.
I'm pretty sure SRG had that Grok in mind already, so does that mean, are they going to show their answer? Will they pick up a Valentina real quick to get a tech charge? Payback time, that sounds like that. Oh no, it's Farsa.
Or Leomord, winning combination from game 4.
Okay. Ooh, this one's a little... I feel like they played into the two birds, one stone here, right?
Again, yeah.
The stone is looking very good. If we're talking about ways to kind of disrupt your opponents, Grok is amazing. He can literally punt Leomord away from Barbiel if he's in the wrong angle, cut him off from angles while still canceling the feathered airstrike. Pagu's stocks right now are so high.
What is Aurora planning to put in the mid now, though? If they want to match that.
Exorcist of the Dragon Spirit.
Oh, there's finally, is that the Yu Zhong?
I think so.
It's gotta be.
After 4 games, finally the Yu Zhong gets some love shown. And it's a Guinevere too. Control on control.
And this is his first dragon in M7.
My goodness, they've got double the counter picks. They've also have, oh man, a good amount of CC to absolutely crash down onto this mid trio. What could Yums possibly get? I feel like Yums can't even play for the mid trio anymore.
And this is also the first time he gets his hands on Guinevere TNZ. SRG has been blocking Guinevere from TNZ all night long.
I feel like later on, if they still need the Yums pick, I'd want them to maybe consider a Badang, because with all of that dive, at least a fist break, fist crack combo will even things out in terms of the team fighting. You need that extra control to match with it, but no, they said, you know what, Yums is feeling it. I feel like this is the Yums call of like, Cho, just Cho, coach, just give me Cho.
In Bahasa.
In Bahasa.
Yeah, all in Bahasa for sure. Man, the stocks of the roamers right now are just so high. There's just so much that needs to be done, right? Very oddly specific for Yumas because he still needs to work in tandem with everybody else, but at the very least, they've got Leomord to try and clean things up if he comes at the very end. But Aurora, though, they can push in and out extremely easily. There's only one way of the dragon, right? But they have 3 different ways to stop a feathered airstrike.
I think Aurora still wants to go with a static mid lane approach. I mean, if they're going to be delaying the Valentine to steal away the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, they did open the Kimmy still.
Yeah.
Going in the second phase.
Blue Nox is an option. Oh, not anymore. Good ban here by SRG.
Very nice. And I think they should also get rid of the Zetian as well.
Ah, yeah, for sure. The Zetian would be a menace to deal with. Wait, hold on. I wonder if Rosa is comfortable with playing a low key.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good call.
Wait, hold up. I think the answer is, you know what? They banned it earlier in the series, so maybe, no? Maybe they would rather pick something else.
I think this is a really great composition to actually take advantage of with Lo Yi, right? Because it's like, oh, you're always going to move first, so...
Yep. Oh, and imagine sending a dragon through that thing.
Yeah, and we have always discussed that, yes, everyone thinks about Lo Yi's ultimate. No, not a lot of people remember the fact that she's a menace to deal with in front-to-back team fights. All those little duality procs.
And that's all SRG has. They call it the back and forth, in Tagalog.
Freya ban, and then Esme ban. Oh, so then what does Aurora have to get rid of at this point? They've already gotten rid of the Uranus. They're worried about the EXP lane because Cram has already kind of opened up a lot of space in the past couple of games, and they want to kind of mitigate how much value. Because Yuzong is great, but one lane gank and he dies his first blood, that laning phase is over.
Oh yeah, that's Walmi's 0-2 rule. If a Yuzong dies twice in the early game, it's over.
What if, instead of going for the low or something like that, they just pack Hello Wave clear in mid and just threaten every part of the jungle through it? Or do they pick up a Lilia?
I don't know about that because Lilia has to take Purify, will die to the Feathered Airstrike, and probably will also die to the Leomord as well, right? I feel like as much as Grok is already a quote-unquote technical counter to Leomord alongside with that Farsa, I don't think it's really going to double up on their comp and push for what they're going for.
And considering that they are playing a Guinevere in the jungle, that means the carries are going to come through the gold lane and the mid lane. So this might end up becoming another Kimmy game for Rosa. But I feel like that does not have the impact, especially now that you see a Claude. Oh my, this is going to be a tough last 2 picks here for Aurora.
Super difficult because they don't know what Cram is going to get access to, and all the major sandbags are gone except for the glue. I think glue is probably the only thing that they're more comfortable with dealing with. Spatial migration, a great way to get in and out of these fights. You don't want to be jumping onto Yuzong anyways unless absolutely necessary, but that Grok's got to be careful. He can't just sit in front and take damage for free.
Are there enough dashes to warrant the Phobius? It's the Phobius.
We'll see with these next 2 picks, actually. Because there's 2, well, technically 3 dashes, 2 mainly coming from the Yuzong alongside with spatial migration. Not to forget the super magic as well.
Little jumps.
The little hops.
Oh, if it's a Harrod, then it's a Phobius. It's gotta happen now.
Ooh, nice. I like the Novaria actually.
It's just confirmed. It's gotta be.
I mean, they have the first 3 picks as sort of like, when you think about it, put their potential tools for early to mid game. Then they have the mid to the late game with the Novaria and the Harley. But I feel like the Novaria right now is just... Well, you do have the Guinevere and the Grok to provide you control through the center of the map, but...
Phobius, Glue, or Low. Yeah.
Phobius, Glue, or Low. Which would I want to have here?
They're all valid. There's a argument for all of them.
It's Cram's choice at this point. We've seen Glue pop up when there's a Harriet on the other side. Phobius, obviously, of course.
I think he's going to go for Phobius, right? It makes the most sense. If you take, well, actually, unless you take the Glue, but they're already taking the Purify, right?
Will it grant
Alice!
Oh, even better. Oh.
How can we forget? I can't believe we forgot this one.
Oh, that's going to sting, bro. They do not have the damage profile to deal with an Alice once the Alice already has items. This is going to be one of the toughest climbs in games that Aurora Gaming have ever played on this stage. The lineup looks SRG coded. Leo, what do you think?
I'm not so sure if there's enough hope in me to say Aurora, but the dream doesn't end. But I think they go to the lower bracket. I think this is SRG.
I think this is SRG for sure. We finally got Innocent back on a marksman. That's the seal.
This has already been a day full of surprises, but what if there's one more? What if Aurora Gaming Turkey breaks expectations and actually sends SRG to the lower bracket? Or what if it just goes towards how everyone else expected SRG moving forward? Mirko and Trex, let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lana Dawn for the final game of this series. The panel thinks it's going to be a repeat of MSC 2024. Well, where SRG won 3-2 against then Fireflux, but now most of that lineup is in Aurora Gaming Turkey. Do you agree, Trex?
I'm having trouble with the lineup from Aurora Gaming Turkey right now in terms of their draft. I'm not crazy about the Novaria. Last time we saw Rosanna, it's too passive of a hero form. Yes, the possibilities are always there, but man, it's going to be a tough game for Aurora.
I agree. I really agree as well, man. Selangor Red Giants it really seems like this is Selangor Red Giants. Just like the panel said. Aurora Gaming, on the other hand, this is such a big leap. Because it's completely different to what they played in Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. I mean, the games that they won, Game 1 and Game 3, this is already completely different. The Grok is the only thing that really stayed. Everything else, they changed. Now, did they change too much? Did they have to think that far ahead in the draft? Because, for the most part, those picks were banned out.
We'll see exactly how this goes down. There's definitely been a... Whoa, look at the damage on Innocent.
What?
Segi Boom with first blood. That's a good start for Aurora Gaming.
It's a phenomenal start, man. What? I mean, I guess for Innocent, he just didn't calculate the damage coming in from the Guinevere, which is surprising, by the way. Guinevere does a lot of base damage, has a lot of base damage, and Tienzi will stay in the bottom lane.
He's hanging.
He's hanging there.
He's hanging with the boys.
Set up a big tent now up top, though. Lunar.
A lot of damage on a Lunar. He's going to be able to try to re-engage, and he gets one. It's a trade for a trade. That is a win for Aurora Gaming there, I feel like.
I think so. There's different ways to see it. Spatial migration.
Nice knockup from Tienzi. Yoom's gonna go down. Aurora Gaming finding these moments of greatness in the early game like they did with the first three.
There's no throne or ruin for Kram. They're gonna go for it. Tienzi, can he win the Rectory battle?
Nice echo. Sekai's able to just steal it out of his hand. Stormy finds Tienzi as well. SRG snatched the lead back.
Not enough for Aurora Gaming to push the lead to a comfortable position. It's Selangor Red Giants that have Sekai's riding in, getting it now. Phantom Steed in mid.
Along with the feathered airstrike, Pagu forced to use the flicker. Rosa takes one to the face as well. Just trying to clear this lane. This is something that Aurora Gaming is having trouble with, the mid lane once again, and it's giving SRG freedom to move however they please.
And that's the thing, right? Up top, when there was a trade for the Yuzong versus the Farsa, it can be value in a way if Aurora Gaming could capitalize on that fact, but unfortunately they couldn't. So it ended up just being a total loss for Aurora Gaming for the Yuzong. I don't know, I think it was Leo who mentioned you die on the Yuzong twice, it's done, right? That's true. And right now, you already see one death on him, the second death will hurt even more. And the fact that Selangor Red Giants got the turtle, despite Aurora being the ones to hold on to it, that's concerning. Tienzi on this Guinevere, he's meant to win those battles.
And he is farming. I mean, the gold lead that Aurora Gaming has right now is literally the 200 plus gold that TNZ has. He's the one keeping them in the field here. Taking a look at the mid lane, Stormy also creeping ahead, but overall things still at a major standstill.
It's all going to be on the hands of Siggy Boom as well. If we do get to the late game, it's Rosa and Siggy Boom. The rest of the team, they're just there for utility. Four-man gank, Yums!
Perfectly angled. Every ult in the book popped out just to take him out. And now they quickly move over to this turtle that's going to be spawning soon.
And that's two. Trex.
Is that it?
The big two.
Is that a wrap?
Not yet. I don't think so, but it is.
Because he got a kill.
It's closer. Yeah, he got a kill. So maybe we extend it to three?
Yeah,
three?
Three for sure, right?
Three. I got a nod and a thumbs up from the two Filipino casters here. But Kram is certainly going to make the most out of the situation, man. Constantly going for the hits, blinking out of there, and they're still staying around. Aurora Gaming want to fight for it. They, again, need to fight for it. At this point, if they...
Oh.
Flicker!
Offside, Siggy Boom, forcing spawns force.
Okay.
Right before Turtle once again, and this stops him from being able to rotate up as Stormy's there to help out.
Let's see. Innocent's actually looking to rotate as well. Never mind, he goes back into the bottom lane. Turtle held down by Kram now. Lunar has Petrify, has the Black Dragon form down below. Looks like Siggy Boom's gonna stay.
Oh, Black Dragon keeps seconds away, gets a petrified TNZ, able to get the turtle, and down goes Sekai's. Bagu able to secure the kill. Stormy looking for the wings by wings, looking for a position to strike back, but it's too late. Aurora Gaming hit and run.
There you go. They needed this real bad. They were desperate for a TNZ. On the other side of the map, though, goes in for the purple bump as well. Innocent caught. Has to be MI. TNZ with a walk up. Oh, really aggressive moves.
This is the Aurora that we want to see, though, the aggressive moves.
Exactly. I agree. I think this is exactly what we need from Aurora Gaming. It's Aurora Gaming without the draft that they had. Oh, Innocent.
Blazing Duet, a lot of damage does lay down, but look at Yooms in a bad spot, gets caught by TNZ, and TNZ gets the kill. Aurora Gaming are dissecting their plays right now.
And Lunar is keeping Cram at bay. He's making sure that there's no trade available for the rest of the team for Selangor Red Giants to take. But it really seems like they're going to brute force this. Stormy rotating.
Oh man, Lunar's just having a rough go at it right now. Every ult once again let out. Tower should fall here unless Rosa can defend. Nothing but a cannon minion left, and yes, Rosa does it.
They keep it alive. Despite, oh, great shot on Stormy with the Star Shatter. Despite the kill on Lunar, it's extended even more because of the turtle take, right? So maybe 4 now. We're waiting for that 4th death. And maybe we can say it's all over for him. But even then, it's really all about playing for the utility, because we're thinking about the Yuzong as a way to carry the game. We're thinking of Sanford Yuzong. We're thinking of Edward Yuzong.
He's not a killer, you know? But he can still be a zoner.
Exactly. He can go for those.
He could be a line man, you know?
Oh, he could be. He could be a line man. He could be. I think Cram's a better line man on the Alice, but here, Pagu. All right. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, it really is all about setting up. Yooms. Oh, beats out the Petrify. Oh, the panic, man. The 3 deaths really got to him.
He doesn't want to make it 4. Then it's over. Cram, though, looking to be engaged, but the airstrike does come down. Rosa fires a shot back of his own.
Wow.
Out comes the Astral Echo, nice. Violent Requiem does land on a Cram. Cram still standing strong and flickers back in. But wait, Cram finally falls. Lunar able to get the kill.
That was forced for sure. Now it's a Black Dragon front with no Petrify on Skies, but it's all just to go for Turtle. They know after getting a win, they need to convert, and that they do. Turtle number 3 going to the hands of Aurora Gaming to make it 2-1. A Star Shatter from Rosa, and the scaling's pretty good right now. Aurora Gaming, they're back to a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, Rosa's been doing a great job. I was worried about the Novaria, but Rosa is landing those long-range hits every time. And now Stormy in a bad spot brings out that airstrike, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. Siggy Boom able to find the kill. That guy's trying to run in and help things out. Violent Requiem plus the winter crown. Oh, and the knock-up, Siggy Boom!
Yooms
able to get a couple more shots, but in the backside, TNZ does finally fall.
Siggy Boom, no mana, it's Skies!
Can't get away, not today. Siggy Boom goes down. And that's going to be a nice even of the playing field. Luckily, Lunar able to take a mid-tier 3.
Still not worth it though, right? Losing those 2 boys, I mean, you need Siggy Boom to constantly scale here. The fact that he had no mana and they still stayed, that was definitely them overconfident in the position. And now they get a turret down below Selangor Red Giants. They crack up the top side jungle as well, taking as many camps as possible from TNZ.
2 towers for 2 towers. Aurora Gaming have taken the mid and the bot. SRG, though, have definitely even the playing field. And I feel at this point, this is when their spike's really going to connect.
You definitely feel the fatigue start to creep in for these 2 teams. You know, the calculations that we saw earlier in the series, crisp, clean, is starting to get a little messy here and there, especially for Aurora Gaming. TNZ, oh, that's why the Claude is so feared. Even Swiss, by their airstrike, they're trying to siege this down. Great echo from Rosa, keeps them at bay.
Aurora Gaming are doing a wonderful job. Both teams know what's on the line here. Whoever wins this, guaranteed 3rd place spot. It gives you a great positioning for any future games, and neither of them want to go down to that lower bracket to face what's coming.
Nobody wants lower bracket smoke, bro. You got the Indonesian champions down below, and this is a surprise, you got the Filipino champions down below. Team Spirit and then Yangon Galacticos, 2 teams as well. They can definitely pull a shocker. Oh man, just thinking the lower brackets. How did we get here, dude?
On M7, this is an M7 for sure.
What an M7.
First Lord up. Gold, oh my god, the damage from Rosa is starting to matter though, I will say that.
So have you been converted to a Rosa Novaria believer?
Didn't believe it
earlier.
This game.
This game?
I don't know about the future of Rosa Novaria. Nice kick does come down on Pagu. A lot of ults do come out. The Astral Echo connects onto everyone. And SRG are forced to back off. They're going to try to re-angle and look for another engage, but there's no Barbiel left to come after this.
No way the Dragon, no Barbiel, no Feather Airstrike. The cycle is gone, and Aurora want to utilize this window.
Innocent might be able to make a play happen here. Tram does dash in. Nice knock up. Purify does pop. That guy's around the backside.
Genzi sold all, throwing a with the flicker. Genzi!
Yoom's able to lock on. Sekai takes the Lord, and Innocent finds Pagu. SRG are looking for the fight. Tienzi falls, 2 members down. Aurora Gaming have to back off. But wait a second, Lunar next on the block, just trying to get away.
They got the read, Stormy the Prodigy, and now Lunar is caught all alone.
All alone against the Lord. He does fall. He buys a little bit of time, but is it going to be enough?
I don't think so. I don't think it's enough just yet. Rosa in the mid lane. Yums wants to go for it, but doesn't have the flicker. The Star Shatter goes wide. Lord in the bottom lane. Selangor Red Giants want to push the lead to a comfortable spot. They want to hold this game.
And what even happened there? Tienzi goes for the pickoff instead of just focusing on the Lord. Purify pops. And then they just lose their positioning. Lord now coming in soon.
I think in that position it was just unfortunate Trex. SRG went in on him and he just took too much turret aggro, or rather Lord aggro.
Final Requiem does come in, but the airstrike can help out. Support Rosa gets the kill on the Cram. They should be able to make quick work of this Lord, and no one, I mean, the inhibitors even keep their holy defense.
I gotta give it to Aurora Gaming, dude. I think the panel as well were expecting that there was not gonna be enough damage to really threaten the Alice here. But turns out, the Star Shatter with a Lightning Truncheon and Glowing Wand is enough. Like, dude, we've been seeing crazy damage, and it's only with 2 items. What happens when the Holy Shield, the Wishing Lantern, the Divine Glaive gets built up?
Literally Radiant Armor on Alice, plus Oracle. Like, what else do you need?
Bro, if it lands on Stormy or Innocent, God bless.
Masarap.
Masarap, indeed. Oh, Aurora Gaming. So do we extend?
Oh, Aurora Gaming.
Rex, do we extend the 4 death to now 5?
Like, he's playing lineman.
He is.
He's not,
doesn't matter.
He's not a running back. He's not going to sack the quarterback. He's just there to defend the quarterback.
All right, Yomes is trying to get the initiator down, but I don't think that's gonna happen, man. Pagu on the Grok, clean with it. Let's see in the top lane and in the bottom lane how they manage these waves, because it really comes down to that later on as we get into these big Lord fights. And again, for Aurora, this is what we were saying earlier. Tienzi took too much Lord aggro earlier in the fight, and that's why he was like, you know what? It's either I back or I go in, try to look for the red tree, try to look for the big play with the Violet Requiem. Now it's a Divine Glaive. There you go. For both.
For the team.
Crazy timing, bro.
Share the love.
Share the love. Rosa and Siggy, boom, with the Divine Glaive together. Innocent on the way to the Winter Crown. So we will start to expect more of those crazy BMI forwards with a Blazing Duet than the Winter Crown.
SRG. They have a gold lead, but still it doesn't feel like it's a game in their hands just yet. Aurora Gaming, I mean, and those, Rosa, man, one of those lands onto Innocent, we're talking at least 50% health, I feel like. Yep. One of those lands at that range, and it is a reset completely for a fight.
And this is going to have to pull a Betty Cutie with the claw, dude. Someone who won M4. No, that too maybe, but mainly come in at the end. Try to go for the cleanups. Don't get caught in the Astro Echo, because if you do, that creates a lot of angles for Pagu to bait out the Purify out. And then Tienzi can just get an easy set. Yums!
Oh, big kick. And then airstrike comes down. Pagu tries to get away. Immortality does pop. Black Dragon into the midst of things as well. But Sekai's finds Pagu. And now Aurora Gaming are on the run. A big kick from Yums. Stormy able to take out Siggy Boom. A double kill into the hands of Sekai's.
Big throw to Ruin catches the Purifier of Siggy Boom. And now they don't want to go for the Lord. Trex, they want to go for the end. They have a big wave in the mid lane. On top of the cannon minion that stayed alive. The Star Shadow was body block. Prem!
They may just be able to do this, honestly. It's 15+ second death counters. The side of Aurora Gaming, Feather Airstrike comes down. A nice knife shot with the Violent Requiem, followed up by the Winter Crown. Stormy, wings by wings. SRG are focusing onto the base. The Canyon Minion stands, but it's not enough just yet. Minions defend, and SRG aren't able to finish it.
No Tienzi, but they've used all their resources. That's going to be in Flying Clouds. Pagu, tech charge!
Nice tech charge on Innocent. He does have to BMI still. Big kick onto Pagu.
That's going to be Pagu caught in the bad spot again in the back. Stormy gets the kill.
Just can't do it. Siggy Boom falls as well. It's Rosa and Lunar against SRG right now. Minions still on the base. Rosa trying to defend, but they need another wave.
There's a wave in the bottom lane, but that's it. No more wave in mid to really utilize. They're gonna have to wait a bit longer. But Aurora Gaming, they delayed it again. Selangor Red Giants with a 5,000 gold lead are gonna go straight for the Lord. There's no way TNZ gets into this Lord pit unless he just walks up, I guess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be crazy, dude. That would literally just be like, that would be suicide. And it's not even 50-50. They have so much CC with Yums there as well.
Can they defend a big Lord push right now? Is that possible at this point? It's definitely trouble. I mean, at this point, it is hard. You have a Feathered Airstrike to help Siege. You have so many things in the hand of SRG to try to end this.
Just take a look at the replay here to see exactly what happened. Pagu tried to really force the issue with the Flying Clouds, and you can't really blame him. In this position, he was expecting an instant follow-up, but it just didn't happen. These members were down on the cooldown. They had to clear some waves. Now a Lord of the mid lane, bottom lane turret very low, top lane going down.
Will this be the final defense? Hume's looking for a target once again. Feathered Airstrike does come down, a nice tech charge, but it doesn't land onto many members. Lord's still there. Sekai's brings out the Phantom Steed. Lord finally falls as Aurora Gaming continues to defend. One cannon minion left. They should be okay, but another wave are coming. Agu, don't overstay your welcome. Name to SRG. A nice Violent Requiem does land down onto Cram, but the damage still just isn't there. Tianzi finally falls. Black Dragon comes out. Cram still standing. Pagu finally falls as well.
He moves still there. Rose Gold Meteor. Yum's gonna go for the Jiku. No!
Double kill for Siggy Boom. Innocent. Sekai's gets the kill. Innocent on the Lunar. And Aurora Gaming, it's a full wipe. As the lights fade dim, the Giants rise from the darkness and move forward in the upper bracket.
A repeat of MSC 2024 in the end, despite the impressive start to the series. Selangor Red Giants throw Aurora Gaming down to the pits, down to the depths of the most feared lower bracket that we've ever seen in the world stage. 3-2. At the end of the day, a full series going their way yet again. They confirm top 3 in the M7 World Championship.
Let's be honest though, with the best of 5, I think that best of 5 was unprecedented overall. Aurora Turkey taking SRG the distance, but from the beginning we knew this was a battle of standards. This was a battle of the distance, and SRG, whenever those games went the long haul, whenever we go to 5 games between these two teams, SRG continues to get the win.
It's because of the adaptation, the instant adaptation coming in from Selangor Red Giants every single time they meet. Aurora Gaming, they would come into this tournament, they would come into this matchup with the preparations, the homework the panel was mentioning already, how to deal with the CC, how to deal with Innocent Sora as well. But as the series prolonged, Selangor Red Giants again made those little improvements here and there. At the end of the day, it was the Claude, a hero that was dominating in the Swiss stage, coming back again here with the Freya band away, and it was open. Innocent did well, Skies did well. This was a phenomenal series to start things off in Tennis Indoor Senayan, and we're going to be throwing it over to the interview with Selangor Red Giants.
Ladies and gentlemen, Selangor Red Giants is the first team to qualify for the Upper Bracket Finals. You know what? Before we actually excite ourselves even further, let us have a quick chat with the boys. And of course, Stormy, congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
But let's talk about the game, because a lot of people actually expected SRG to take the win up against Aurora Gaming. But it turned out to be such a hard series. Can you tell us, like, what made this match actually more difficult than you expected?
Yeah, it's more difficult than we expected because they are really strong and we admit it. And Alhamdulillah, we won.
Alhamdulillah, they won. Wonderful, because we were watching as well backstage and it looked really close. But at the very end, you were able to step forward. And now my next question goes over to Yums. Yums, with this win, this means that at least SRG will be placing top 3. And this ties your placement last time around in the last M series. Now, Yums, how confident are you that you can surpass that top 3?
Betapa confidentnya Yums untuk surpass your position in the M6 last year?
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident and we aiming for champion now, not the place.
You're aiming for champions this time around and not just the 3rd place. So, Yums, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are we on that ranking poll?
I think right now we on 10 lah.
After this win, it's a 10. I'm pretty sure the Malaysians in the arena and as well as back at home are definitely very much excited for this. Boys, once again, congratulations on such a nerve-wracking game, honestly, on our first day over here at Stadium Indoor Senayan. Thank you very much. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to give us a full breakdown on what happened in this intense full match series. Showing it back to you guys.
Thank you to Rose and Eterna, and of course, congratulations once again to Selangor Red Giants! What a win! What a series to start off our M7 World Championship here at Tennis Indoor. It was so close that you could literally count the 3 errors that led to the victory of SRG here.
Yeah, honestly, that game was so very tight. And luckily, in all things, they balanced themselves out. My faith in humanity as well as God has been restored. Thank God for SRG winning that game because I have to put up one hell of a compliment to Aurora Gaming. That was so close. A couple of moments could have tweaked, and that could have been the difference between going to 3rd place or playing through the hellish lower brackets.
I mean, we did set it up. If you break the whole WOMI rule of 0 and 2 in the first 5 minutes, you're done. You have the trouble of having to get this Guinevere to work. Good friend Ray Ash at home is crying. You also have the fact that there's nobody to burst Alice, despite them getting a good couple of kills on Cram. At the end of the day, logic will state that this lineup should not work against what SRG brings, and eventually it came to a breaking point. It hit critical mass, and just what happened.
I think the most important thing we have to look at here is the fact that these two teams traded everything every time. Someone gets a kill in the jungle, someone will get another kill in the top lane. Usually, of course, early on, it was the Yuzhong of Lunar. Someone gets an objective, someone else is getting a tower in the other team. So they were always making sure that there was an equal value to what they were losing in the end. But then, the problem was, as you mentioned, Aurora just could not get over that hump of getting maybe at least a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead, which is what you need up against a team that has an Alice and a Leomord together. And one of the biggest factors for that is because Yums on this show had the rotations of Aurora checked.
Yep, this is what we call a driving force for SRG, the trigger finger. He initiates a majority of these fights because even though we have Cram actually playing with that Throne of Ruin, his goal is to ruin Sigiboom specifically. I'm not gonna let you use that Zaman Force freely. I need you off of that little rune. Don't get your resets. Keep you in place and let this man on that screen do the rest of the work.
You know what, my glowing moment for Yums, which again almost cemented his player of the match status for me, was when he messed with Lunar and forced Lunar to press Petrify all the way out just to not hit that 0 and 2 death early on. But it was too little too late. Again, how can you expect even Sigiboom to bounce back if the other half of the map is in total ruins? I think Trex put it very well. I love his basketball references. You've compromised the rest of the lanes for Aurora, which allowed for, again, Sekai's 2nd Leomord game in all of M7 to look this good.
As everyone knows, when it comes to baseball, linesmen are the most important position in the sport, especially when you score that field goal, I believe is what they call it. But it did become a story of the Yuzhong versus the Alice at one point because Pagu is just an initiator and a sponge. It's the impact of the Petrify Furious Dive from the Yuzhong versus the Throne of Ruin of the Alice. Of course, the Alice, a little bit more unkillable compared to the Yuzhong at this point. And then eventually, what I like from SRG here is that you started seeing them hit another level of timing. not just in terms of rotations, but in terms of when they're using every dash, every battle spell, maximizing their crowd control, so that when Aurora Gaming Turkey decides to go for their all-in fight, suddenly they're met with, wait, they still had abilities to get away from us and even crowd control us?
And what that translates into when you're watching a fight is when it seems like they should be doing one thing, they decide to do the other thing, which is again an internal communication. It's like, we could go for Lord, nah, how about we force it? Because I think Aurora can't respond, and that's what allowed for them to exponentially build an advantage, the one that you mentioned, Renmar, that Aurora just can't.
A lot of the macro plays that we do inevitably see really comes down to the 50-50. Which risks are we willing to take? There are no wrong decisions we need to call now, and majority of them happen to just be focused around fighting. And I think for SRG, it's actually more important for them to actually get into these fights in comparison to Aurora, because the longer they make that decision, the more Rosa is going to get value out of that Star Shatter. And we saw 2 items alone was putting Stormy basically to half of his HP, if not less. And against Cram, who had MR items, he was getting chunked a quarter of his HP each time.
And this is why as much as I appreciate and respect Rosa as a player and what they get to do in this game, the Novario pick for me just was not enough. Yes, I will not deny the fact that his Astral Echoes were on point. Star Shatters were keeping Stormy at bay, and from time to time even dished enough damage to take Cram down those 3 times they did. But you're lacking that hard impact that an instant feathered airstrike will be able to dish out. The stun from the Curse of Crow.
I think that's the keyword. Instant. There's a lot of things Aurora wants to do, but it needs a lot of setup. Even Tech Charge needs to be found in the perfect moment. Even the Violet Requiem needs the perfect setup. Not to mention how Lunar was this whole game just trying to keep his head above water. So, again, I feel really bad for Sinky Boom in this game. Sinky Boom was their only payoff. Rosa was going to get there anyways, given how far he was from everything else, but really, Aurora, I think just going past 15 minutes, again, we saw them trying to defend and save a bare base for at least 3 minutes too long.
And that just goes to show, right, if you don't have that instant impact, you always just kind of have to tenderize your opponent so they can't get into position to hold it.
I will say this though, this makes the lower bracket picture even more terrifying. You have Team Spirit, Yangon Galacticos, Onyx ID, Team Liquid waiting there. And now this team, Aurora Turkey, will be joining them in the lower bracket after what they did today to SRG, forcing them to 5 games. But once again, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants and all the Malaysian fans for moving forward to the upper bracket finals. But for now, we will go on a short break before we go on over to Alter Ego versus Aurora PH.
Lu main Magic Chess kan? Gua nggak main Magic Chess.
If you know the fact about me.
7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Welcome back to the M7 World Championship, and you see the arena has filled up with Indonesian and Alter Ego fans as they will be going up against Aurora Gaming Philippines for the second and last match of the day. We welcome you back to the English broadcast. My name is Renmar, still here with Leo, Gideon, Mirko, and Trex, and what a sight to behold to everyone making noise right there. Terima kasih, everyone is so great. The energy in the arena is alive. But Mirko and Trex, how are you two feeling after casting that first series?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. If there's a way to pump the crowd up, to pump the viewers back at home up, it's definitely that first match, man. It's definitely a way to set the tone for the rest of the knockout stage.
It's a way to make sure that people don't want to miss out on a game or a series just because they thought it wasn't going to be hype. At this point, all braces are off.
And I am excited to see what Aurora Gaming Philippines and Alter Ego has in store for us. You're going to hear a little bit more from Mirko and Trex later on as they will be casting this series here on the English broadcast. But I'm still here with my esteemed panel in Leo and Gideon. And pretty familiar feelings. You guys were here in the M4 World Championship at the height of all the Indonesian teams. And very familiar vibes for you guys?
Is it weird? I don't know if you'll agree with me. It's familiar, but very different. Same, but not at all.
Totally agree. Mainly because of the representatives here. I think this is one of the few times we were expecting that the Indonesian entire crowd was going to show up, but the support and love for AE can be felt in the arena.
There's Alter champs all over, inside and out, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're still making their way into the stadium.
And that was Ghostface from Scream in the crowd too, as we are going to be watching Indonesia and Philippines, their fate rekindles rivalry, as these two teams, who were the second placers in their home region tournaments, defeated their own champions to make it to this spot here.
A tale as old as time in MLBB esports, Indonesia versus the Philippines. Is there a more iconic rivalry? Because again, even if Malaysia-Philippines has become more recent, I think you can't say no to a match between the two world champion regions.
It's a classic. It's a classic if you've been in the scene for a very long time. It's one of those matchups that you cannot just miss because you know that the sparks are going to be flying and the best Mobile Legends is going to be put on the stage.
It's a rivalry almost as old as the M series itself. It finally gets another chapter after Fate brought these two redemption-seeking squads together. And that's going to be the main story and focus for these two. Redemption. They've both gone through their fair share of heartbreaks, not just in recent memory, but for a good amount of the memory for these two organizations. Obviously, Aurora being younger compared to Alter Ego in the MLBB scene. But now, I feel like going into this is going to be a tougher test for Aurora because it is not 5v5, it is what, close to 1,000 versus 5?
I feel like we've talked about this many times. When it comes down to crowds and silencing them, I think that the Philippines really knows how to put that full stop.
You see here the two poster boys of the matchup, Nino and Edward. Storyline from second place to world championship contenders for these two. Alter Ego, not a lot of expectations for their season, but they then brought honor to the Alter champs by finally making it back to the M series. Meanwhile, for Aurora, a different, more heartbreaking story. Dominating majority of MPL-PH before falling to Team Liquid in the grand finals.
Consistency, talent, excellence, and loyalty. These two faces are icons of that. Nino waited, what, 10 seasons to finally step foot on international stage. And here's the thing, Edward, he's been here literally for the past half a decade. He's been here and he's still kicking and he's looking to beat the allegations on behalf of his squad.
I mean, honestly, I think that there's a lot of things that we're going to be addressing throughout this match, but I'm leaning towards AE because when you're talking about, yes, of course, Nino is going to be leading the charge, but what about the rest of the team? They have no international experience in comparison to this Filipino powerhouse coming from halfway across the world. Within Southeast Asia, we know that they are better, but the hunger we see in AE is different.
Aurora are a roster filled with World Championship MSC contenders, some of the best in the world, while Alter Ego have the hungriest players. Even Yasuke, a rookie, looks good this M Series. Let's watch this for more information on them.
All the hard work that they did in the regular season.
Alter Ego, so close yet so far.
Menurut aku di internasional turnamen orang-orang pasti mikirnya sebagian besar tuh yang juara dari regionnya masing-masing itu akan tampil kuat kan daripada yang runner up-nya. Tapi kali ini berbeda gitu.
Alter Ego taking their revenge against the Indonesian champion. They sent TL down to the lower brackets.
I think a little bit unexpected because we really thought that Liquid's gonna give us a hard time in this match.
Nggak expect lawan Aurora sih, soalnya dari scrim itu kita lawan TLPH tuh lebih susah dari kita lawan Aurora.
Yung meaning sa akin ng pagkapanalo namin sa Liquid, napakalaking bagay kasi doon kami kukuha ng momentum for mga next series.
Nagsisik din talaga kami ng revenge sa kanila kasi tagal na namin walang bawi sa kanila. Nakakagulat din na tinalo ng Alter Ego yung Onyx.
Mungkin sama tim ya, mungkin sebenarnya kita ada beberapa kartu yang belum kita buka. Mungkin nanti kita pakai di draft begitu.
Momentum is really something because of what's happening in M7. I think Alter Ego is doing good right now.
Yung malawak yung hero pool nila, tsaka pagdating sa pindutan, magaling sila. Tsaka hindi sila yung nag-back down sa mga team fight. Kung ma-execute namin yung mga plano or game things nagawa sa screen, sa tournament, may chance, paramdam ko may chance kami na mapanalo mismo yung series.
Alter Ego! Go, go, go!
I think this is going to be an important win for them if they do get this against Aurora, because this is going to, funnily enough, shut down the idea of it being luck.
Alter Ego have done it! Alter Ego Esports take the win! First team to make it to the knockout!
I don't think they're just lucky, I think they're really good.
Sama muka baru kan Alter Ego. Jadi yang didukung itu bukan cuma Onyx doang kan. Jadi Alter Ego jadi salah satu kandidat harapan Indonesia yang bisa membawa pulang piala series itu.
Alter Ego! Go, go, go!
Kalau AE benar-benar bisa menang dan bisa top 4, aku rasa aku seneng sih. Soalnya kan kita Indonesia selalu dianggap kayak kita di bawah Filipina kan. Jadi kayak kalau bisa menang ya mungkin kita akan mengubah statement itu sih.
Lightning!
Yung meaning sa akin ng N7 parang malaking bagay siya sa akin. Kami magdo-double effort kami and gagawin namin best namin para mag-champion.
Good luck to Yasuke. Hopefully you bring your A game in our match because I'm gonna destroy you.
Hey Nino, you think you're good, but I think I can beat you.
Ya coba aja, nanti kita lihat hasil akhirnya aja.
A lot of respect between these two, but of course, when you respect someone so much, sometimes you gotta talk a little bit of smack just to show it to them. We have to first talk about and acknowledge Alter Ego. With the Indonesian champions, Onyx Indonesia in the lower bracket, they have become a new people's champion here in Indonesia, and they have yet to drop a single game in M7 so far. 100% match and game win rate.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of parallels that can be taken with them and previous Malaysian representatives before. It's such a good time, and they've convinced me for certain.
Hey, you know what? Hard times breed better men, and Aurora have faced all of the hardships, not just here in Indonesia, but even on the trip out. It's no secret that online, everybody's saying they can't do it. Everybody's saying they're the C word, but I'll be honest with you, when you look at the stats, it's clear that Aurora are packing heat. It's not just all lights and sounds and smoke and mirrors. Aurora are good, and they've done it in the Swiss already. They've proven that they deserve to be here. They've proven it in the knockouts. They beat Liquid.
Yeah, the only team they've lost to so far in M7 is Team Liquid Philippines. CFU, Team Zone, Team Spirit, and in the knockouts, Team Liquid Philippines felt the pain of loss against Aurora. As we look at these two, we talked about the lineup of Aurora having a lot of experience. There's one player I want to look at Alter Ego, that I want to see have a star-making performance for him to remind him that he is, in his own right, a world champion through IESF 2022. Hijime was in that roster, and he is going to be a big factor against Aurora.
I totally agree, and I think that Hijime is one of those players, when you look at, he is international ready. You see it, you know it, you feel it, and that's what AE is bringing out here today. They have 3 faces on their logos for a reason, and they want to be able to kind to keep Aurora Gaming quickly on their toes as much as they can. If Aurora PH can play with their plans, of course it's going to be good, but that's the beauty of AE. They know how to make the gears stop turning.
Are you talking about champions without belts? How about Yue? How about the man who has been on so many multiple international stages and has yet to bag a trophy, a ring, or a medal of his own? Yeah, we still give those out, right?
Yeah, we do.
How does Yue not have any of these things? He's top 5 worldwide.
Alter Ego are hungry to prove that despite their youth and relatively lack of experience compared to the roster of Aurora, that they deserve to be here. And they have proven that already and beyond, I feel like. For Aurora, they are also hungry to finally get those championships that have been escaping them since their inception of around MPL Philippines Season 14. It's been a long time coming for these two teams, and in just a bit they're going to be making their entrance. You saw a little bit of our entrances from the first series, but I feel like this one's going to have a different vibe. For the first time, we're going to be seeing a hardcore home and away walkout.
Yeah, and that's going to be a fun time, especially considering how many Alter Champs and well as Aurora fans in the arena alone. So I'm expecting the entire indoor stadium to explode.
Again, to remind everyone, Alter Champs outnumber Auroras in the stadium, I'd say what, 20-1?
Yeah. It's a huge understatement to say that the Auroras and the Filipinos in the crowd are outnumbered, because we know about Indonesian fans. They show up with pride and they show up with love for their representatives. But in these hallowed halls of Tennis Indoor Stadium have also delivered some of the most heartbreaking moments for Indonesian fans. So what are we gonna get today? A win for Alter Ego or a win for Aurora? Heartbreak for Alter Ego or heartbreak for Aurora? All I know is we are gonna get a beautiful match of MLBB. Let's welcome our teams!
Demon Kite! Domain Kite! UA! Lights within! Seize the win! Aurora Gaming Philippines!
Alter Champs, mana suaranya!
Indonesia! Let me hear you say, go, go, go for Alter Ego!
It felt like an anime entrance for these two. Different vibes, but the same story. Redemption, hunger, Alter Ego and Aurora Gaming Philippines have a lot to prove, and they are ready to do that.
To put it into context, it's not just 10 seasons Alter Ego waited to step forth. It's been 6 years. Let's welcome their coaches on stage, Aurora and Alter Ego.
An exciting time to be alive, to witness this battle happen once again. The classic between two major regions. What to be expected here will only stay here in JKT.
An interesting difference between these two is for Aurora Gaming PH, it's expect the expected. Because they deliver the cleanest, fundamental, solid MLBB. The understanding of the playbook of this team is bar none. Alter Ego throws that playbook out, writes their own book, and expect the unexpected from them.
It's a clash of styles. The real test is whether or not Alter Ego has mastered every face of the game, because with Master of the Basics just behind Aurora, I'm pretty sure small mistakes can be recovered. Big mistakes is a detriment.
Let's run through these lineups. Reintroducing Alter Ego Esports for you guys watching at home. Yes, some of them did shave their heads in an effort to prove their commitment to running straight for that World Championship title. Nino, Yasuke, Hijume, Alec, and Arfi.
Nino is number 1 in KDA, GPM, per damage per minute amongst EXP laners. Yasuke number 1 in KDA, kills per game among junglers. Also the fewest deaths with 6 among all players in M7. This guy was a rookie last season, and he's doing this on the world stage.
And this is why they're so hungry. The first to actually qualify here to the playoffs, but their opponents are no pushovers. When it came down to the best of ones, maybe they struggle, but as soon as we see best of threes, this team comes alive. Aurora Gaming PH with Edward, Demon Kai, Yue, Light, and Domen Kai. Edward, Mr. MVP himself, just keeps on getting it right next to Nino.
One of the 3, known as MV3 when they ran with Blacklist International. He's also got Demon Kite, number 3 in damage taken per minute next to Detective and Boyet. You can tell it to his Fredrin to stop taking so much damage and dishing it out in return.
I was thinking about Edward and the leadership he can bring here for Aurora. Playing on the world stage in Indonesia is not new for him. I forget, there's one more player for Aurora that can add to that. It's Light. He's experienced playing with a fervent crowd of Indonesia when he was in MPL ID Season 15 with Bigatron by Vitality. So, with that in mind, I feel like when it comes to two teams with very clashing styles, is mental gonna play a factor? For me, definitely.
100%, and I think, you know, when we're talking about mental resilience, it goes both ways. As much as this crowd is going to be supporting AE and putting pressure onto Aurora PH, if a single play goes wrong, that could hurt AE's odds.
Don't show AE this chat because they already know, all right? It's Aurora who needs a little bit of online presence because in tennis in Dortinayan, you know it's all outdoor champs. Where are the Auroras? They're still outnumbered, 2-1.
Of course, we all know how passionate the Indonesian fan base is, but I'm pretty sure the Filipinos are going to start racking in some votes in the fandom war for Aurora in the chat. But as you see, this is a hostile and passionate crowd in Jakarta as the Alter champs continue to go wild as we head into the draft. Speaking of draft, let's talk about it. Alter Ego. Question is, I feel like a good beginner is, what the heck is Arfi gonna play? Are you gonna see him in a marksman? Are we gonna see him on a fighter? It feels like so far in M7, whatever you give him, it goes well.
Okay, that's a valid question to ask. Given their spotless record, they've played the least amount of games possible for a single team in M7. Arfi's only played Claude, Freya, and CC. Has never touched Ruby, has never touched Carry, has never touched the breakout hero of the later half of M7 so far, Sora.
But we don't know that for sure, right? We don't know if he's going to whip out that Sora in that gold lane. We know that he, again, AE seemed to be ahead of the metagame when it came down to the gold lane specific picks, but at the same time, Aurora on the opposite side with their linear style of play, very fluid motions across the map, really need to find that starting proving ground, right? That first kick-off to make sure that they can start the snowball crashing down against AE, because that's the only time we see AE actually back away from fights when they're at a deficit.
Yeah, Aurora Gaming PH has shown that it's weird to say, slightly older version of MLBB with having a marksman carry in the gold lane still definitely works. They're one of the few teams that after seeing the effect of Claude in the metagame suddenly said, hey, let's just pick up Claude in the first pick right away, and they would consistently do that. Freya, Granger, Harith, and Carrie are the other heroes that Domigite has played. Not as many fighters, but maybe that will change. That has to change against a team like Alter Ego. As we count down to the draft, sound off in the comments wherever you're watching. What do you think will come up? Because in my head right now, the permutations continue to go. From the gold lane, let's look at the opposite end in the EXP lane. Edward and Nino, to be fair, I feel like they have a similar playstyle.
They actually have a pretty similar playstyle. However, with Edward, there is a certain level of expectation. I need you to do X. Nino, on the other hand, kind of probes that question a little bit more. He starts asking the rest of the teams, hey, what are some of the cooldowns I can take advantage of? What kind of openings can I create for somebody on the team? Both are looking to dominate their lane, both looking to find impact in those team fights, but based on what I'm seeing in the bans, it looks like AE targeting on the Baxia, the Yeet, alongside with the Valentina, opens up options.
I'm smelling a Sora early on.
Oh yeah.
That's what that Valentina is telegraphing, as well as a Farsa. Sometimes you just want to put it out there.
Well, Aurora are willing to give the Sora as they take out the Juicin, available here for Alter Ego, flexible, and of course, they will go for it.
Okay, so they've already got the Sora in hand. No counter Valentina to get ahead in this game. Aurora have a number of options to play here. One of them happened, well, I don't know whether the family's going to come out within the first phase or towards the second phase. It's one of the few picks that we don't usually let through as often, but knowing Demon Kite, and also on the opposite side, Yasuke, both are more than happy to get access to it.
I feel like between these two teams, this Aurora who definitely has to think about the Fanny more. Yasuke has had an MVP performance with that hero earlier this M7. Definitely have to watch out for it. Now, it's the Cho and the YSS. Still very basic standard Aurora. Expecting the Fanny to come through, they already pick up the Cho.
The Fanny doesn't even have to come in now. I think it would be a mistake for AE to pull out the Fanny this early. Sure, Fanny's good, but Aurora's ready for it. I think AE would be best and wise to not jump the gun. And nope, they're going the opposite direction. They're going for a fighter in the jungle. Leomord, they showed this early in the Swiss. And now, after that series between SRG and Aurora Turkish, we know that it stonks.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to play for the earlier stages of the game based on what we're seeing here, right? On the opposite side, Aurora, I want to see how they want to actually maintain control over that mid lane. They've got the Cho, so technically with Concussive Blast, you will be able to get through it without much of a problem. I think the real question is whether or not they're going to target specifically against Light instead of pushing the waves, and then looking to invade after. Look to punish, right? Hurt the 2v2.
Exactly. For Aurora, seeing the lineup of Alter Ego, that is ruthless aggression. Aurora can't go PG here. They have to go Attitude era style if they want to. And Cho and Farsa are a simple way to do that through the center of the map. But then you're going to have a power pick for Edward that will have so much impact that the aggression of Alter Ego can be stopped. If not stopped, at least just tempered a bit.
Is Uranus open?
Uranus is still open. It could get banned out in the second phase.
There you go.
Like a lot of the sandbags might be targeted, but
if AE don't ban it, Aurora got away with it. They should get the Uranus.
All right, so the Kalia gets banned though. The follow-up from the side, from AE. Yeah, no, it looks like AE looks to be the one to say, you know what, we don't want a sandbag for the Sora.
Yeah. So I like that for Alter Ego, they've really done their homework against Aurora here. Again, we gotta go back in the first phase of the bans. Taking away the Baksha, that's an old Aurora favorite that became one of their main pieces through their MPLPH Season 16 dominance. The Valentina and the Eve respecting you, and now we were just talking about the Edward pick, taking away the Alice. If you're gonna be looking for something that could disrupt team fights, if it's available for them, though it is slower, if Aurora want to go front to back, the glue is still gonna be an option.
See the Esme going to be banned out from the side of Aurora, and I think at this point, AE just need to get rid. Oh, wait, no. Oh, do they hold up the Uranus or do they... both don't feel very good here. no matter what, I think that Sora's going to get sandbagged, and they might have to open up a couple of other options, thinking towards maybe towards the Rome section, but there it is, the Uranus already gone.
So what does that leave our boy Edward? Mr. Consistent still has in the pocket Lapu Lapu.
Yep.
Yu Zhong, one good target so far, and we saw that Yu Zhong is very, very vulnerable in the early game. He can play Arlo, he's 100% with it. I mean, played once.
Final slash would be good. Aurora does need a sandbag, I feel like. Arlot isn't really a traditional sandbag. He's the guy that comes out of nowhere final slash and he'll buy time through aggression and vengeance ticks. So now they're going to be going for a Demon Kite-centered lineup with YSS being supported by 4 pieces on the side of Aurora. They pick up a Freya for Dominkai. Didn't go well for him the first time we saw it, but now in the second game after that, it went really well.
I think it'll be good here. I mean, no matter what, it's going to be tough, right? If you forget about Dominkai on this Freya for too long, your entire backline, and especially if you get stuck in the middle of a fight, like walking through mud, he's just going to start shredding through you, even if you are pumping out like 10x the damage, just because of how her ult works. But
Gwen, I like the Gwen. AE of Hanson with the front line of Aurora, and here's a online favorite. A lot of folks online, like these armchair analysts, saying, why don't they just pick Mincetar? It stops a lot of the big meta heroes in the current roster of M7 top picks. And here it is.
So many dashes instantly negated by King's Calling. Alter Ego's lineup needed more crowd control, and they got a hell of a lot of crowd control. Guinevere and Mincetar, as unique as it is, I like how Alter Ego closed it out.
Hold up. This also shuts down Vengeance.
Yes.
I see a Freya and I want an Arlo. That's how earlier teams in the Swiss figured out how to make this work. But now you are kind of slowed down. They instead go for the Lapu Lapu with a safer pick.
Yeah, no choice here for the side of Aurora. They've got a decent amount of damage on their side, a lot of bursts, a lot of key components that they can mix and match according to the scenario. I think that AE need to take the more linear approach. Keep it simple.
That Mincetar looks poisonous to me.
The Mincetar did not keep it simple.
Yeah, it's not simple, but oh my god, all those dash blocks. As a Filipino, I gotta say, this pains me to say, I'm leaning towards Alter Ego for the draft.
I'm saying AE for sure.
I'll keep it close to the chest. Until the Mincetar proves it's worth its pick, I'm saying Aurora.
Well, let's see how it's gonna work as we enter Flying Clouds in what is sure to be an electric 5-game series, best of 5, Alter Ego, Aurora, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Welcome to another chapter to this long story. Mirko and Trex, let's go!
Thank you, Renmar, Gideon, and Leo. It's Trex here with Mirko once again. It's day 2, series 2, Alter Ego facing up against Aurora Gaming. Now, Mirko, they gave their predictions on the draft. How are you feeling about it yourself?
Hey, Alter Ego are very, very lucky, you know? So I think Aurora got this.
I gotcha. Aurora got this. Just that simple, that easy. No questions asked, no hold bars. Now, when I take a look at the mid lane, I do think one thing. We saw something similar in the last series, a similar lineup in the mid, and the Farza and the Cho seem to do well. You get the rotations, you get the aggression, but we are seeing Alter Ego already try to push in.
Yeah, this is what they like to do, man. With the composition that's so aggressive, they just want to push the tempo. And honestly, we got to see this already. Aurora Gaming did the same thing to SRG early on. In game number 1, all the way to game number 3, but then it was the SRG adaptation constantly coming in. Yazuke, though, a bit late to go for the orange buff, not going to be caught. Still, it's first blood for Light.
First blood for Aurora Gaming, very well done. So, at this point, Aurora Gaming already capitalizing on the aggression that Alter Ego wants to bring in. Already showing that, listen, we're ready for that. We don't have a problem with that at all. Taking a look at some of the emblems, Warcry onto the Freya, trying to be aggressive. On top of that, extra damage for the items, and a whole lot of movement speed on the side of Aurora Gaming with the Wilderness Blessings. They want to move, they want to be able to respond quickly. Whoa. Alter Ego brings.
RP in the bottom lane, almost getting caught. Light again! Jikundo and the Shunpu, but it's just to threaten RP, just to possibly bait out the flicker from him.
So Aurora Gaming still playing it safe. They don't want to force it. They don't want to force their hands. This is your typical Aurora Gaming, not pushing anything too far. We're going to get a slow chokehold on you and just keep letting the gold bleed out.
Turtle number 1 already started up by Aurora Gaming Philippines. Demon Kite free there. Yuzuki pops in Phantom Steed. That's a Purify up by Yue. As Nino walks up, it's going to be the red sheep from Demon Kite to pick it up. Demon Kite very, very low. Nino able to flicker in, getting the kill down.
Yue able to find the response though. Nino goes down, but it's a kill for a kill.
And now it's AWAKEN and Hijume cutting them down. Edward falling light. Wait, the Dragon with Kundo brings the kill over to Yue, but Hijume gets a double.
That's a huge win for Alter Ego. They're able to turn things around a little bit, but Demon Kite looking for the possible response.
Demon Kite has a bound of shotgun. This will be the double stun coming in as Dolmen rotates from gold lane, and it is given to Demon Kite.
If you want to go blow for blow, Aurora Gaming is ready. They hold about a 800 gold lead, but this is just the start. And one of my worries for Aurora Gaming is they might crumble under the pressure that Alter Ego wanted to bring, but they are answering it head on.
That's the thing. For Aurora Gaming Philippines, we've just been thinking about them playing the fundamental MLBB, playing just the systematic style. But clearly, something changed. They're now much more willing to take those risks. It was already seen in the match against TLPH. There's only one way you can beat TLPH, and it's not just to play that systematic game, it's not to play that save game. You need to take those gambles, and with the players they have in the lineup now, you can't doubt that they can. You can't doubt that they can execute all of those crazy gambles.
They finally hit their second form, you know? Yep. They finally moved forward. They've come out of the cocoon. Aurora Gaming
took a while.
Is ready to flap their wings. It took a while, for sure. But this is a very different team than what we've seen in previous internationals.
Absolutely.
And if they keep this pace, it looks good.
Alright.
Play.
Based on the Purify, Nino going to be walking up as well. Now bringing Light over. That's it.
Nothing happens. That's it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, no major problems. And again, this is what Aurora Gaming want. What I'm really excited for is Edward on this Lapu Lapu. When are we going to see that really come into play in these fights? We didn't get to see a lot of those big backlane divers in the last set of matches. But now we see Edward on a proactive EXP laner, and you know how much he loves it. I mean, listen, he's whoa.
Murphy, he tried to go for the hook before. He pops into King's Calling just to dash out. Light goes over the way of the Dragon, but it's actually kind of off, and now it's Nino in the back line.
Up the top side, Nino able to push him away, and now they're going to move on to the Turtle.
Yuzuki holding onto it. The Phantom Steed already used up now. Alec going to the back line. That's Edward with a jump in. Live with the Kundo as well. Yuzuki's down.
Demon Kite able to take one down. Turtle still up.
Demon Kite picking it up. Now it's going to be the all-in now with the Violet Requiem. But Demon Kite takes him out. And it's Domeng who slices Nino to bits to get a double. Now a feathered airstrike just pounding Arfi down.
That's going to help secure this tier 3 on the bottom side. Light, just to mess with your head a little bit, man. Just to get in your mental.
Nice BTR, by the way. My goat! Anyways, yeah, no, Light is just so annoying. Every single time he's on the Cho, Trex, he wants you to make that extra move. He wants to cancel out your recalls. He wants to cancel out your skills. And even if the way the Dragon is off, a lot of times that's a feint. That's a setup for something else. And in that case, it was Edward with the follow-up.
All right, in the mid side, Yue and Light continue to control. Alter Ego now, they're at a point, is it time to kind of hit the brakes a little bit? Maybe we can't take them on with a super aggressive play style. Yasuke is 0-3-2. It's not where you want to be on a Leomord. We've seen Leomords do great when they can get that early aggression, but they haven't been able to do that. So now we have to completely rethink our strategy if we're Alter Ego.
What's that going to be? Right now, I guess it's to minimize losses. 2,000 gold lead for Aurora Gaming Philippines. It's trying to look for those mid-game power spikes. But at the end of the day, this Alter Ego esports lineup is very reliant on a cycle of skills. They need to go in and that's it, right? With the instant or with the straight-up initiation, you need to get a win. Aurora Gaming Philippines, they have a Freya that can play it long. They have, I would say, actually, they're the Yisun Shin as well. They can constantly just go for continuous damage on top of the fact that he can go for burst too.
Alter Ego very reliant as well on all 5 members kind of being together in these fights. They don't have much of a split pushing composition, and when you are in the behind place that they're in right now, that's what you're looking for. Small plays on the map. Maybe you get a tier 3 on the bot side. Maybe you get one on the top side. Something that you can take. But the problem is, if they send someone down, it's going to be a long time until they can get back to the turtle pit. Or the rest of your members are going to all get cut off, and all of these skills, like you said, need to be used in a cycle. Warax does finally get locked in for Yasuke.
Wow.
That's a late first item.
Especially for Yasuke, dude. This guy has always just been ahead of the enemy junglers when we saw on the Swiss stage. Domeng forcing it out. Now good dodge away from the hook. RP goes over to King's Calling. Traction pulse coming down, but Domeng gets out and has that flare as well with a recall spam. Down to way the Dragon lock-in. Is that Nino down? Spatial migration with the Valorant from the back. Nino gonna be taken out. Now it's Domeng and Demon Kite helping each other out as Yasuke walks away. But Edward pops in the stun, doesn't go for it. Aurora should be able to get this for free.
Aurora treated that turtle like it was a lord, systematically getting the kick, bringing the rest of the team down. At least Yasuke gets a purple here. It's the first time we've seen them able to trade something in a loss, but it's still not a great trade.
Perfect turtle for Aurora Gaming Philippines, and they're just going to have this steady build. If Alter Ego Esports aren't going to bring the chaos to them, this is Aurora Gaming Philippines' comfort zone. Ali with a spatial migration again on Yue, but he knows there's a Purify on his hand, so he can't just go all in, and they have to deal with Domeng Kite somehow. Traction pulse there, Yasuke! Trying to go for the chase, but Yue is flying, yo.
That's what happens when you're at a 3.5k gold deficit. Even when you get the big plays, you don't always get the kills. And this is what Alter Ego Esports is going to be looking at for a bit now. Taking a look at the items. Minsathar takes up the Scythe. Going to work into DHS next. Is that a DHS coming up?
I believe so. I think he is going to be going for the attack speed build here.
Is it going to be a fast boy?
I don't.
But I don't know if it's going to help. You know, Leo said until we see the Minsathar work, you still got to doubt it. And right now, I'm definitely doubting it.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything from it.
An all in onto Ali with the way of Dragon as well. They just go all in for him, and it works. Alter Ego were in no position to help the roamer. 0-3-2. The gold lead now getting out of control.
I would honestly say that Aurora Gaming is the one that's bringing the chaos. Yes, it's organized chaos, but they are the ones that are being hyper-aggressive here. Alter Ego had about 30 seconds of hyper-aggression in the very beginning. They paid the price for it. And Aurora Gaming, once they smelled the blood, they came for it. It's like, fine, we can do this. We can play this. They have the Lapu, they have the Farza, they have the damage. And to top it off, they have this Freya who can also just bully the front line.
So again, for Alter Ego, it's all about the backup plan, which is farm it up. He should be going to be caught. Going the way to Dragon now as Domeng continues the chase in the back, and that's going to be the fatal final Requiem use. Edward goes through him.
Yasuke tries to do something, but it's just not enough.
The Mountain Shotgun catches Nino, keeps calling. They all fall under it, but there's not enough damage to take him down. RP with a 3-man hook, but it's Edward who goes through them all.
They tried valiantly, but it just wasn't enough. Aurora Gaming with the full team white.
Agent Zero, Mr. Consistent, just swinging that sword on Alter Ego, picking up a triple, and now a free Lord.
No, for a second it looked good. It looked possible for Alter Ego, but the dreams were crushed in the hands of Edward there. And now, oh Lord, into the hands of Aurora Gaming PH. I'm thinking some towers are going down here.
I think so too. Alter Ego don't have the best clear with this composition. It's a team fighting comp, a composition built to have a lead by this point of the game, to be able to actually dictate the fights. But now it's Aurora Gaming dictating everything. What a read by Domeng down below. Knows Alec was there. Alter Ego are getting read out as RP goes for the King's Calling again. Now they'll be able to actually get a kill. But now they're caught in the bad spot as Edward goes in for Brave Spider. That's a conceal use. Traction pulse, dodge away from by the CC immunity as he goes back in.
Nice bounce shocker does land down onto Alec. They're forced to back off.
Forward up top. Alter Ego want to play it slow. They already got one member. Now they can try to distract Aurora Gaming Philippines as they clear up these minion waves that are coming at them. And obviously the Lord up top. They are trying their best not to let it charge through. And yeah, they will be able to do it.
Yeah, honestly, Aurora Gaming PH takes this push slow. No major towers lost. They only lose one tier 2 on the top side. And this is going to be able to bide a little bit of time for Alter Ego Esports. And from what we saw last time, they do have some pick potential. So maybe that is the strategy. Look for one member at a time. Keep yourself in the game until everyone can fight together.
And that's the thing about the Minsathar right now, right? You can't purify out of the King's Calling. When you're in there, you're stuck. You gotta deal more damage than your opponents. You have to just go in. And for Tomenkai, the fact that he was picked off meant that Aurora Gaming Philippines had to take it slow. There was no other way they would be able to siege with just 4 members with a double fighter composition.
You know, there is also one wild card on the side of Alter Ego here.
What's that?
That is the Sora. We've seen teams from we saw SRG do it, we saw Innocent do it, get savages, even from behind. One big power play, once the gold gets to that point, once the items locked in, then the possibilities are there. Can Alter Ego pull it off though?
Here's the catch though.
Going tank.
He's going tank. Nino is an XP laner, and we've seen from the Sora as an XP, it's mainly just, well, Nino actually just walks over Light. Yazuka actually spots Light, he buys the immortality in time as Nino goes in. They know everybody's in the bottom lane now. To the all in over on Light as Alec rotates as well. Spatial migration dodged away from, and there you go. Light just styling on him up top. They tried.
They tried.
They couldn't land the skill on him. Light's too good at video games.
Sora for you, baby.
That's what?
That's Tank Sora.
That's Tank Sora. Honestly, even if it's damage Sora, I really don't think he would be able to shred Light. But yes, that is Tank Sora, just tickling the choke.
Tickling the choke.
That's Pauldron at least though, but the back lane on the other side too. So they have a way to deal with Yi Sun-shin. But who gonna deal with Yue?
Who gonna deal with Yue? You gonna deal with Yue.
What, physically?
Mentally?
Mentally? I don't think I can. Oh, maybe if I complimented him enough, then we can actually do that.
Like catch him off guard. You'd be like, hey, you look great right now, and then bang. You know?
Could be, you know, send those curveballs. Hijime actually picks up the win of nature, and it's an endless battle for Yazuki, who is 0-4 by the way. Again, the stats earlier, Redmar said it, he's #1 in KDA and kills per game, but this game he's gotten 0 kills, and it's looking like a free lord as Nino tries to look for an opening. Tomenkai goes for the poke, RP gonna look for the hook, won't be able to find it now. Yazuki as well pops in a Phantom Steed, but Yue gets away with the Purify.
And the Lord resets at that. Aurora Gaming gonna move back.
Huh?
He's calling. What's going on with RP right now?
Tried to read Light's movement. He tried to go for the King's Calling as Light goes in for the G Kundo. He thought he had Flicker, but it's a miscalculation, and now with no big ultimate, they have to give it away. Alec with spatial migration, able to find Yue in the backline as Nino walks it forward and actually gets Demon Kite down.
Yazuki steals the Lord!
And now it's an all-out fight as Yazuki still on the horse going in. Hijime! Go over the damage now. It's a pumping forward. Light loses the immortality. Hijime in the backline over on Yue, cutting him down!
The bait was in. Hijime with a double kill, making a triple!
And now it's just Agent Zero! Hijime goes in again as the Previous Fighter coming in against 4 members. What can he do? Edward with the jump, Hijime with the nature, and now it's the sun coming in as Edward tries his best to stay alive. But Hijime gets the shutdown and an unofficial maniac.
It's a maniac in my book, whether you like it or not. The stat might not be there, but Hijime picks up the pieces. Alter Ego Esports just turned the tables. They were behind about 2,000 gold. Now they've got a lead, plus a Lord, marching down.
There's something about them that keeps them going. It's the hunger of always falling short. Aurora Gaming Philippines, on the other hand, though, took that fight despite knowing the Phantom Steed was used. There were so many windows that were closing for Alter Ego, but Aurora Gaming Philippines never let it fully close. They fought while there was a little bit of a gap between.
I mean, it all started with that Violent Requiem, right? It all started with that Nino jumps in.
And now, Valkyrie Descent getting into safety. Tomenkai, no Purify. It's Demon Kite up top and Light. Take a look at Light.
Hiding in the bush, ready to pull up. Jump about the cut.
Can he do it?
I don't know. It looks like he's going to be going back to base possibly. Lord crashing in.
Hijime buys the immortality as well. He has 7 kills now.
The wait and bait, the shake and bake, the Ricky Bobby. Nope.
Light gets out. Alter Ego have swapped the game around. Now it's them who have the advantage in the structures, in the goal department. We're getting to a point where the goal won't really matter too much. But trust me, those structures will, going in all alone. That's 1v3. Now Edward walking in, Way the Dragon to get locking RP down with a Mountain Shocker as well. Edward picking up the kill, now he goes through them with Tomenkai. Alec on the back spot, Edward!
Hijime continues to get free shots though. Edward slicing through him.
Can they get to Hijime? No, they cannot. 30 seconds on the Lord. Alter Ego can still breathe, but they have lost their gold lead. Now it's Light looking for the angle again for the G Kundo. They have to give the orange buff away. So Mikai walks up, but Hijume is able to get that jetpack over the wall.
That airstrike does come down. The Steed comes out. And Aurora Gaming are looking for a tower.
There's a minion and a cannon together. Valkyrie descends to the backline. Hijume no flicker earlier, baited out by the feathered airstrike. Mid lane baser now taken down, and Aurora Gaming Philippines set their sights on the neutral objective.
Here's the kicker, right? Alter Ego, they flip the table, they get a gold lead, they get a Lord, they get so much presence on the map. But I was worried what was going to happen is they were going to push too far. They should have taken that, calm down, claim ground, wait for Lord, and keep position. Aurora Gaming, on the other hand, they do the opposite. They take a quick tower and they leave. Fine, we got what we wanted.
It's a classic Nino moment, but not the Nino of now, the Nino of old. Look at the back though. This is a flanking Freya. Looking to get Yazuki, looking to get Hijume, who doesn't have flicker. Valkyrie catching Hijume there. He bounces with nature, buys a little bit more time. The rest of the team going to the back line as Hijume loses immortality. And now it's Yazuki trying to peel him off. Rose gold medium from Hijume, but he gets shut down.
Arfi can do nothing to save his team right now. He's shredded away.
Now it's Demon Kai looking for the chase on Alec. Goes through him like he's just, oh my goodness. Immortality down is in the mid lane. It's a big fight going on now. Who's going to win that one as Demon Kai gets a double kill, and in the mid lane, it is Nino taken down, and Aurora wipe Alter Ego out.
There is nothing they can do at this point, Aurora Gaming.
It is all over for game number 1. It's the start to the best of 5 that the Filipinos would definitely be happy with.
We saw some push and pull, but in the end, Aurora Gaming met chaos with determination in game number 1 and kept it clean.
We thought it was going to be fight fire with water. They said fight fire with fire, but even hotter fire.
And a little bit of water.
A little bit
of ice. Aurora Gaming brought the full package.
A little bit of dirt as well.
A little dirt in their eyes. Sand in their eyes. Remar, how you feeling about it?
Guys, we're well past September. Why bring in Earth, Wind, and Fire? What's with all the element talk here? But my, oh my, Aurora Gaming PH. I have a question for the panel. Is Edward still even human at this point?
Oh.
What the heck was that, Edward? That was one of the craziest individual performances I've seen on the Lapu Lapu.
There's a reason why even the coach of Team Liquid, Coach Tic Tac, when saying, who do you think of when I say Lapu Lapu? He says Edward.
For understandable reasons, man. Like, can you imagine being in Hijume's position, understanding that he must not lose his stacks on the Sky Piercer, forced to early swap out his items in Winds of Nature just to survive in a 1v3 scenario against a full HP Edward. How crazy is that?
That is economic suicide. Legit, he lost so much gold just to be able to make up for it and to survive the force of nature that is Abunjingjing. That's the one nickname that they missed out on.
Yeah. Practice beats theory. A game theory about this Minotaur. Again, it was high concept. You saw the vision. We were scared of the vision. But when it came to the execution, I don't know how many reps Arfi has had on this Minotaur. But I'm sorry, it was glaring. It was there. We saw what happened.
This Minotaur is the room until today. Like, it's still not good, right? The movie's still not good. Oh, hi, John. You know what I mean?
Hi, Mark.
It's still not good, so until it is.
I mean, I bet for viewers out there, you're throwing spoons at your screen right now. I mean, it feels the exact same way when you miss out on really important mechanics that honestly could have changed the laning phase for him had he landed the spear into the King's Glory. And that could have changed a lot of things for the rest of his team members, because let me get this straight, Aurora Gaming, PH, their basics and their fundamentals is rock solid. They figured out extremely quickly, wait a minute, this aggression is coming without no information, so if we just put bombing in the right place at the right time, it's over.
One might say masterful. And here's the thing, it's not just Light who's now able to find those weird angles. Domenkai showed us a little bit of flanking as well, and that's lethal in the hands of a hero like Freya. Our MVP for this game is none other than Edward himself.
6, 2, and 10 on this Lapu Lapu. And in the few King's Callings that looked like it would be a massive threat to Aurora Gaming PH, It was Edward saying, hey, I'm free of it, and I still got my land shaker ready to go. I'm saving my flicker for the counter set, and I will get it. 6-2 and 10. What he also did in the mid lane after what was the eventual wipeout of Aurora at the center, Edward buying time actually was great for Aurora. Instead of falling back, that meant that Alter Ego couldn't get as many turns as sooner as they could have.
I mean, honestly, what really stands out to me from Aurora, and yes, you did bring up some good points because it really does come down to the positioning of where these fights were going to occur. Because AE did not care about choke points. They were caring about how much impact they could get out of their plays, and that costed them so very much. And I'm going to make an argument here. Again, so many good moments where you're catching multiple people, but it's not within inside the King's Calling, and that's something that they need to be really hyper aware of.
And I think that's a major symptom of Alter Ego's draft. I'm not so sure if there was enough time or space for our casters to cover it, but now in hindsight, my diagnosis is this lineup requires way too much of a 1-2. It requires too much of a, as Trek said, the shake and bake. You can't have a Ricky Bobby without Kyle Not on Juter. So how do you find the combo when Aurora is so busy being in your face, dealing this kind of damage, setting up these flanks? And I'll tell you now, AE had their moment, but if it wasn't for Nino jumping up and, you know, scooping himself up on a silver platter up there, would be a different story.
Yeah, the jump by Nino was questionable at best. Here you can't fault for Alter Ego because this was just really great positioning by Dom and Guide. You know what this performance of Aurora reminds me of? Not the Death Ball RSG Philippines, but the RSG Philippines that love to flank. If it's not Light, it's Eman back in the day. And now it was Light and Dom and Guide, but this time on the fighter as well. So it's good to see Aurora channel back to some of the roots of where these players came from, those playstyles. And that was, again, to call back to the history of MLBB esports, one of the beautiful things about the old RSG Philippines was that, yes, they have this structure, but sometimes when they get out of that structure, it's actually so annoying to deal with because you have no idea where the biggest threats are coming from.
Exactly, and that's why AE needed to get an early lead in the laning phase personally. Like level 5, level 6, they should have already been able to consecutively win multiple fights, but I think that what Aurora had ahead of them was the fact that they had future sight, right? They understood, we're playing Flying Clouds. If you want to capitalize on our jungle, well, good luck. We're going to make you pay the brass tacks, and we saw that happen on multiple different occasions. Now, when AE loses that tempo and loses the ability to say, hey, we fight here, right now, that's when you see Aurora play push and pull with the Lord, because that's the only place that they could fall into the King's Calling and die.
And I think this is what started in the early game. Alter Ego wanted to take resources away from Demon Knight and Aurora. They had Aetherize. Aurora had the counter spell. They answered the aggression of Alter Ego early on and stopped them from taking resources.
Thinking about how this could have been different, if there is something I might say about Alter Ego, I like Nino's XP Sora. This is a tanky Sora. Say what you will about it not dealing enough damage to take down even possibly the easiest, well, I don't want to say easiest target, but an important target, a premier target in Aurora's Cho, the hero that Light was using to really annoy and check range for AE. I think there's a place and a time for a tank Sora. I can appreciate it, it's just not this lineup, not wherein you need to perfectly get that Torrent Thunder kind of juggle, where all the heroes are also kind of thinking the same thing, like, where do I find the perfect King's Calling? Do I call Barbiel now? Do I jump in with the ult? Should I Traction Pulse here? Should I Jetpack away? It's just a little too much mental load.
Yeah, it was too complex, I guess, for Alter Ego with the draft they decided to show up. Again, if you look at it in the sense of if everything falls in line, Aurora Gaming Philippines is not going to have a good time.
I don't know about whether or not this is well, what you guys are mentioning as if, oh, it's too complicated. It's not that complicated. You do it just to one person in the earlier stages and play towards the gold lane rather than fighting for these neutral objectives when you clearly can't have control over it. I think that's when you put Aurora in a hostage situation and then you have to negotiate.
It's the equivalent of watching Interstellar when you're EP. Like, I just want a movie to fall asleep to and you decide to watch Christopher Nolan's Interstellar. And
yeah, at that point, Alter Ego just needs to bring out Rush Hour, man. Something that is great, might keep you awake, but you can fall asleep to it because you've probably seen it like 100 times. And something we've done 100 times is thank our friends. And we're never gonna get tired of thanking our friends. Of course, the real me you guys keep taking it away from me. I can never get my hands on it.
It just appeared in my head. I don't know. It's pretty crazy because check it out. The AI insights from the Realme 15 Pro, it has a win rate prediction. It can analyze the gold, items, everything in real time. It's like having a strategic coach in your pocket. That's the AI gaming coach for you. But it doesn't stop there. When the fight breaks out, its consecutive skill features lets you unleash a perfect pre-set combo with just one tap. It guides your strategies and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. From predictions to performance, it's the complete package. You play, we carry. Realme 15 Pro M7's official gaming phone.
Get your hands on that phone now if you want to excel in your games, if you want to play pro-level style MLBB, get to that. But, you know, maybe you're going to need to purchase it first. Why don't you get Visa with you? And of course, we got our wonderful friend V back here on stage. I am not V. This is V.
Yeah, over here.
Okay, there you go. That's the mascot.
Right here. This one. Get a zoom on in this one, all right? Meet V, our cheerful little buddy. All right, there you go. Surprise! He's here at the M7 World Championship to cheer us all. Ain't he cute? Sometimes we call him V-chan because he's very kawaii. But when you know V is fluffy, blue, heart-shaped entity, none of that matters. Sometimes he even gets mistaken for a cloud because he floats and he's everywhere. Bringing V's vision of being everywhere you want to be with his playful energy. V is here at M7 to experience the world of gaming and esports alongside all the amazing MLBB fans. He's here cheering every team, whether they're winning or they're losing. And remember, with Visa, stay fast, stay secure, be the champion you want to be. No, wait, be the real MVP.
That's V for you. I want to hear a quick little thing from V. So V, think about that first match.
Brother, that first match was something else. I can't wait to see what else these two show. Yeah.
Thanks, V.
I love how V sounds like that now.
Yeah, he sounds like the macho man himself, and he honestly has a lot more strong opinions than I thought he was. I thought he was supporting both teams, whether they're winning or losing. But if we're talking about winning or losing, you have to look at your friends deep in their eyes and say, hey, the MLBB Rising Open or the MRO Season 5 is coming back. It's still open for everyone and flexible to join. So now, with major upgrades, earn hero power from victories based on your weekly champion rank, and team up with friends to form a 5-player team to compete. Rewards are stacked. Win or lose, earn MRO points to redeem permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and more. Climb the weekly championships to qualify for the championship. Win bigger prizes and keep the M7 passion alive.
All right, in and out of the game, we got the great events coming at you, of course. I mean, you also have the carnival here in M7. You have M7 itself, everything happening in the game. So a lot of excitement. And that was an exciting start to this series, dare I say. Even though it was a little bit more Aurora Gaming PH sided, we did see some crowd hyped up moments for Alter Ego with that turnaround that they got. But again, a reminder for Alter Ego, when you're going up against a team like Aurora Gaming PH, you cannot get too overzealous thinking if you're gonna get a great set. If you're that close to the base, with Aurora having the lead, you cannot take that jump.
I love how early on in this series, as we learned like 3 or 4 games into the first, a single mistake is punishable by a wipeout and game loss. That is the consequences of playing in the upper bracket and, you know, playing at this level of MLBB esports. Like, again, 1 match away from locking in for the grand finals after you win this.
It's a higher standard that they're playing at, and that's something that all teams need to keep in mind. There's no underestimating your opponents anymore. You really have to take advantage of the small things that are happening in the game. But I feel like AE, they're hungry for it. That's why everything is so messy.
Yeah, that's the first game they dropped this M7 World Championship. Alter Ego, the second place team coming from Indonesia with the hopes of a country looking for glory on the world stage. I want to hear more about their story, so let's watch this together.
Hoki, ya hoki simpelnya beruntung kawan-kawan. Jawaban template dari para pro player, kebanyakan pro player di Indonesia ya. Jadi kalau ditanya kenapa tadi bisa menang, hoki.
Cuman kan namanya AE mode hoki ya, jadi ya kita lihat dulu sih hokinya gimana sih. Cuman kalau gue pribadi gue berharap banget soalnya Indonesia menang maupun AEK maupun Onyx sih.
Pertama kali harusnya pas di final sih, karena pas Alter Ego dapat tiket M-Series, CEO-nya bilang itu hoki.
Kita tuh playernya gampang besar kepala, jadi kayak kita habis menang, kita egonya tinggi kan pasti. Nah jadi sebisa mungkin kita bilang itu hoki bukan karena kita jago gitu.
I think my player is kinda unique. We can say like anomaly, a lot of anomaly in our team. Yeah, different personality, weirdo, or anything. It's hard to explain. Yeah, so it's kinda tough.
Khusus alter ego, jangan dipuji. Pokoknya dia hoki. Alter ego masuk M Series, hoki. Di Twisted, hoki. Menang 3-0 dari tiap matchnya, hoki.
Hoki harus dibarengin sama skill dan pengetahuan tim alter ego juga.
Menurutku setelah mengalahkan Onyx, kita itu 50-50. 50 luck and 50 skill.
Yang gue lihat sih ya mereka lumayan beda lah sama yang kayak di Grand Final MPL kemarin lah. Mereka lebih disiplin, terus dari draftnya juga unpredictable. Di M7 ini kayak dikit lah mereka blundernya, terus kayak mereka tuh berani banget perang-perang gitu sih yang gue lihat, kayak tanpa ragu, kayak pede banget gitu.
Mereka kayak berapi-api lah, pengen banget internasional juga, apalagi mau juara, mau balas dendam juga ke Onyx, sama mau buktiin lah, pengen banget membuktikan diri mereka tuh jago.
Emang kompetisi tuh hoki, jadi kadang tuh ngumpul punya pemain terbaik atau tim terbaik belum tentu juara gitu. Jadi belum tentu juga bisa qualified ke M Series. Dibutuhkan hokinya. Cuman kalau AE ya hokinya ya tahu tinggi aja.
Semoga kita semua, apalagi terutama yang bermain di panggung M7 ini bisa memberikan performa yang terbaik, khususnya buat Nino. Jangan kecewain gua, No. Apalagi Kodel, Win. 2, 3. Semangat buat alter ego.
Buat tim AE, lu pada main sebisanya kayak biasa aja dengan lepas. Soalnya lu menang juga tergantung hoki.
Betul.
Betul ya? Siapa kita? Siapa kita? Alter ego.
Gotta appreciate Alter Ego and the Alter Champs embracing what could have been ammo towards them. They just said, yeah, hoki man, we're lucky.
But you know what they say about luck? Luck is when skill and opportunity cross. And again, with a loyal and rabid fan base such as the Alter Champs behind them, again, we're throwing back to Singapore. Early 2021, again, 5-6 years ago, wherein Alter Ego came up to the world stage, and if I'm not mistaken, Alter Ego was then Rennie Sports, who would then become eventually the champions' biggest rival.
Yep, it was one of those few matchups that you just couldn't wait to watch happen. But they also didn't have the Alter Champs in the arena to support them, so this is why we're seeing such a different side of Alter Ego. The many faces, of course.
Yeah, so which face, which mask do we get to see this time around? There are 3 masks, and maybe if you play around with the masks a bit too much, it might just end up becoming a sweep. So the first mask apparently was Minsithar. What's the second one gonna be?
You know what? I think even that game had several masks. I'd like to consider the Guinevere as another. There's a few other safe, quote-unquote, roamers, but instead they went straight for the one that had the good 1-2. But if you can't catch the 1-2, you're kind of left there dying often. So I dare say, stick to a max of 1 cheeky mask.
1 cheeky mask? I don't know, because it feels like if you have 1 cheeky mask, people like Light, Domenkai, or Demonkai in this particular case, if he happens to get a utility jungler, is looking to disrupt the Trigger Man in the first place, right? Anybody looking to initiate usually gets gunned down by Yue. I think that's why AE is making sure that they are looking for diverse angles to kind of keep AE on their Aurora on their toes, right? Look at your back, look in front of you. You don't know which way it's coming from.
So it's Gila or nothing. Oh, that sounds dangerous.
Hey, that sounds lucky to me.
Well, going up against a team like Aurora, how Gila can you get up until you reach that boiling point of can you actually stop this team? We did see shades of hope, though, of course, from Alter Ego with what they were able to get in terms of wins within the game, but they just could not get that big win to completely turn things around. Actually, no, I have to correct myself. They got that win, but then decided to get greedy and get another win, which eventually got turned in front of them.
Yeah, and I think if anything needed to change, it's just the fact that the cycling of their abilities, their ults take forever. I mean, this including Sora, but Mincetar, for an example, Leomord as well. There's a decent amount of waiting time.
Traction Pulse.
Traction Pulse.
If you miss,
yeah.
you miss is kind of left out there.
He's gonna wilt eventually, and that's why whenever we see Aurora take these fights, just look at their ults real quick. Look at how many resources they actually still have.
Yeah.
They're hyper patient because they know AE usually is the one who likes to try to stretch out the rubber band.
Yeah, and that's something we have to credit Aurora for. Again, they always had those extra battle spells, that extra bit of dash, or that sudden crowd control ability that they were holding on to turn the fight later.
And I think they have one more ace up their sleeves that we don't count and you can't get in the draft or in a pre-game prep, is those weird angles.
Yeah.
More often in game one than AE could have, Aurora just had this weird way of getting behind them. I think if Alter Ego invested in a hero or heroes that could get more vision more reliably, then they can avoid that. That's definitely one way that they lost this game. If ever, that was the way they legit lost this game. Via that flank by Dominkite.
Yeah, and it's not just an Aurora thing too. I think it's a Filipino thing and we always have an ace up our sleeves ready to swipe a victory for ourselves.
Well, then that's why you have the two differing teams from the Philippines, TL PH and Aurora PH, where Aurora is the one who plays standard and TL plays, as their name goes, like liquid. You gotta flow, you gotta make some preemptive calls, and they realized that AE was doing that 9 out of 10 times. Let's take advantage of it. Come at us. We already have that flank angle. But now AE, if they're going to try and take that initiative again, they need ults that come back up quick.
It's our showtime.
We go into broken walls, hence why still Alter Ego would want to ban out the box shot. That would have been extra more annoying to deal with. While, funnily enough, a hero that puts up a wall for himself, well now a rampart, in broken walls, is actually one of the best heroes for this map. So that's a good ban here for Aurora.
Well, they also get rid of the quad. Oh, Freya on the red side. Does that mean that Aurora wants to kind of keep AE in check here? I mean, it feels like no matter what, it's going to be like the Sora opening, but Valentina this time is still wide out.
Ooh, I like how Aurora's approaching this, because again, they're forcing AE to make a different move. We beat your Sora, even without Valentina. What else is left?
Yeah. So it's still going to be a Sora for Alter Ego, or are they going to switch things up around? Switch up the mask that they're wearing.
Okay.
Go for a little bit more standard. Eva's open.
Kalia is open.
Kalia is open.
Ooh. You know what? I like the former. I didn't even notice. Go for the Eve.
Yeah. Considering that they banned the Claude, it makes sense.
There we go. Really nice. Gotta be. Really nicely done. Now the question...
Or answer with a Yi Sun-Shin Farsa?
I don't think it's a bad idea, but at the same time, you could be looking for options like Kalia, for an example, for light, and then after that, get the Yi Sun-Shin and kind of, you know, let AE develop the draft a little bit more.
So Farsa Kalia. So you get that combo.
Yeah. I feel like Farsa, I think, is a solid base to hold on to. But it's not going to be that. They still go with Cho YSS. Similar picks for Aurora as the last game.
And I'm thankful, because there's so many times when we see Light get his hands on the clear, it's like all or nothing. But with the Cho, there's a little bit more leeway with getting in and out of the fights and really positioning yourself well. Now AE on the opposite side, we have access to the RWM. We're not going to go with the Kimmy, with the Sky Piercer. We're going with Leomord, on top of actually having the Hilda as well to try and disrupt Demon Kite in his jungle pathing.
Yeah, I like the readjustment here by Alter Ego. Same idea, but this time a different picture. Hopefully not too cheesy a pick for RP. They could go a little bit more solid here depending on the picks of Aurora. I mean, the Harith is still an option because it pairs up really well for an Eve, and you have a Leomord with it already, so you don't have to worry about it being the only carry.
And I also like that there's less stress on Alec. He played the Guinevere in game 1. I believe his record was 0-5 and X. So now with the Hilda, same with the Cho. Even if you're not winning and you're not as aggressive, there's a lot of things you can do. Provide vision, check in on certain lanes, maybe even threaten a kill if you have just as much economy to build the Fury Hammer casually in the mid game. I think this is a good start.
It's a good start for both sides, but I feel like right now, AE is a bit on the back foot, right? On the second half of the banning phase, I'm expecting a couple of things. Like Aurora have kind of set themselves up for a potential double fighter lane. AE, I feel like they want to lean back into a traditional marksman for Arfi. That's one small synergy if he goes for something that's physically inclined. That way he can take advantage of the armor reduction from specifically the Hilda. But then it's really awkward, right? Because let's say he takes Granger. Oh no, there's Cho, I have to take Purify, and that's an easy Harith on the opposite end.
Interesting decision here by Aurora. They're still thinking that this Hilda could suddenly go into the EXP lane for Nino, as they still ban out the Kalea.
Not the worst. Makes sense because they haven't revealed what Edward's playing too.
Yeah.
So they just want to be open to the possibilities. Yeah. Are they going to start attacking gold laners? Both teams.
No! So the Uranus, actually the Uranus would have been perfect here for Aurora. So another good block by Alter Ego. Still, they could lean towards Edward getting a dive. Still get the Lapu Lapu even if he can.
I mean, yes, he can still get the Lapu Lapu, but what would be the cost? Does it mean they have to get rid of like things like Esmeralda?
It is gone already.
Oh, yeah.
The Alter Ego banned it earlier.
What else can they go for? Glue, maybe? No, that's not going to be enough. He's definitely wanting to go for Lapu Lapu, which means that Nino is thinking, how do I get to the back line? I mean, he can still play Yuzong, worst comes to worst, right? Yeah, good ban on the Khalid, though.
So it's like they're shoehorning this Hilda into the role. Which is why they banned out the Kimi here. Yes, we saw the Kimi versus Laymord matchup earlier, and it did not fare well for Aurora Turkiye. But those were different elements. They had a Cho on the other side. This time, if it is a Hilda forced into the roam, the Kimi would be great because you can slowly pepper down her health and then force her back. The Arlot, this was actually a very good read by Alter Ego. Would have messed up the more honest approach that Alter Ego has drafted so far.
So they're more willing to run themselves into the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
They're looking at Aurora saying, let's do that again, Mr. MVP. Let's do that again.
What if it ends up becoming a Alice for Edward as the last pick if Alter Ego's damage profile isn't right? The Claude's already gone. Now they have the Harith as well. Wait.
Oh, yikes.
There's going to be a Fulvius for Alter Ego if ever.
I mean, there's a really good reason, actually, the Fulvius. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like at this point, unless AE is willing to make that pivot, it really depends on Arfi right now. Looking at the gold lane, it's like, hey, sir, you either play a fighter and maybe win the lane, or you get the Granger and you're going to get dove like almost 100% of the time.
I think the Granger Eve with a Hilda, Laymord, and theoretically a Fulvius is a good front.
Yeah, even if that is difficult for the Granger, they need the extra damage support to make this Leomord count.
The Laymord is going to be the sweeper. Okay, they get the Yuzong in the EXP lane.
And there it is.
And there's the Granger. They don't go for the Fulvius. They want a little bit more crowd control and high impact. So they go for the Yuzong. Last pick here for Aurora.
Which I like, is fits the Alter Ego playstyle. I don't want them to go 50-50.
Yeah, but now, I'm really vibing with the Alice, but that's a lot of magic damage. You might need a bit more physical.
Well, honestly, what else do you have? What other options are better, right? We need something that's tanky, that can peel, that helps like 3 of our squishies on top of our initiator, who isn't considered to be the tankiest in that role.
Alice or Lapu.
I lop back to Lapu, just get the DR when you can just go Alice and have like, oh, I'm never gonna die.
But it's gonna be Aurora.
It's a question of like that early to mid and the the damage profile. So it's all in on Demonkind. That's it. That's the only physical that they're looking for. But I'm afraid that this demands too much economy.
That is actually a good point. What if Aurora doesn't even get to the point where their own Alice is going to be a problem? What if Alter Ego ends up taking control of the early game? But they do have a Cho and Kimi, so vibe here. Which lineup are you guys going for?
My vibe is leaning a little towards AE because this depends on their laning phase. If their laning phase doesn't go well, Aurora will take full control.
They have the timer, the 0 and 2 under 5 minutes timer on the Yuzong. So with that said, I'll be a little more optimistic. Maybe Aurora's got this.
I'm leaning towards Aurora, but I'm watching out for Arfi on that Granger, man. He was a menace with it through MPL Indonesia Season 16. Then he might show the world and let the world see him on that Granger. Game number 2 of Aurora versus Alter Ego. Mirko and Trex, how you guys doing?
We're feeling good. We're ready. Aurora Gaming start things off 1-0. Alter Ego now need to make a statement to try to even things out, Mirko.
Yeah, think about the Granger on RP. It got to a point where me and Sheffin started calling him the Granger Merchant. Then he pulled out every random goal laner you can think about. The Uranus goal, all out, we're like, forgive us, RP. We were not familiar with your game. So now that he's back on the Granger, it's actually interesting. Are the fighter goals just not working after last game? They tried the mid-to-third. Was that too loco? Because RP, he's definitely still got it! Almost a solo kill. Doming having the flicker early.
Speak of the devil, Arfi already making plays on the Granger. Now, I really like this Hilda. I think this is something that's going to give Alter Ego the ability to be as aggressive as they wanted to be last game. They can get into their face, they can steal camps like what we just saw, and it's going to give Yasuke the freedom to also move into enemy territory.
Yeah, just look at the winning lanes. They're already talking about Alter Ego, definitely, oh my goodness, even down below, Nino with the Petrify. All inning Edward, forcing him back. At least Demon Cat will be able to go up top to cancel out free Cold Crab take for RP. But again, for Alter Ego, now they have 3 winning lanes to play around.
Yeah, I mean, 3 winning lanes, a winning river, a winning map at this point, and it feels comfortable for them. This is what I think they wanted to bring last game, but they just didn't have the draft. I like the YZ pick as well. It's going to work great with this RWM later on in the game. I mean, they have this death box that they created. It's dangerous.
Gonna go all in onto Demon Kite, but he has the Traceless, so he pops it in, gets away with the Mounted Shocker, but that is a free XP crab over onto Nino, and that gets him level 4, as now this really should be a free neutral objective for Alter Ego. Yisun Chin was already down, he was too low. If he comes around here, Nino just pops into Black Dragon, and then it's cooked. It might even be a free purple.
Try to convert it into a purple for sure. Once Yasuke shows up, it's gonna be hell.
Yeah, there you go. Black Dragon form used up. Yasuke still saving the Retribution. Didn't use it earlier. Throwing a ruin of the flicker combo into the back line as Nino gets cooked by the Jikundo. Alec, gun down. Yue picking up the kill. RWM there. Whoa, burst through Edward.
Nino, though, gets the Petrify. A lot of damage on a Demon Kite. It takes him out.
With the DOT as Yasuke stampedes through Aurora Gaming Philippines. Now this is the start that Alter Ego wanted last game, but can only find in game 2.
Worst second in that last fight. I was a little worried, but wait a second, Yasuke caught up in the midst.
Yeah, with the Jikundo, but he's all good. Yue doesn't deal nearly enough damage to really threaten Yasuke right now.
As I was saying in that previous fight, it felt like Aurora Gaming had the advantage. Nino, even getting low, the AE were able to kind of back off and then re-enter into the fight and turn it into their own hands.
Yep.
Yasuke with the steed is feeling clean. Up in the top side, maybe a play, but AE just continuing to get vision, continuing to get information.
You gotta constantly put the pressure down onto Aurora Gaming Philippines, and at this point, it's surprising that the lead isn't higher. I really thought it would be higher at this point, knowing that they were able to take the purple buff and all that. Light, but the Shunpu could flicker out. Now the Phantom Steed now over on Light. Could Mountain Shocker to disengage, and we get to check the items.
Taking a look at the eye.
That's it. That's it.
That was it.
We got a glimpse.
Only get to check those things. Remember that.
You blink and you miss it. If you don't remember it, it's your fault. Skill issue, bro.
Nobody's hit a full item yet, though. Yasuke has got in what maybe looks like the beginning of a endless battle. Is he going to go for endless battle first, or no? Hunter Strike.
Yasuke?
Yasuke.
Yeah. Go for the War Axe, I think.
War Axe up front. Wait a second, though. Black Dragon to the backside.
Interesting. That's a Petrify on Yue as well. Gonna go for the all-in under turret. Nino actually gets the kill. And now it's gonna be the stampede from Yasuke. Away the Dragon to go for it there and disengage Nino, taken down by Demon Kite. It's 1-for-1.
EXP for mid. Not a bad trade overall, but at this point, now Nino's on the clock, you know?
Yeah.
One more death, and that's a wrap. You're just a linebacker at this point.
Is Nino a carry or is he a linebacker though, right? Because I think he can play both roles depending on the situation. But the thing is, the turtle was spawning. There was no reason for them to do all that, you know? Like they were doing too much, Unk.
Who you calling Unk, bro?
Them.
Them, all right, just want to make sure. Just want to make sure, all right. And you, second turtle of the game. Edward holding down the front line. Then Alter Ego break through.
Oh, Thunder Ruin zoned him away. The RWM comes down, but it's not going to be enough damage right there. His light's going to be taken very low. RP with the help of Ijume. Void blast him to the ground. So it's a turtle for a kill, but it's a kill on Light.
Kill on Light. I mean, overall, wait a second, maybe a kill on someone else?
No, man, dashing through words. Oh, has to flicker out there. He saw Ijume, he saw a glimpse of Ijume. He's like, yeah, nah, I ain't handling all that smoke.
And Nino takes a tower on the bot side, though. The first tower of this series so far. Possibly a second on top unless UA can do something about it.
RP goes for the Rhapsody instead, wants to just clear it out. Knows he has another wave that is going to come through, so he's going to take the turret down. Inevitable. It'll be inevitable. And it is the War Axe for Yazuke. Right after the Fury Hammer, he went for the War Axe path. That's why I was unsure, like, is he actually going for Heptaseed? Probably not. War Axe, and there it is. So just to get him a little bit more physical penetration before he gets the War Axe.
And on the other side, Aurora Gaming, defensive items into the hands all around. Skypiercer also coming in for Arfi. He hasn't gotten a kill yet on the board, but with the pace that things are going for Alter Ego, it feels good. You're at a 3K gold lead. This is the time to buy it and start scaling and just put the nail into the coffin.
Yep, Ollie with the power of Wilders straight onto Demon Kite. Traction pulse will lock Yazuke down, but there's no one to follow it up, and Yazuke gets the Retri on the orange before Demon Kite can.
Yeah, this is exactly what Aurora Gaming was hoping wouldn't happen. This is what they were able to stop last game.
Yep.
This next turtle, Aurora Gaming was able to take second turtle. Third turtle could be huge. This could be the thing that takes this 3K gold lead into a 4, and then the Stampede is truly on as we get into the 8, 9, 10-minute mark. First Lord, Alter Ego just need to keep on hitting the gas if I'm them. Keep on stealing purples, keep on stealing oranges. Don't let up.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're pulling a Trex 101 as to how to utilize the horse in MLBB. And I gotta say, man, I'm just not a fan of Edward on an Alice, you know? Like, it's a playmaker show. Oh, what? Level G-Crew knowing the flicker away the dragon as well. They go all in onto Nino, but RWM catches you in the back as Yazuke goes for the steed. And I don't think Aurora will want any more smoke after using those resources. A Petrify from Nino, but a good flicker out from Edward.
Very well done by Alter Ego.
Like, oh,
second.
Chasing the Yisun Shin down. 1v1 me, bro! Balanced hero, by the way.
Balanced hero, totally. Now on the mid side as well, Yuzuke wants 1v1 as well. Just across the map, they're throwing hands, they're ready.
But they can win those 1v1s. The thing is, for Aurora Gaming Philippines, Demon Kite's so far behind, he can't win any 1v1s. Against the Granger, I think he's cooked. Against the Eve, probably same. Against the Hilda, 100%.
Is this going to be another orange buff into the hand?
Bro, how?
He's not even farming his own jungle at this point.
You know who's farming his jungle? Demon Kite. Demon Kite's on the other side, farming the jungle, but because of that, they lose so much tempo. And Alex able to bait out the Zaman Force of all things. Flickers out to safety. At least Demon Kite. Oh no. Was he seen? I think he was seen. No. Are they going to go for... Okay, no. He gets away. I thought he was seen by the turret. That's why Alter Ego move bot. That was a bit scary.
Now, you mentioned Edward on the Alice earlier.
Yeah.
I do agree. I want to see Edward on something aggressive. I want to see Edward on something, damage dealing. You look at some of the EXP laners in the Philippines, Sanford, Edward, these guys can make plays happen.
Yes.
And you don't want to put them on something passive like this. Give them something proactive.
Again, Oling the back line, able to go in, but it's going to be the Skypiercer stack for free as Edward jumps around. Blinking back to the turret, RWM, oh, so much damage from Hijume, but not nearly enough to zone them away from clearing that wave. So Aurora, despite this big lead for Alter Ego, they're standing their ground, man.
Yeah, slight misplay from Alec there. Going too deep, not knowing exactly. I mean, yes, you have the gold lead, but you can't just jump into their face under towers like that. You still need to keep it smart because you catch one Mount Shock to the face, and it's GG's. Now, Dolmen Kite is going to end up possibly being one of the saving graces here.
Yeah.
He's got 2 items in. I still think he needs one more. You've got the Feather. You've got the...
Holy Crystal?
Holy Crystal.
Next? Oh, the next one. Starlium Scythe. Yes, sir.
He already has Starlium Scythe. We're coming into Holy Crystal. Once he has that, the damage might just pull through. But that's a while out.
Yeah. It is going to be a while. Oh, good Petrify. UA forces the flicker out before the fight even starts. Now the Black Dragon Force, the Throne of Ruin goes to the back line, but Yazuke gets blocked by the way to Dragon.
Yazuke able to take out Edward and get the Lord.
Yazuke was locked, but it doesn't matter, Nino! On 2! One swing and a tail! And it's 2 members down! What's 2 plus 2 Trex?
4!
Quick maths, and that's how many members of Aurora went down that fight.
Plus a Lord. I mean, they robbed the bank at this point. 5! Exactly! That's a lot!
Make it 6 and 7 with the small camp. Look. They're gonna leave
that one. It's only 6.
Just 6.
Just 6 lives were lost in that battle.
Maybe minions. Do we count minions,
No,
Trex?
no, those aren't people.
Minion. Whoa, whoa. Minion lives don't matter. Okay. Let's take a look at item builds real quick again to see exactly how they dealt that much damage. Azuke, brother, I could have sworn he was locked down. He got up like it was nothing, dude.
Nothing at all. Alter Ego Esports with a 7,000 gold lead are gonna crash into this base. And honestly, taking a look at Aurora Gaming's composition, they don't have any range. Yes, they can clear waves. Yes, they can shred lords, but they put themselves at risk while doing that heavily. And all it takes is one big dive, one good petrify from the Black Dragon, or everyone getting caught in this RWM. Alter Ego has the ability to do that.
Light in the back, trying to really look for the play now, but look at the Black Dragon form. Edward able to find 2 members on the throne of ruin, but Alec tanks on the turn. A petrify from Nino!
Nino does go down, but wait a second, Edward falls. Hijume picks it up.
Man, the turret juggle was perfect. It was first Alec, then we thought it was Nino. But in the end, it was Yuzuki on the horse who took the turret shots.
And the tower goes down. Alter Ego got what they came for. More jungle stolen and another wave coming down the top.
No tracks, they want more. Absolutely, they want more. Look at how low that turret is up top. And Aurora, they just have to take it. There's no way they can find. Phantom Steed comes around. Some hunt force defensively from Domenkite. And RP doesn't even have a Sky Piercer stack. Like, he's 0-0-4. This is as utility as the Granger gets.
He's still waiting. It's coming. Don't worry. Eventually.
The stacks were promised to him.
They were promised to him long ago. Written in stone.
Lisan Al-Gaib. It was in the prophecy.
It was in the prophecy.
The Granger Merchant prophecy of MPLID. But he's no longer a Granger Merchant, so that's unfair.
You know? The great ego himself.
The great ego himself. With a little bit of esports.
A little bit of esports.
Meanwhile, though, Yue, he got, I think, 1 Sky Piercer stack? But then
got
he
one
died,
and they
so
took it away.
They took it away from him.
He's got 7 stacks.
6 or 7.
6 or 7.
But Alter Ego have a 10.5k gold lead, and really, it just gets tough. Yes, they have scaling. Aurora Gaming Philippines, they have really good clear.
Oh, Holy Crystal, finally. But is it too late?
I think that delays the power spike a bit, right? The enemy team is 10,000 gold ahead, so you might have to wait for Divine Glaive before the power spike actually hits. But even then, he's on a flicker, so it's so hard to go in for free hits. Oh, Nino! Black Dragon form from the back. Oh no, Yue! Can you run away? It's Nino flying around now as Yuzuki gets on the steed, but Barbiel ain't fast enough.
He ain't fast enough, but can he go back to the Lord? And with that, a lot of ults are gone from
Ruin.
Alter Ego.
Edward on 2s, on force from domain! Dive to the back, RP! Gets Edward down to petrify! From Nino! And the stacks that were promised came true! It's now RP with a triple kill! And he's looking for more! One that's Sonata!
That's
RP gets a maniac!
Yazuke now gonna move in! And Arfi, the stacks were promised and the game will be as well.
It's just Demon Kite left. Pops in the Mountain Shocker. Alec tanks up the turret and they go all in, even under the fountain. It's 1-1.
Alter Ego tie the series. This is only game 2 of the knockouts. And so far, we continuously are going the distance. The stadium feels it. And I think us casters feel it as well. Renmar, Gideon, Leo, how we doing?
I'm feeling it. I'm definitely feeling it too. Alter Ego, they take the condition. We pose the question, what if it actually gets to the point where the Alice is not a problem? And it definitely happened. It did not get to the point where it was a problem. Alter Ego, Nino, leading the charge.
Was too expensive a lineup, I'll tell you now. We were waiting for that third item on Demon Kite. Demon Kite was struggling, he was begging, he was starving for a majority of this very short game in context of how long the rest of today's matches were. So, again, I think it's Aurora. It's them. It's on them now to say they spent too much time. They were too confident saying we can get the farm.
I think simply put, there were just not enough winning lanes. And when you thought that Domenkai was going to be the one right at level 1, proven wrong, that Arfi, he still got it on that Granger. I am so impressed with the way that AE finds these insane angles. However, the commitment coming out of AE, similarly to the Alter champs, unwavering. Does it look bad? Do we use a lot of ults? Doesn't matter, we go.
I mean, call back to FPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. Early on, we're like, how are we going to solve this Alice problem? It didn't take long until Yu Zhang came back and said, now I am the solution to the Alice problem in the lane. It is demanding of any Alice player, no matter how consistent and great they are, to lane up against that Yu Zhang, and that became the perfect answer to the Alice.
Yeah, Aurora's lineup did not live up to the ultimatum of give it 2 deaths before 5 minutes, and the big sandworm in the sky is solved. It's not. This is Nino playing like a carry Yu Zhang.
As he should, because he played that laning phase phenomenally, getting an early Petrify to get a crazy trade to completely negate the lane from Alice's side, set the tempo for the upcoming turtle, because by the time he had Black Dragon form, he was like, what, 12 seconds off the Petrify to use again?
Let's see who the MVP is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Nino. Of course it's Nino. 4-1 and 3 on this Yu Zhang. The Petrify, the Furious Dives, the aggression set by him alongside Alec, providing all of the space that the rest of Alter Ego needed.
The stacks that were promised to RP would not have come if it were not for the efforts of this Yu Zhang early on, all right? And in the mid game, I love how you just randomly Black Dragon form, play around in the backline, and if he can combo out, and then on his way out kill somebody with the power of Shuk, then, you know, that's just him saying, you know what, I might not be the carry, but I can try.
And I love the way that he's conditioning all the weaker, well, softer members from the side of Aurora, like Yue, for an example. He was starting to recognize, wait a minute, and even Light recognized, wait, when he's in that Black Dragon form, he's using Petri in the middle of the air to set up that combo rather than just the Furious Dive, which is why we saw a lot of preemptive flickers throughout the game. Once that standard was set and the conversions from turtle fights turned into purple buffs, I think it was fairly quick that Aurora was like, man, these fights are near impossible to win.
Gideon Renmar, I'm glad that Nino showed us this kind of performance, because I thought I was getting an aneurysm. I thought I was in a fever dream saying, yo, is Yu Zhang cooked? Is he just suddenly out of the meta? Because we saw very little of it throughout the day, and finally, here's one that got an MVP performance.
My sleeper hit for this game was actually Hijume. I brought up earlier about how his already World Championship experience for country, for Indonesia in IESF 2022 will be a factor. I always appreciate any EVE game that shows us the value of timing your real-world manipulation at the perfect time. Whether it's going to be part of the initiation or the late fight-changing ultimate to cover any of the Aurora responses, Hijume was great on this EU.
And all of that started in the early game, right? Where Hijume got that initial freeze onto Yue. He could not walk up into the lane anymore. And with the help of the Hilda alongside him, Alec, he was doing a phenomenal job. He was not only disrupting Demon Kite, but he was also pulling the attention of Light as well, which in cause gave up on the lane where Yue just had to just back off and eat Void Blast after blast.
Yeah, what this Hilda brings to AE is what they needed in game 1. They needed a safe way to check bushes, safe way to flush Light out from these weird angles, and that allowed for them to be the aggressors. That allowed for them to embrace the playstyle they were looking for, even from game 1, because I'll tell you, even if they lost game 1 in like 18 minutes, they were still playing an alter ego playstyle. Talking about Hijume, right? Just to circle it back, he got so many friggin' kills in game 1.
To add to the value of the Alter Ego lineup here, in game number 1, we made a huge point about how Aurora timed abilities, timed battle spells. What then if you're up against a lineup that just forces you to use those? Because if you don't, then you're gonna get set on easily by any member of Alter Ego. So this aggression was, I feel like, a little bit more calculated in terms of forcing out key resources from the members of Aurora.
Well, it certainly helps when they are ahead in terms of gold, right? When you're 2,000 ahead, it feels a lot more comfortable. When you're 10K ahead, it feels like you can do no wrong. And I think in this particular game, it's a good case study for whether or not how much aggression is good and how much value do you get from it ultimately. Because let's keep in mind, Hijume, he was trying to use the RWM to get a T1, right? To deny space from Aurora to be able to touch that wave. Luckily, Aurora was able to clear it out, but the same impact goes, right? how much impact can that RWM get? And that was the question every single time they 5v5.
Yeah, compounding interest. If this aggression leads to you choking out on economy, we will continue, we will do it. It's just, they were lucky, again, Hockey, that it was more than just compounding interest. It was legit, just sheer value in gold, in EXP, and in blood. 13-4 in 13 minutes, that's a kill per minute.
I feel like this is a learning for Aurora, though, that if they decide to lean towards a lineup that is a little bit more counter-focused, it's not going to end well for them. With Alter Ego, the aggression that they show, that once they have that lead, it's hard for them to let go and hard to take it back of your Aurora. If there's one thing that I now want to put under a microscope, is that Kimmy pick at third. We saw the Hilda, we saw the Leomord, and theoretically, having the Kimmy this time around against an Hilda is, okay, Hilda's charging up at me, I'm constantly peppering it with basic attacks. But then that was already after you saw the Eve. Now if it's Leomord and Hilda plus the Eve, the Kimmy value goes down.
Yeah, well, actually, I would say that if the laning phase went better, you could handle the Leo, because Leo mode only comes in one direction 90% of the time, and at least when you are playing that traditional front to back, Kimmy gets a lot of value when her passive is up, and you can kind of gun multiple people down when they're coming at you. The problem is that, oh man, I gotta give it to them. The mid lane do it's just quickly throw sand in their eyes, duck under the punch, quickly attack the jungle, pull attention, and then they punished Light. Because every time he walks across that map, the brass tax was high. How many times did he actually have to recall throughout those fights? You count, you turn it back, and you count.
Really difficult decisions here for Aurora, which led to Alter Ego ending up with a lineup that plays more to their strengths with even more value. I mean, you can't take away from the fact that their game number one lineup does play to their strengths, except this time around, it's not so coded with, hey, let's make sure we layer everything really well at the same time. This one is like, we can wait on the real world manipulation, just throw Barbiel out, it'll be okay.
It's pretty freestyle, and I think that definitely incentivized more fighting, and I guess it's just a nightmare for Aurora that they picked a scaling lineup. They can't afford to do that, not to La Familia.
Yeah. So for Aurora, maybe for the next games, they're going to want to draft the lineup, especially through the EXP lane, having a little bit more impact right away. And maybe this might be a learning also. Don't give Nino the Yuzong because he's really good at it, especially when he gets the ball rolling. But now it's time for us to get an interview with some very familiar faces in the Indonesian community. And it's time for us, the global MLBB esports community, to learn more about them.
Thank you so much, casters. It's Eterna here in the venue right now. It is now a 1-to-1 between Aurora Philippines as well as Alter Ego. Now, Eterna's here not alone because right now we have Van Strong as well as Rin. So, welcome, boys.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome juga. Okay. Van Strong, we want to know, what does it feel like watching from the sidelines and considering that Alter Ego was able to come back here in game number 2?
Dari POV gue sih game 2 bisa comeback karena kita udah reset aja sih. Karena game 1 yang gue lihat ya kita kayak nervous aja. Terus udah ke solve problemnya game 2 ya kita main at our base lah.
Okay, so he mentioned that they were able to come back in game number 2 because the game plan was a lot more solid. And of course they were able to come back because they're not nervous anymore. Apparently in game number 1 there were nerves. Kenapa? Apa yang bisa bikin deg-degan? Apakah stage-nya? Atau karena lawannya? What made the nerves? Was it because it was game number 1 of the stage? Or was it because of being up against Aurora Philippines?
Gua rasa sih cuma gara-gara first match di stage yang ini sih. Jadi makanya nervous dikit aja.
Okay, so Van Strong mentioned that it looked like there were a lot of nerves because this is a new stage here for the second day of the knockout stages. Now let's go to Rin. Rin apparently can speak English now. So he will reply in English.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Of course.
Okay, Rin, because you're so good at English, we're gonna ask you here. Rin, why is everyone bald?
Karena enak aja, nggak gerah.
Oh, okay, because it's nicer, it's not hot. Because I saw in your interview previously with Monica that people said, from Alter Ego said that they are all bald because you told them to be bald. Is that true?
Ya, karena saya ingin mengumpulkan jajaran para orang botak dan menjadi baik hati dan tidak sombong.
The Alter champs are going wild. Woo! Sir, apparently, Rin said that they're all bald, and Rin asked everyone to be bald because he wants to combine a line of what? Of bald soldiers that are humble.
Bald circle.
Bald circle.
Yes.
Soldier.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, what's your design for today? Apa desainnya hari ini?
Apa-apa?
Untuk kamu. Kamu di kepalanya desainnya apa hari ini? What's
Desainnya
your design here?
SpongeBob dan Rata Geng.
The design is SpongeBob. All right. Ben Strong, do you think now we're seeing a 1-1? Remember, this is a best of 5. Do you think Alter Ego can come back full 3-1?
I'm confident my team will come back lah. Will 3-1.
Oh, okay. Nggak boleh gitu loh.
Oh, Oki. Game
Cuman
2 kita menangnya Oki.
Okay, they won game 2 because of the luck. Don't remember the passive. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oki, game 2 Oki.
Game 2 was lucky. They were just lucky. All right, Rin, to close this off, we want to hear your voice. All right? So there's so many Alter champs in the building right now here in M7. We want to hear you cheer.
Okay,
you have to lead the cheer, okay?
Ready?
Ready? Semuanya ready?
Alter champs mana woi? Pas gue bilang Alter Ego, kalian bilang go ya. 1, 2, 3, Alter Ego! Go!
Keren banget. That was very nice. Thank you so much, Rin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanstrong, for this interview. Thank you so much, Alter champs. Thank you so much, because we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
So Filipino, I just want to say, I love that the Alter champs were inspired by local legend Rufame Quinto with the go chants, of course. And now they're going wild with a go for Alter Ego as they have tied up the series. And even Van Strong said he's confident that his team is going to be able to seal it up with a 3-1. But we're still going to be going into what is going on. What is that?
I would like to propose a new cheer for the Alter champs.
Oh, a new cheer for the Alter champs. Did you and Gideon work on this? Okay. What is it?
Me and Mirko too. Like.
Oh yeah, Mirko as well. So what is it?
We are Alter champs. There's a little shoulder dance involved. We're workshopping it. It'll get there. But I think what's so exciting about AE for me personally, as an individual comes from MPL MY, a lot of the AE members so happen to come over as imports, and I mean they've kind of given a different perspective on what AE is all about. They're not just about all aggression. They're pretty smart at what they do, and they know the fundamentals enough to break them on purpose. And I think that's the key difference here.
Of course, we know the history as well of the coach of Alter Ego with esports background already. I'm going to M7. That's what he said. And now here he is, and I like the restructuring of the draft, the change of approach. Game number 1, a little bit too gila. Game number 2, balanced out the gila, and then eventually worked out well for them. So hopefully we get to see more innovation from Alter Ego. While for the side of Aurora, I think now it's their turn to do a little bit of restructuring in their draft decision. I thought we were heading into the draft. That's why we're setting things up this way. But right now, it's time for us to thank some friends. Wish we had our friends here for this one, but we don't. So we're just going to thank Secret Lab first and foremost.
That's right. Play better for longer with Secret Lab's ergonomic chairs used on stage by our athletes. It's trusted by the world's best MLBB teams. Whether you're enjoying a casual game with friends, climbing to Mythic onwards, Secret Lab can elevate your game with tournament-grade ergonomic support, the very same kind that powers the pros on the elite stage.
Man, right now I'm actually using the Secret Lab Invisible.
Oh,
yeah,
it's the foot. No, it's actually the footstool that they. I mean, obviously, it doesn't come with.
What do you mean footstool? I'm not using a footstool. This is totally height accurate right now.
Yeah, 100%. Quickly pick up the Secret Lab Titan Evo, one of my personal favorite chairs to sit on. Definitely love the GU leather, of course, but more importantly, the ergonomic advantages that you get from it. I like the fact that it's just all magnetic. It's something that tickles my pickle a little.
Excuse me?
It's his cup of tea.
Yeah, it is. And you see it on your screens right now, the Secret Lab Titan Evo. So scan the QR code if you want more information on the model. And I love how we get special treatments for the Secret Lab chairs every M series.
Yeah, year in, year out.
Yeah, different color schemes. I wonder if there's some lucky individual out there in the world who just has like every Secret Lab M series collab ever.
Don't look at me like that. I only have like 2. I have 2 out of the...
That's 2 more than I have.
That's...
Sir, we don't even have 1.
Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Well, that's unfortunate for you guys. I'll guess I'll enjoy the benefits for myself, because that's not the only thing that I've been enjoying in terms of benefits, because one of the few things, and honestly, it's my guilty pleasure, I've been checking out Acecraft. It's a SDG build around adaptability. It's got like a lot of roguelike elements where you have random skills, bullet deflection mechanics, and a retro cartoon style, all designed for fast, skill-driven aerial combat. So, jump into Acecraft right now for some nostalgic fun.
He was playing this whole time.
Oh, no wonder. That's why you keep getting the real memes from us. And you're still in game, man.
Stop! You don't have to tell everybody.
Well, you're gonna lose that if you don't get ahead and play it. But hey, while you're playing Acecraft, well, no, we have jobs to do. Let's talk about the draft now for game number 3. What to expect? Balancing for Alter Ego. Right now, I'm not looking a lot of requirements from Alter Ego. Now I'm looking for what the adjustments will be for Aurora. And hey, there's a little bit another surprise here.
They could refer to the MLBB Academy. It's been fully upgraded. Get personal weekly reports to understand your pacing, strengths, weaknesses, along with complete match history, so every big moment is recorded. You can also rate trending topics and share your perspective. Whether you're tracking stats or joining the conversation, MLBB Academy is where your matches are there for you to watch, and it helps you understand your growth in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can check it out on mobilelegends.com/academy.
Thank you to all our friends, and of course to everything that we have available for you as MLBB grows into the phenomenon that it is in 2026 moving forward as well. So now, this actually would have been a smoother transition to talk about the draft. So let's talk about the draft. For Aurora, I think with our conversations earlier, what we're looking for Aurora now is quite simple. Impact for Edward and not taking too long for scale.
And that last point, yes, just to rephrase, respect the economic balance. Like, don't try to cram as much, oh, we need EXP, we need this gold in this little time, assuming that AE is going to let you do it.
Well, I personally think that I feel like Aurora needs to grow a bigger ego, right? I feel like they need to be like, no, I'm picking these heroes, I'm gonna beat you in lane, end of story, because that's honestly what happened in game number 2 for AE side. So it's not like Aurora is bad in any means. Let's just micro them out.
Dare I say, I feel like that game 2 draft was actually them showing a bit of their ego. Them picking up that Kimmy and thinking that, hey, we can win the mid.
Assuming they'll get away with it.
Assuming they'll get away with it. Edward ending up with the Alice, even though we've already seen that Yuzong gives Alice a lot of trouble. It's like, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
So now, the ego is there. I think it's, again, what was the statement that you mentioned about economic?
Respect the economic balance.
Respect the economic balance.
I think if they practice too much ego is what would cause their downfall, on the contrary, because again, this team is known to have mastered the basics, because, you know, it's upon their coach's name, and they're just so good at the fundamental game that is MLBB. So I'd say, use that, do that.
I think the bigger question they have to answer is how do they deal with these sanctions and tariffs that's supposedly coming from AE side? Because every single time they move out of the lane, how many people have to recall? How many people have to pay the tax?
I know what you're talking about. The aggro tax.
Exactly.
If you want to go from lane to lane, get that double wave, guess who's waiting? It's Daddy Nino. If you want to make sure that your jungle is safe, guess who's checking in? Just throw in random, well, for the most part, magic damage in there is Hichume. So, again, respect that approach that AE is definitely going to bring in.
It's very simple MLBB terms for Aurora. More money, more faster. I think it's the simplest form that we can put it. More money, more faster. Respect the economic balance. Let's see if they're going to do just that for the draft for game number 3. As I'm pretty sure if Alter Ego go into the next one with a match point lead, this crowd is going to be way behind them to making sure that they seal the deal. We go into dangerous grass. I love grass. And now I love the picks that can come out here. Alter Ego might actually want to bring back Hilda, as it is great in grass.
Huh. Well, this is interesting. I mean, the Grok is banned out. This time the Fanny Freya alongside with the Leomord is getting banned out. I'm not sure if this is the right approach from the side of Aurora, because they are escalating and adapting from game to game with minor changes across the board.
Every ban in blue in the first phase is basically them just taking off the restraints. Because with these bans, and literally the one ban left for Alter Ego, you know, what's going to be left out there? Kalia, Eve, Farsa, Sora, like all of these high priority targets are coming through, and they're getting a good trade in mid for sure. Eve or Zushin. I didn't even mention Zushin.
So is Jushin gonna show up now?
I mean, it kind of depends, right?
Gotta be Zushin.
I mean, Yue can play both of them, which is why I feel like it's kind of up to him. Coach is going to be asking him, like, what are you feeling here today? And we'll adjust accordingly, because no matter what, I feel like on AE side, Hijime has made nasty moves on this Eve. He might get it again, but at the same time, they can set up for the eventual Claude.
So yeah, the Eve is a good thing to consider, but there goes the Juicing. It does go up.
Eve Claude, right?
Because again, Aurora already made their bet and said, let's try to give him the Eve. It couldn't be that bad. And I think in their minds, they looked back at game 2 and said, it wasn't that bad. Go for the Zushin.
And there it is. Good call, Gideon. It is the even Claude, as the Freya is no longer an issue here for Aurora. So what's the matchup going to be for Domikite? How does he want to handle this Claude now? Don't tell me he's just going to fall into the carry. He's up against a lineup with an Eve. Ranger.
You want a combo. You want to get, you know, the damage on whoever you slam.
What? Really? The Khalid was going to be the go-to here rather than just exposing the EXP laner early on? But they also get the Harith as well, and I think it's a little more comfortable from Domikite's POV. It's like, yeah, sure, you are a WM, but as soon as it's gone, that's when I'm going to be running through you.
This is like too hardcore comfort. The Khalid, I can make a bit of a weak case for. A case is there, but it's weak. The Harith, I don't know.
I don't like the Khalid this early because it's so easy for Alter Ego to invest in tiny crowd controls to counter the quicksand guard.
Yep. There's a lot of easy ways to kind of deal with it. Valentina going to be the follow-up ban for the side of AE. It feels like they've got this in the bag, but I know Aurora ain't going to just let this go for free. Now, the only thing I think the Khalid is a little strange here is because they could have shown EXP. They could have shown EXP very early on and really hammer it down.
It's a lot strange. It's not just a little strange.
Yeah, I mean, and really just force Nino to be like, hey, if you didn't get the Sora now or later down the line, you would have to play sandbag.
I'm thinking that Aurora decided to go for the Khalid early on because they probably were already thinking, okay, we want fast tempo because we're up against a Claude, we want to take control of the center. Khalid's one of the best heroes to do that, sure. They were probably already thinking that Alter Ego is just going to ban it out in the second phase. Let's go ahead and pick it up in the first phase. I'm not to say that it's the perfect reason to go forward, but that could be the vision that they are going for. Not the biggest supporter of it, but I sort of see what they wanted to go for.
It's a tough one. It's a real tough one here. Ban the Gwen. What else do you have to worry about here? Because there's a really good argument for AE to also just lean into the Fredrin if necessary.
Yeah. Are they blocking out junglers? Is that what they're looking at this Guinevere as?
I suppose, but
because there's still no pick on Alec, and we know Alec, you know, at least kind of prefers the Gwyn.
Roam. Are they just going to match it up with Hilda?
Roam in jungle.
I think he goes chill, right?
Yeah.
Gets chill, forces Harith to take the Purify. Same goes for Claude on the opposite. And actually, Claude doesn't need it. There's no hard lockdown besides the Raging Sandstorm, but that's more towards the RWM than anything else. We see an Esme ban up there. Real good stuff from AE. Aurora, do they ban the Fredrin here? Are they worried about any potential flexes?
Yeah, I think maybe utility, because what if they're already eyeing Demon Tide is going to end up playing an Assassin? Baksha gone, Grok gone, Leomord gone, Fanny gone. He could just end up falling into... I think the Lancelot might be a bit tough. Yeah, I think it is looking towards an Assassin for him, either the Lancelot or the Hayabusa.
That's right.
They just go Fredrin here, right?
Yeah.
Because if not, why did you ban out Baxia without getting rid of the other utility jungle on purpose?
Yeah.
That might have been a decision made from a different time. Again, we're going to the second phase now.
Oh, the denial of high loss. I like this a lot, actually.
Okay, Alec gets a huge zoning tool in addition to the real-world manipulation.
And now you know that Aurora won't have a roamer with Revitalize or any heal utility. Usually one of the factors you have to look out for when there's a Hylos, Gato, Kalea on either lineups is that can the other roamer match that healing for the rest of the team? Now the answer is no. And I don't think Aurora will have any picks left in the remaining picks to actually match that utility. Unless they shock and go Khalid XP, then pick up a roam still. But
It's been a while.
It's been a while, and it's up against the Sora. Quicksand Guard's not going to be the best. So they go Lapu-Lapu for XP. They need a little bit more dive to go with it. They get the Fredrin?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Somebody was eventually going to get the Fredrin, right? We were all banking on it. I'm just surprised they wanted to go Lapu instead of Uranus here.
Okay, Aurora repaired the economic balance, but I'm afraid that it's not aggressive enough to deal with the current metagame, especially the way Alter Ego plays. But it might just work, because again, it's at least a safer package than whatever they were playing with in game 2.
Okay, the Fredrin will struggle theoretically against the Hylos and the Eve alone. But then I think they were playing in the card of, okay, Alter Ego are expecting us to go Assassin. Nope, let's go ahead and pick up the Fredrin, so maybe this time they get forced into the Assassin. Will it be?
Shinjin? All right. Yeah. That was the only option that they could probably go for there. That's still flexible enough and still can actually find space in between in these fights. Oh man, this one's a little interesting, right? Because now they have double divers to actually deal with the RGM. It's clear that Hijume is the bigger problem.
Yeah. Good understanding of the impact of Hijume earlier, and when we look at the lineup rating, it leans heavily favored towards Aurora. It's surprising. Damage profile, not my favorite, but yeah, I'm leaning towards them for this one.
Yep, the fundamentals that you're capable of executing with Aurora's lineup from early, mid to late. I like it. I'm in love. This might just get them to match point.
I'm seeing the way that AE has been playing so far. That momentum should be able to compensate for this. And honestly, if they don't go fast enough, it might just be over.
Game number 3 in this best-of-5 series. 2 teams looking to redeem themselves in the eyes of the world. Drex, Mirko, say something smart.
Something smart.
Something smart.
Is what Mirko and Trex always say as we jump into the land of Dawn. If you're just joining us, it's 1-1 right now between AE and Aurora Gaming. Mirko, we want to see Edward on something proactive. He picks up the Lapu-Lapu. My only problem with their draft right now, at least for me though, is this Khalid.
Yeah. The Khalid is, I don't know, for me the Harith is quite questionable as well, honestly, going up against Claude, right? Like, it isn't a winning matchup for Doming. Earlier, we saw the Granger versus Harith, we saw level 1, it was great for the Granger. But this time against the Claude is going to outscale the Harith, and once you get Winter Crown, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the draft is clean, but Aurora Gaming definitely goes a little bit outside the box.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas Alter Ego brings us back to some simplistic Swiss stage type drafts. You have the Claude, you have the Sora, you have this Hylos. Just keeping it simple, a very straightforward draft overall.
And it's just crazy to see because, like, sure, Zeusin is amazing, but is it, oh my god, light! The Khalid, that's a flicker! Void Blast, first blood for Hijume!
That's huge for the side of Alter Ego, not only a first blood, plus a flicker. You get a lot of value out of that. A lot of times players will just let themselves die and not use the flicker, but now you've lost even more.
Oh man, you really tried there. He made him miss at least one cannon minion, but yes, flickers down there. It's gonna be quite big, and again in the bottom lane, Arfi already winning it out, just purely from sustain. Because the thing is about the Claude, right? If you're up against the Harith, back then at least, the Harith will win in the trades, and then you're gonna be forced back. But here, you never lose a trade in a way, because even if you lose a trade, 2 hits and you're back to almost full HP. The Fighter Emblem just gives you so much sustain.
Exactly. Normally the Harith with the range. Wait a second, to the mid side, RWM.
Oh man, they be caught. RWM doing so much damage on Yue. And that's another flicker down for Revitalize for Alec.
2 flickers down before the turtle.
You know, on a bad spot in the air, taken down by the Khalid now. A good taunt landing on Alec. He's trying to get away. Hijume providing enough support. The Appraiser's Wrath nowhere near enough damage to take the horse down, but they regain control off the turtle, and now it should be free. Yazuke will not make it free though. They will take as many green camps. He will counter jungle as many camps as possible, but this is why they go Khalid. It's very difficult to farm up against him. Raging Sandstorm used up, but again, for Yue, no flicker. He's gonna chill on that one. You know, in the top lane, solo kill against Edward.
Revenge was served in the top lane. Just in a moment of Aurora Gaming starting to control the map, Alter Ego fights back. I do want to talk about this Khalid a little bit more. Renmar did say you get that laning phase aggression. He outputs amazing damage in those first 4 levels, and Aurora Gaming have been capitalizing on that. They've been taking advantage of the quick movements. Luckily, Alter Ego, though, is able to find some plays for themselves in the midst of it all.
Let's take a look at the items here. Quick check. Nothing too crazy. It's the rush for the DHS for Arfi as usual. And yeah, the Azure Blade plus the little book there to get you instant dashes, instant unlead dashes.
Dreadnought armor for Fredrin. He's probably going to switch over into some magic defense as well, so he can get a little bit of best of both worlds. Turtle's not going to be up for 50 seconds, and Alter Ego just continuously hunting for something.
Oh, they came out of the Crimson Beacon. Radiant Sandstorm with the flicker over, landing on Yazuke. Now the RBM coming down as Yazuke is still able to survive. Popping him out of shocker before he dies as Hijume gets a trade on, and now it's Nino!
That's big. Demon Kite goes down. It's a 2-for-1 currently.
Bravest Fighter, the stun dodged away from Alter Ego. Walk away with the win. Demon Kite and Light down. But the thing is, it's a utility jungler and a tank for one of your carries.
I mean,
it's still worth it, but it's like...
I think taking jungle is what made that worth it. If you don't take jungle, it's definitely not worth it. But the fact that Demon Kite goes down, maybe Alter Ego's able to get a small advantage in terms of levels. Maybe they can convert that into an advantage on this next retreat.
And also, that fight proves to us why a lot of Soras have been going for the Concussive Blast over Brave Smite. He just rotates so quickly. Light up top, trying to get the pressure back for him. Alec, with a walk up the Tonto, comes around for Demon Kite. Yazuke's walking up as well. The Bravest Fighter coming out for Edward. That's a free turtle again to Demon Kite. 2 on the board with no response from Alter Ego. Nino, CC immune, brings Demon Kite into the turret range. Now Raging Sandstorm, good flicker from Nino, but he's gonna be caught, and it's Yue who gets the kill.
Alter Ego can do nothing about it right now. Even with the last turtle, they know we don't want to get into this. 1 ton and you're all down.
Flickers him on for Yazuke, able to escape. RWM coming down on him, but Hijume, oh my god, Domeng is able to survive through it all with the unlimited dashes. And Hijume falls, Yazuke with the traceless forward, Light going in.
Looking for more. Aurora Gaming just continue put on the pressure, but Yazuke wants to maybe jump back. Alter Ego, no, they can't take the fights right now. It's just the reality of the situation. There was nothing they seem to be able to do. They lay down a nice RDM, they do something perfectly, but Aurora Gaming still ends up winning. They have the damage, but they also have the defense. Is there a time? I think Alter Ego still needs maybe 8 minutes, 9 minutes till they can really put on a fight, until Claude can really lock in and get involved.
I guess so. Right now he just is sitting on a DHS. The Harith is behind in gold, but you are active way earlier. And that may be the reason as to why they actually went for the Harith despite being in a bad matchup, right? Like, Claude can get the gold lead, but how big is your lead going to be? It's not going to be a whole item diff yet, right? So, as long as Domeng gets the Starling Upside in the Feather Heaven, he can do this. Constantly solo kill! Domeng! Oh my goodness! Now the Mountain Shock with the Glorious Pathway in the mid lane. Alter Ego just cannot get any trades on the map.
They can't get anything at all, let alone trades. I mean, he's literally diving under towers. It's not even a trade to be found.
Who gonna stop him?
Nobody.
Nobody gonna stop Domeng. Zaman Force in, he knew Arfi did not have his flicker, and it was just a bang in Mobile Legends, man.
No, we're
straight up.
We're talking about Domeng, but for me, it's Yue, 2-0-1, even earlier in that fight. Yes, Domeng didn't drop it. Yue's the one who dives in with the beacon, able to output the damage. And normally it doesn't seem, normally for me at least, the Jushians aren't chunking away, but Yue makes it look nasty.
Hey, speaking of Yue, give it the all in from Nino, going on to Yue, going for damage as well! Yue able to survive for such a long time, and Nino had already used the flicker, he still goes in on the turret, but it's a trade at least.
Nino knew, once he saw the Zaman's Force coming, it's like, all right, I have to fully commit.
It's like
at
Trex,
least
Trex be complimenting him too much.
At least get the trade.
Nino he wants you to compliment him, bro. That's what he wants. You talk about Yue, he's like, nah, I want some of that, man. That's a stun, though. Landing on Light. Oh, whoa. Okay. Hey, it's a safe play. Better safe than sorry, right?
All right, so taking a look at the items, still only a DHS for the Claude. And I think at this point, you're going to need the whole trinity. You're going to need the
yeah.
you're going to need the wand, you're going to need it all to really be able to output, and that's a long while away at this point. We are 8.5 minutes in.
Yep.
8.5 minutes in. And probably around 10, 11 minutes, that's when the third item's going to come. By then, Aurora Gaming can turn this 2.7K gold lead into 4, 5, and just continue the snowball.
It's still within Aurora Gaming Philippines' power spike is the problem right now. Yeah, so Alter Ego, they're just going to have to wait and stall the game a bit longer. Because if we do get to the late game, this is where Alter Ego's composition really starts to pop off, right? They have 3 damage dealers. That's why it was very greedy for them to actually go for the Claude and then the Yi Sun Shin in the end. I really thought it was going to be a utility jungler too, right? But hey, that's the War Axe pickup, so they are getting to that point. It's just incredibly slow because in normal situations, you would actually be able to give gold, like more to the gold lane if you're on utility, or you know, vice versa. If you're on the fighter gold, you give more to the jungle. Now everyone's kind of like looking for gold everywhere on the map, and it's just getting tough because Light has so much ground clearance on this Khalid. It's so easy for him to rotate top, bot, again, everywhere to stop the guys from farming or to counter jungle.
You know, what's insane about this as well is Alter Ego got so many picks that we considered power picks.
Oh, yeah.
They get this Claude, they have the RWM, they have big play potential here, but they're just not able to make it all work.
Let's see. Lord, already taking half HP now. RP walking up, pops into BMI as Edward jumps in with the Bravest Spider. That's Raging Sands with the Flicker into the back line. It finds Hijumer. He pops into RWM, but it's a bit too late.
And Yakuze is trying to do something, but he's just not able to output the damage.
Traceless is out to safety. Nino still kind of in the midst of it all, doing more damage over on Demon Kevin. RP goes in now on Yue, and it takes him down. It's just a 2-for-2 at the end of the day. Yazuke, did he get taken down? No.
2 for 2 plus a Lord. UA, Light, Hajime, and Alec all fall, but the tower's gonna fall next, and Aurora Gaming PH continues to push forward.
3.2k gold lead. Now, even if Alter Ego hit their power spike again, if Aurora are able to build a lead that bypasses that power spike, it's going to be big trouble for Alter Ego. They will have good clear still with the Eve, with the Yi Sun Shin. Let's take a look at the replay to see exactly what happened in that fight.
I mean, it's just a full-on dive in the backside. And look at Yazuke. Normally, that many free hits, you're going to be able to take someone out, but the damage just isn't there yet. Arfi as well, chipping away on a UA. It takes forever to even get a kill.
Arfi died! Live view, Raging Sandstorm now locked Nino down! Both the side laners of Alter Ego were caught lacking. Uh-oh.
They'll play as well. Alter Ego just trying to defend. All the holy defenses are popping. Lord is off the map at this point, but still Aurora Gaming are going to try to push in and take an inhibitor.
Where's Yazuke? He's still up top now. Glorious Pathway going to be used up. As the RWM actually does a little bit more damage over on Light, but now Alec actually is able to walk away. Gets the stun, but it's Edward with the CC immunity of the Bravest Fighter as RP comes back to life, and they'll be able to defend. Still, though, they're stripped down to their base turrets in mid and bot.
And Light just locked in Radiant Armor. That means he can really hang out in the midst of this RWM. He can take even more damage. So we went from being a nice damage-dealing tank in the beginning game, and now he's just going to be able to absorb the damage. If he wants to pull off a crazy Raging Sandstorm, he has the ability to do that and get away safely. Skypiercer has been in for UA. He's 4-2-2. The stacks, I'm sure, are starting to come in, and that means even more damage on the side of Aurora Gaming. We're not even talking about Edward. We're not even talking about Dome and Kite yet.
Now it comes back to how can they get farm? Because look at Aurora. They're trying their best to actually freeze out and to push in when they actually want to take away the green camps, right? And again, for Light, he's trying to catch these guys off guard. RP is holding that bush right now, but it actually might come back to bite him. Dome and Kite. Okay, he doesn't read into that bush. I thought, you know, he would use the eye icon and maybe look for a play there. But yeah, Alter Ego. At this point, they've hit some power spikes. RP already on the 3-item
Trinity.
Oh, yeah, the whole trinity of attack speed items already. He's building towards a melting gun, interestingly enough, not straight to the Winter Crown. So he's expecting to just be free in the fights.
I mean, I think it's not a bad play at this point. Maybe just fully commit, right?
Glass
Try
cannon.
to chip down onto Demon Kite. There's so much tank on the side of Aurora Gaming. And if he can play smart, it could be huge.
Yeah, Nino really tried to brute force into that position there, but it gets Chung. Edward zoning Yazuke away. Look at the Lord. He's getting Chung really low. Yazuke has no position to go for the contested. Demon Kite secures it for free as Edward whips the stun, but he doesn't need to land. Raging Sandstorm with the breaker now catches Nino. That's a pick up with the Lancer Flare, and Nino gets sent to the sword of Edward.
At this point, Yazuke hasn't been able to try to take a single neutral objective. 3 turtles, 2 lords, and he hasn't even been able to walk into the pit because Aurora Gaming is waiting for him. And this is what the composition's able to do. Edward brings out the bravest fighter. Light brings out the Raging Sandstorm. They hold down this front line, and there's nothing these egos can do.
The Lord will charge into the mid lane. They're not even concerned about the mid lane right now. That's Alec thrown back in the bottom lane. Oh my goodness, a dive! RV with the BMI barely gets away in the Synchro Vision, but it will be guaranteed now. That is a free turret down below, and it is a base turret. For Alter Ego, it really comes down to defending the top side, just because it's the far lane. But still, Aurora will take whatever they can get. 2 base turrets with a Lord push, that's value, dude.
They might just look for a third here. Minions are coming down the bottom side. They can push on the top here. Alter Ego has to commit to 1.
Edward with Bravest Fighter now jumps onto Hijume. Yazuki dealing a lot of damage now as RP does the same. The Mount of Shocker goes wide as now it's going to be Light trying to run away, and he does. Glorious Pathway!
Omen Kite maybe looking for the possible re-engage along with Yue, but Roar are going to play it safe. They took 2 inhibitors. They can move on to the Lord next.
And look at how low that last turret is. Nino checking his bush. We'll spot Light out there. But the turret up top, man. If Aurora even just build a small slow push and they spotted this. Oh my goodness.
Arfy's going to try to lock on.
Thankfully, it's a Khalid, right? Like there's, you don't chase him easy. Oh man, the orange buff. Yue shining the light onto Yazuke. Zoning him away, the retry from Demon Kite to take it away from Yazuke, who's still killless this game.
Alter Ego have just been getting starved non-stop. Purple buff gonna go as well. Nino at least keeping vision, taking a look at the items. Taking a look at Yazuke. Just got Malefic Gun in. I mean, at this point, it is a rough position. It's a 7.7k gold. And the thing about Aurora Gaming is they're okay with taking it slow right now. They have late game potential as well. There's not exactly a clock ticking for them in the general scheme of things.
There you go. Winter Crown actually built by Domeng quicker than the Claude. Again, you would expect the Winter Crown to be built up earlier for the Claude, just so that you can try to make those outplays happen, but it's Domeng. So now he has the survivability in the team fight. Even if you go for the all-in on him, say you poke him out, right? He still can pop Winter Crown. The rest of the team can then just peel all the other engagers off of it.
All right, so for Alter Ego here to make something happen, I think they need the big play, right? Nino needs to pull something off, but right now Alter Ego approaching these fights split up might not be the answer.
Yep.
I know they can get caught by a big Raging Sandstorm and maybe it turns around on them, but they need to look for the big combo themselves if they want to try to put this into their hands.
Look at the wave up top. It's a slow push built by Aurora Gaming Philippines, and they go straight for the Lord, so that Alter Ego won't have time to decide whether they want to actually deal with the slow push up top. Now they go on Edward, but he pops in Bravest Fighter, and the Lord gets reset. Masterful Lord dance by Aurora Gaming Philippines. That slow push, remember how low the turret is up top. Just a few hits, and it's gone, and that's why you see Alter Ego desperate to look for a fight, to look for something. They want a commitment. But it's Roro! Oh my goodness, right in the back line finding it. Blazy doing with the Winter Crown, not doing any damage, and then Praiser's Wrath as Domeng dives in.
Domeng able to find a kill, but Yue finds one as well. It's a double for Yue.
Nino with the flicker out. Now it's Demon Kite with the chase. It's just Hijume and Nino. There's a big cannon wave in the bottom lane crashing down onto Alter Ego's base. Domeng is ridiculous on the Harith. And that's Yue with a Sky Piercer stack, a mega kill, and a wipe out to secure match point.
Once again, it's blow for blow, back and forth. Aurora Gaming take the first, Alter Ego with the second, and now Aurora Gaming is back to help secure match point. Will it happen again, or will it end in the next match?
In Indonesia, it's the Filipinos who get to match point first against Alter Ego. Aurora looked ruthless. And now I understand the Harris pick. That was a confidence pick from Domeng Kite. I'm sure it was him telling the coach, give me my Harith. I will beat Arfi in lane, I will solo kill him, and when you need me, I will show up.
In this specific moment and in this very specific game, I will allow and support Ego. I believe that it was a conversation very similar to what you said, most likely in Tagalog, saying, Coach, let me have it. Let me have it. And for the majority of the game, we'll see it more in the highlights. I'm pretty sure they were all saying, Meng Tingin, just kill him, just kill him.
And then cut to Demon Kai, just hands behind his head. I'll play whatever you want, coach. Anything. Give me anything. And he continues to perform. I mean, the way we see Aurora play this game, masterful, really. They gave no opportunities. They were making sure that Nino didn't have good angles. They were also making sure that Domeng, hey, he's already doing a great job. But notice that the Claw wasn't able to get any effective blazing duets, in a matter of fact. And the times that he did, okay, it's not that bad. But I do feel like the Winter Crown needed to show up a little bit earlier than the Malefic Gun. I think that's the only small thing that could have changed, but really, man, how do you even approach that when Yue is already controlling your front line, moving them around like Lego pieces?
I think this supports the theory we had going into the draft as to why they went for the Jushin first, is because they already saw the Eve. They were aware of what Heejime was capable of. Not to downplay how good this mid laner of Alter Ego is, but in that very specific situation, if Yue gets his hands on the ultimate utility mage in this current metagame, then the Eve's strengths are almost nullified.
The center of the map for Aurora, their objective taking was fantastic. But if Dominkai did not have the game that he had, then the value that they got at the time that they got it would have been much later in the game. But since Dominkai straight up defeated Arfi in lane 4-0-6, perfect Harith game, despite going up against a lineup that has an Eve, you gotta give it to Dominkai, man.
Yeah, it's not like they set up for him as well. It's not like they put Arfi in a position where he has to take Purify. He had the Flicker to run away. They just made sure that he used that one resource and said, hey, Domeng, he's all yours. Do whatever you want with him. And he finds these kills consistently because he has access to this one battle spell that most marksmen are forced off of in these type of positions where they have to hyper carry.
And this is because of the built-in resilience Harith has. Even without the Zaman Force, you put him in his own ult, then you can forget about pinning him down. This white-haired, little hyperactive Leonin boy will have his way with you. And now I understand. Again, Aurora are one of the few teams to not only serve up the first couple of losses to Alter Ego in all of M7, but also they're one of the few teams that take the Ube strat, quote-unquote, this far into this metagame.
Yeah, what I appreciate about Aurora Gaming's drafting decisions in game number 3 was, yes, we did get to see more Ego, not just through the Harith, but then now we even see the value of the Khalid paired up with the Jushin and Brethren. I think we were looking at the Khalid a little bit too much in the tunnel vision of just the hero alone, but then we forgot the elements around it. The inescapable threat of every Jushin is that at one point, it will peel the Sky Piercer, which means that everything that the Khalid does will end up being rewarded. Even if it's a trade, it's gonna be a kill for the Jushin and the stack. At the same time, even if you fall down, bro, Demon Guy took so much damage in this game and survived. He only had one death. The team fighting of Aurora was so disruptive to what Alter Ego wanted to do that now I understand the beauty of the Juice in Khalid Harith, and then closing it out with a Fredrin. They were blocking the aggression of Alter Ego.
And they're doing it at basically tax-free, right? Because Khalid is one of the few heroes who actually has self-sustain with Quicksand Guard. So even if he's getting beaten up, okay, I'll just sit in the bush for a little bit, wait a couple more seconds, do it again, and I'm back to full.
And what I was afraid of, that would bite them in the behind, getting that Khalid early on, didn't even really matter. Again, you mentioned, this is dangerous grass. You go in, and you use the Quicksand Guard there. You give Alter Ego something to think about, something to hunt down, and that, in my opinion, is the tax that Aurora put on Alter Ego. The fact that they have to think about so many different aspects while hunting down the Harith slowed down their Alter Ego aggression.
Now, if we learn anything from game number 2, we noticed that the brass tax was too high. Coming into game number 3, I think this is one way to kind of opt in, bypass that tax in the first place, right? With this Khalid, hey, Yue, do you need help in the laning phase? This should technically be the hardest laning phase for you. What do we focus on? Clear the wave. Yue, if you harass, you make sure that you don't take any damage. I will absorb it for you, and now we're redistributing it onto the right targets, which is why Hijime wasn't able to hit the power spikes on time and never felt comfortable enough like he was in game 1 and 2.
Yeah. Let's continue the theme here of the M7 World Championship about looking at the mid trios. Hijime lacking that timing for the power spike. Let's look at Light. He started off this game with a death. A very quick one at that. In most cases, you'd think, oh no, Aurora's not going to be able to be aggressive and actually take it to the jungle of Alter Ego. That wasn't true. Light said, all right, I'm going to still go out into their jungle and still get vision. They're not going to stop me. And then now, Yue, since he didn't die in that initial trade, he's actually still safe. My mid laner is fine. And that's going to be the trade I'm going to be looking at. Yes, they might take me down, bring me down low, but can they finish me off eventually? It eventually became no, because Yue was slowly taking away the members of Alter Ego. Then add to the fact that Demon Cat's gonna suddenly show up, suddenly become an unkillable presence in front of Alter Ego, difficult to deal with.
But that's the thing, right? As much as Yue was able to do all of these things, that's where it really saddens me when Nino, he goes into his damage form, right? He goes into that Lightning Thunder form, and he's not utilizing it 100%, right? There are times where you don't need the CC immunity when you're running away. Just turn into the Lightning Form and get those iframes to actually close the distance, if not create more distance against your opponent. But I was hoping to see Nino trade his life more to force Yue to ult early on. If he could do that a couple more times, I think this game would have looked a lot differently.
I'm worried about how this will dictate the game, well, mostly by the draft going into game 4. Because now we see that even against one of the strongest teams in M7, Alter Ego, Aurora can play on a spectrum of different kind of lineups. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to play fighter side lane anymore. They can play Harith side lane, they can play Ube utility style, and who knows, maybe now it's Alter Ego who has an identity crisis. Maybe having so many masks is now being a struggle for them. Because look, we played multi-core here, and I'm the economy guy, and I'm looking at this now, it's like, that's one of the reasons why they couldn't fight back, is because they were too busy getting farm on both Yasuke and on Arfi, which is, again, a non-starter. How do you even begin?
All right, Jerome Powell, I'll tell you how they needed it to begin. Really, it just boiled down to whether or not Hylos is able to find that initial glorious pathway, because there were a couple that were really good at cutting them off, but nobody's in position to take advantage of the scenario. So at that point, I think that Alter Ego, from game number 1, didn't want to play a traditional style against Aurora of all people.
The way it sounds like is, for Alter Ego, the way this could have worked is if they won the lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's not gonna work. Sometimes you have to understand that we have to give up the lane. And if you can't play that long game, then you're in trouble.
Well, great points here on the panel, and I'm pretty sure that's going to tell a better story once we head into the draft for game number 4. But it's time now to remind you that Patrick skin. I was about to say something there, but it completely slipped out of my mind. The Clue Patrick skin is also available in-game now. Don't miss it. It is the hottest hit of the summer. It's not the summer. What do you call January? It's not part of summer yet.
Of the new year.
Of the new year.
Of the new year.
The hottest movie of the new year is Glue Patrick skin. As previously seen and shown off by Patrick of the Nuya of Team Liquid Philippines and his performance on that glue, and multiple other glue performances that we've seen here in the M7 World Championship and in previous tournaments. It is, and I will die on this hill, the best skin we've ever made in game.
It's such a good skin that honestly, I think they needed to start pouring it into the other things that Munton has already produced at this point, right? I mean, it could go in the Instagram, but I think personally that maybe Magic Chess Go-Go?
How about a synergy for just SpongeBob and Patrick in Magic Chess Go-Go? I know that that's a long shot, but what you can do now, though, is go in starting February 8th, no, rather, until February 8th. Now to February 8th, you can reach level 45 in the Go One Pass to unlock Yuzhong, Emerald Dragon for free. Purchase the Go One Pass to instantly unlock Yuzhong's Go One skin, Dragon Shade, that's what I'm using now, and reach level 75 to unlock Yuzhong's Prime skin, Cosmic Dragon. I'm far off from that, but if I may say, I am my neighborhood's number 6 Yuzhong.
Ooh, that's great for you. And I like how Yuzhong did actually shake up the meta a little bit in MCGG. And hey, that whole SpongeBob Patrick thing that we're wishing for might not be far off. I mean, KOF eventually made it to MCGG. So what if,
right? SpongeBob and Patrick can be like Iori and K?
Yes.
Yeah.
They can be like two different skins, and they have synergies.
Yeah, the Chevalier one.
I'm trying to think of a good one. What would we? I mean, I can't be giving away these $1 million ideas for free, of course, but you guys can. Just make sure, get the pass while you still can, and also get the 3 skins starting from 360 diamonds. Value. Being said, though, actually, I feel like I don't think we're ever going to see glue in this matchup. Like, Nino has so far shown Sora, Yuzong, it's all damage dealers, and yes, obviously a setter in Sora, but he's kind of both, right?
Yeah. I think, especially now with the little break that we had heading into the second day of the knockouts, the teams have adapted and respected the idea of the instant gratification, that you get impact right away, that it is not too complicated for you and your team to get the wins, to lower down their health, force out resources. You want it instantly.
Yeah, so I think you have to revert to a time mode saying of KISS, K-I-S-S. Keep it simple, sayang. That's localized.
That or get into dropshipping, I don't know, something. They need to find that instant value and instant money straight away. So that's why I'm concerned, because so far it's been an entire battle of looking for those leads for 3 games straight.
So as we head into game number 4, let's revisit the team head-to-head to maybe help contextualize the stats and what to expect between these two. Edward and Nino, I feel like, wow, I was just about to say it's a closer matchup than we expect, but this is actually a close matchup between the two EXP laners. For Hijime and Yue, I think their picks, as important as they are, more important, I feel like, is what ends up in the hands of Alec and Light respectively.
Yeah, right? It feels like as much as we are looking at the pinnacles of like, yeah, these are the outlets, the connectors, the wires to make this motherboard work is so much more important.
So these two teams have to invest more in the setup, not the payoff. The payoff is almost guaranteed. If you want to see Yasuke or Arfi go ham, they will. You want to see Demon Kite or Domen Kite do their thing, they will. But you gotta make sure that they have a platform to do that on.
Yeah. To add to that, simple setup. Nothing too high concept, nothing that demands way too many layering.
Or things that shoot off in way too many different directions.
Exactly. And that's what, when you look back at the lineup of Aurora Gaming in game number 3, yes, the highlight of Domigai being able to do that as a solo player. If you look back at the rest of the team, it's actually not a difficult lineup to pull off. As the Fredrin, come on, we all know what Fredrin has done for ever since his inception into as the premier jungler pick, eventually fell off. But then when it does come up, we're just reminded of why it was a monster for a long time. He can stand there, take damage, and still bring value.
Yeah, which is why I was like, why didn't they pick it up on Red 4, right? They had the opportunity to do it on Red 4 or even Red 3, and they decided not to and give it over to Aurora. We look at the fans' predictions so far, and I mean, Aurora PH is coming up with 74%.
I personally predicted Aurora PH, but I also expected Aurora Alter Ego to put up a fight. Now, if they're going to put up more of a fight, take us all the way, that's on them now going into game 4.
What if now, for the Alter Ego picks of game number 3, with Claude, Eve, Sora, Hylos, Shin, makes sense, right? That is something that is Aztrex put together in the cast, that it's very reflective of what happened in Swiss, what happened in our wildcard as well. But what if it wasn't Gila enough? What if it wasn't crazy enough? It wasn't Alter Ego enough?
How Alter Ego are we talking about?
And how Alter Ego do you suggest we go?
Yeah. If this were a 5, how much more?
I feel like Yasuke and Shin doesn't scream Alter Ego. I need something more explosive.
So, in the realm of keep it simple and instant gratification, you want more on the spectrum of instant gratification.
Yeah.
Where is the Hayabusa and Lancelot today?
Or even a Hellcurt or something like that. I mean, if we're talking about instant value, right? That's a little Geeler, as they call it.
That's Geeler Bangit.
Yes, very much so. Well, I think that's the problem, right? Because if we're going based on the trend of how these games are going, I think that Aurora is just going to keep on escalating unless this is the winning formula. We found it. We're just going to keep on reproducing.
Yeah, and that's something that Alter Ego needs to watch out for, because that is a drafting tendency of coaches Master of the Basics and Deckstar, is that once they pinpoint that weakness and that little pattern that they can lean into because they realize, hey, there's not a lot of counters to it, they will lean hard on that and then eventually ride away with the win. But Alter Ego is a team that has been known for shattering expectations. That just when you think you have them down, they suddenly come up with a drafting pattern that even shakes up their opponent's expectations of them.
If I may, I'm sure there's a lot of fans from all around the world watching. fans from the Philippines specifically. I'm gonna tip my hat over to the Cavalry. I'm pretty sure whatever they played in Game 3 is a nod to the Liquid Stampede. Look at that lineup. You'll see a good DNA of it is what beat Aurora in the grand finals of FPL Philippines. You know what I mean? Like there's a Fredrin, there is a Zushin, and then you have this hard carry in the gold lane. It is very reminiscent of what their rivals from FPL PH would do.
Actually, okay, now I'm reminded as to why I felt there was something a bit different of seeing this Fredrin play. We're used to seeing Arteezy play the Fredrin a little bit more, and he plays it like he's also the roamer while he's juggling. Because this time it was paired up with the Khalid, he didn't need to do that as much, so Demon Kai could just hang back. But during the times where he did show up, since he was relatively undisturbed in the jungle, it's reminded of us of like, oh yeah, he is still a pseudo-roamer that's difficult to take down.
And the entire time, especially when you're playing like a hyper-scaling style of jungler like Ishin Shin, just going even against him is already a big up, because he clears way faster than you in many different scenarios. Even if he's down a level, as long as they're maintaining that gold, Ishin Shin will eventually outscale you. However, catching people, right? The timings of which Demon Kai gets in there, he suddenly lays the blanket and says, no, I am the Flood, you stay right where you are.
As our voices fade out of Tennis Indoor, as the Indonesian broadcast ushers us in, well, you can still hear us in the global streams that we have all around the world as we go into Broken Walls for game number 4. And no surprise, Aurora still take out that Grog, and the Pakcha is still not being given at all. This time, they also take out the Fredrin.
They want something a little bit more punishable in the jungle. I think they always like going for that Sora, no matter what. And I think Aurora are completely fine with it. They're like, whatever. As long as you don't have anything that forces out our battle spells, Sora is very manageable.
And it's not even a matter of can we counter it with Valentina anymore. It's literally just, okay, Nino, go ahead, make our day. And that changes our expectations. I remember going into this match, we were talking about things to watch out for. We mentioned Sora. Apparently for Aurora, it really doesn't matter. It's just another hero.
Stuck under the punch. It's not that hard, some may say. But I think the Aurora here, let's see what that one slight adaptation, right?
They got to ban the Zushin.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it as well. Are they willing to give Eve? I feel like you might as well leave both open at that point.
That's true. Give the onus over to Coach Sepher. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
So what would we ban?
The thing is, if Eve is given here, and let's say Alter Ego picks up Eve after Aurora bans out the Juicin, Yu Zhang's gonna go to Ron. But then Alter Ego will just respond with the Uranus early on, because that's usually the responses that we've seen now recently. So they go for the Freya. They'll open up both.
Yes, both. That's what we're saying.
All right, what do they want? What do they want, AE? There's so much to go around, man.
Oh, there it is. So now we see how Aurora performs when the table is on the other foot.
Yeah.
Claude Eve, right?
Well, they don't need to rush the Eve because they already see the Juicin on the other side.
Also true.
I want to see Aurora surprise us and show their version of Leomord.
Oh, really? Ooh.
Even though I would have liked to see that more if it was an Eve first pick.
Like double horse tech sort of thing,
Yeah,
plus the Eve?
Yeah. But they go double horse, maybe, but there it is! It's the Leomord, and as you called it, the Claude.
Good call, good call.
What is going on with the metagame? In Swiss, midway through, I'm like, yo, Leomord is not metagame. He needs so much setup. And now he's first phase worthy.
He's good at punching people when they're low, right? And that's exactly what you need compared to Ishin Shin, where it's like, man, I gotta do all these cool little tricks to get maximum damage while this guy's just punching me in the face. Oh! And the counter pick steal as well.
The crowd goes wild. Joe would have been perfect for Aurora, but our Alter Ego block it. Fanny falls in the hands of Yasuke. Mr. Horde is somewhere smiling right now.
How can they deal with this now? Badang? Kalia's already gone.
I like that you brought up Badang because my mind was already jumping to Kufra.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, right? I mean, they've got to get the Eve.
I actually do not mind the Kufra.
Yeah.
That's two birds with one stone again. There's a Cho.
The thing is, okay, the Kufra, you gotta make the most out of your Tyrant's Revenge because it's so highly punishable by the Juicin.
Oh no, you're done with the bouncing ball? Instantly steal cables out.
Let me bounce you out.
Yeah. Got no more lockdown, they go for the far side. Very brave choice. But I think it ended up, because with the heal, I assume Alter Ego will also still ban the Khalid again.
Yeah, they needed this Farsa because short and sweet, right? Instant gratification. If it was the Eve, you're not sure if the Leomord can clean house. So they need the Farsa, better mobility, better support for Leomord's cleanup. But what do they do to respond to the Fanny? Is it a legit option to not care?
I think it's just about trying to control the Fanny at this point, right? You've already got your first 3 picks locked in.
That's your damage. That's all the damage you need.
Yeah, that's all the damage you need. Now the question is, how do we get an EXP laner who's able to kind of mess with the Fanny in her jungle, most importantly? If we can steal away the purple buff, that would be the most ideal option, but he still hasn't even locked in what's going into the gold lane.
The last time we saw Yasuke play this Fanny was in Game 2 against Onyx ID. He got MVP. He went 12-2-2. Aurora better be damn prepared for this Fanny. Because Yasuke, despite him being a rookie in the last FPL ID season, is not afraid to play this. The Gata gets taken out. I thought they lead more towards the Badang band.
Very rare that Master of the Basics, Coach Dexter, Khalad let things slip through.
Yes.
So with this Fanny, I'm like,
Are they just gonna double horse it?
They might double horse it, but I think the Gato ban is mainly so that AE ensures that the mid lane is somewhat contestable, and I think that's gonna be a difficult match, right? Because you're expecting Light to get decent damage on towards, some decent damage at least towards Hijume's side, but now that you have like both Jushin alongside with the Troll, there's so many moments where a 2v1 scenario is a guaranteed flicker.
Arlott ban. So they're trying to take away the best surprise set of heroes here for Nino. Ooh. The Uranus is still a good option for Alter Ego, not gonna lie, despite there being the presence of the clock. Oh, that's a good read. Taking out the chip.
That's a good way to kind of just surprise the Fanny out of the sky.
What if? Oh no, that's gonna be tough if they go for like something like a Kaja or a Franco.
The Kaja, Franco, Cooper are all in the same little bucket.
Yeah.
Like, break glass in case of emergency.
Yeah. And also because I'm always thinking about the juice in there, which is why Cooper is sort of like an off pick, even Franco, Kaja are on off pick. Why the safest is just either Badang or go for the high lows and go double horsies.
Question, how good is Arfi on Sora? How good is Arfi on Sora? Because I mean you still can go for like Sora Yuzhong at this point, and you have entire access to the back line.
Oh, all that dive is not gonna be good for their health, yes.
We got the high loss at least, double horse tech.
Yeah.
This is a revitalized high loss.
What? What was that pick?
Granger carry. Oh, yeah, Granger, and then
it's in the XP.
Either Uranus or
Nino. You got
that we mentioned. Yuzhong.
Nino's gotta clutch this.
I think he's gonna play Yuzhong, right?
It's either aggression or something to hold down the formation.
Yeah. Man, this is a tough choice. What would I prefer? Sora or Yuzhong in this particular section? Or do I just like sandbag the lane?
Lapu's open too.
So many good options.
Yep, there you go.
Lapu.
Are you signaling Benedetta? No, Lapu. It's a safer pick. It's right in the middle of the Yuzhong and whatever the hell else what was the other? Uranus. This is the middle ground.
Is this now time for Edward to show off? It's my turn to play Sora?
Can, maybe. Well, the Esmeralda's still open.
It is.
It is his time to show off.
This is going to be quite a game. We've seen the small adaptations throughout the entirety of the draft. Everybody has a rough idea of what they want to do and what they're most comfortable at doing. And now that it is kind of surmounted at this point, the last changes are going to come down for these players, but the game plan, where are we headed to? Do we start purple straight away, or do we opt to go right into a full clear?
This is Edward's second game on the Sora. I played it on the 15th of January against Team Spirit and won.
Here's what the stats. Early to mid game for Alter Ego looks really good. The mid to the late game potential is where it falls for Aurora. Broken walls again. Game number 4. Will we go to another game number 5? Or will the Northern Lights fly into the upper bracket finals to meet Selangor Red Giants? They lead 2-1. The Alter Champs going wild for their hometown heroes. And now it's time to go wild for Trex and Mirko.
What's up, guys? Trex, Mirko still here. Bringing you in this in-game action. You know, Aurora Gaming brought us to match point, Mirko. But if there was a draft that could tie things up, I feel like this is it for Alter Ego.
Absolutely. Alter Ego got a lot of the things that they wanted in the draft here. They went for the trades here and there. And I honestly think, hey, it's a perfect setup for Yazuke on a Fanny. So far, I believe it's still at 100% win rate. And I literally just scrolled on TikTok earlier to find Yazuke with a Chad jaw. It's a kind of a meme, you know, the Sigma male meme. Light's gonna be taken down by Yazuke on the Fanny. And the caption says, "Me when I get Fanny." So that's perfect right there as he gets first blood.
Beautiful timing, and you know, the panel was worried about the Farza. They were worried about the draft of Aurora PH in the first half. And it's true, how do they deal with this Fanny? And my guess was, we try to steal buffs, we try to get aggressive, but they're already falling behind on that. And if they let Alter Ego just continue this type of momentum, it doesn't really seem like there's a chance.
And again, RP is back on the Granger. A lot of people will probably say, you know, the Granger is horrible against the Claude, which I agree. In normal cases, it is. But if you're good at the Granger, every matchup works. All you need to do is stay level against your opponent. Don't get too crazy with it. And then later, as your team wins, you start getting those Sky Piercer stacks. I think that's exactly the route that RP is going to take. In this game particularly, I think for the most part, Swiss stage as well, we've been seeing more purified Grangers, right? This is finally a Flicker Granger, so he's expecting not to be the threat. He's expecting to be the Shadow Striker.
Exactly. The thing is, Aurora Gaming has their hands full with the Fanny already. They have something else that they have to deal with. For me, the Granger just kind of feels like insurance for mid to late game, some possibilities. If Yazuke is able to distract them and keep all eyes on him, then Arfi can just kind of farm for free. Arfi can get to that point where he has the opportunity to pop off as well. On the side of Aurora Gaming, though, I think a lot of this is going to come down on Light holding the front line, along with Edward getting these stuns, you know, putting the stiff arm out against Yazuke.
Again, RF doing a really good job in the lane. Feathered airstrike, instant Crimson Beacon. Hijime will not allow himself to get poked, but then he walks back in range to get poked. Shadow Stab Beacon coming down as Nino's going to be fully stunned up, and he can't use the second part of it. Yazuke coming in with the cables, doing a lot of damage over, and he gets locked down. He gets Demon Kite, but he falls, and Edward
gets the double, looking for a triple. Yue going to back off. Turtle still up, though. Alter Ego. They're starting to fall down. They might get a kill on the Light here, though.
And they will. It's Alec who picks up the kill, and we are back to 3-2. A big fight, and honestly, with how Alter Ego were in that position, with how they were holding that position, I feel like that was an Aurora win.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like it. I think it still could come down to who gets this turtle in the end. We're sitting at almost, we're past the 3-minute mark, and it's still first turtle on the map. Both teams trying to recuperate. And I got a feeling we're going to see another big fight coming up.
No purple buff on the Fanny, though. That's going to be big. Aurora Gaming Philippines have that hold. And this is where the Fanny starts to lose steam. When you get killed when you have a purple buff, or when your purple buff gets stolen. Now you have to be very, very clean with it. Alec with the Jiku, no other way to Dragon lock him down. Nino goes in for the stun as well as Yazuke gets stopped by Light. That's Demon Kite getting away as the Crimson Beacon gets used by Hijime earlier to escape, but he's so low.
And Nino got the bravest fighter. Edward dives in.
Goes into the back. Oh, gets rid of Hijime. Goes to the skies now, but Nino's still there. Oh my goodness, that damage. Still pushing on the damage over on towards Nino. Turtle coming out for free as Yazuke goes and secures the purple buff. But Aurora, now they have the lead.
Blade of Hephaestus does lock in for Yazuke, but all that work just to make sure you get a purple buff. And Aurora Gaming, and this is the pressure that we wanted to see. Alec, trouble.
Goes for the way the Dragon is able to find an angle now. Yazuke with the cables. Went through Demon Kite, but the Revitalize, it's just too much healing for him to deal with. Blazing Duet with the BMI RV. Spaces perfectly, doesn't panic, and Domeng has the back.
Okay, so we're starting to get some creep up for Aurora Gaming PH. We're seeing the positive uses of this Hylos, getting the heal for the team, making it hard for Yasuke to get the finishes. And at this point, Alter Ego, do they continue to hit the gas? Do they start to look for little pickoffs? It's a tough spot. Once you get pushed back like that, you lose a turtle, you take some deaths. Now we're kind of having to regroup. Luckily, the gold lead isn't crazy. Luckily, I still feel like it's a pretty tie game, and the opportunity is there for both teams. Taking a look at the items, Dreadnought does lock in for Edward, but now he's going to move into a little bit of damage, so kind of a hybrid build in that EXP lane.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, take it slow. Yes, it gets really frustrating when you have this kind of composition and you don't get the early lead, despite getting first blood, but you still have pretty good mid game, right? You are going to be hitting those power spikes. Granger is on the way to the Sky Piercer, so RP, Hunter Strike straight to the Sky Piercer, second item, wanting to have a little bit more pressure in lane. The Hunter Strike obviously gets him a bit more safety in the team fights as well, getting more attack speed as whenever you get the fourth hit in.
All right, so Alter Ego, you know, you talked about them waiting, and I do feel like the Fanny, everyone always puts it in the bag of, oh, you have to pop off early. But it's surprising how much damage a Fanny can still do in the mid game, the 8 to 9 to 10 minute mark, and here it comes!
You see with a cut through, Yasuke gets the kill, but it's gonna be traded back as Demon Kai and Light take him down. Pops in Revitalize as well. Now it's gonna be Alec looking for G. No! Crimson Beacon on the way to Dragon, now with the Lantern Flare picking him up. It's gonna be the last shot from RP to take him out, and Light now is all alone. Is a Bravest Fighter stun landing on Light. It's a turret juggle from Alec. RP gets a double right as he buys Sky Piercer.
And did he get the Sky Piercer in time? I know, yes, he did, so 2 stacks into it already, and that's what we were talking about with RP, the possibilities that even if Yasuke falls, he can pick the pieces up.
And it's a red tree used on purple when the turtle is up. You know what Alter Ego want to look for. It's not objectives, it is brutal team fights that they want to go for. Chaotic as ever. This is the Alter Ego we got to see in the playoffs of MPL Indonesia.
So Aurora Gaming approaching these fights from here on, they need to know we can't use the whole package on just Yasuke. We need to save something for RP. We need to make sure that we can deal with Hijume as well. Alter Ego, to deal with that, you need to kind of layer these fights, you need to come in at different timings, and that's what they did in the last one to win things out.
That was good bait earlier there. Glorious Pathway coming down as well. Phantom Steed not used yet, but Edward had to back away. The Predator Airstrike coming down now. Trying to poke him down. Nino's gonna be chunked by Edward. He goes in onto Hijume now, but he's able to flicker around, but that's a lot of damage from Edward! Now it's Nino with Bravest Fighter!
And a Phantom Steed able to shred through. Can they get it? RP with the shutdown!
Alec getting the way the Dragon Peels for the team! And now it's Yasuke cutting the horse down as the turtle will be next on the chopping block. Light walking up, but it's Yasuke who takes the turtle as Domeng gets a trade in the mid lane with a turret.
RP 4-0-3 already. We're entering the danger zone for Alter Ego. And look at the top side as well. Nino pushing in. Alter Ego taking a full spread approach to the map right now. Malefic Gun locks in for RP as well. The damage is online.
Trex, Alec was a lifesaver in that fight. They went all in. Now Alec's gonna go for the Jikundo again. Right as the turret spawns, with the Dragon locking the boy down. Blazing to end of the BMI, but Yasuke comes in! Under the turret, gets the cables to get away!
And Edward is trying, but it's just not enough. Alec goes down, Edward does find the kill, but he's gonna pay the price.
Nino with the Bravest Spider straight into RP, going unstoppable, picking up the rapid boots, and Alter Ego again. They do not care for objectives, they do not care for structures. What they want is to brawl, and Aurora Gaming Philippines are giving it to him. Yasuke!
He's a monster! Under the tower, 1v1, jungler versus jungler. At this point, Aurora Gaming is trying to fight back. They're looking for little moments, but I think they need to go on the defense. They were able to catch them off guard in the early game, but now the power spikes are here. They need to look for more responsive plays instead of meeting Alter Ego Esports head on. Taking a look at the items, we're still waiting on that Holy Trinity from Domeng Kite. We're still waiting on a second item for Yue. The damage dealers just don't have the damage yet, and Leo Mort is normally something that can help control the early game, and since he has died as well, Aurora Gaming is stuck playing catch up. Lord's gonna be coming up in just a few seconds, And in my mind, I don't think Aurora Gaming should try to force the fight on it.
I agree. I think they have proper amounts of wave clear to deal with the Lord. But having said that though, are we really sure? Because all they need to do is bait out one stun. Now they're going to go in on the turret. Oh, so much damage over the domain cap, but Edward jumps into the back line. Nino going to be able to take the turret, but Walek again is able to find the way to Dragon as RB gets peeled. And now he goes for the monster kill. The Phantom Steed used by Demon Kite. And now Alter Ego will go straight for the Lord.
Edward has to hit the brakes. He has to calm down. This is what I meant. Aurora Gaming, yes, I know they weren't trying to force a fight, but they could have just walked away from that engage from Alter Ego. Even if they lose the tier 3 in the mid, it would have been better than what happened now.
I said this when I was casting MPL ID, but it just felt like every time Alter Ego played, it was so messy. And it wasn't just them, it was their opponents too. Nino goes for the stun, BMI away from Domeng. And to finish the point earlier, Alter Ego just have a way to force their opponents to play a messy game. I don't know what it is.
They bring the worst out of other people.
They bring the worst out of other people, and that's what you're seeing. Aurora Gaming, this isn't the thing you would see from them usually, especially the form that we saw them using to beat TLPH. They were clean, they knew when to take the risks. Domeng had to be MI out. That's a free tier 2.
And Lord hasn't even gotten to the base yet. They're going to be able to make some holy defenses pop in the mid side as Lord creeps down the bottom. You know, we said it, Aurora Gaming has the ability to defend. They do have things like the
Feathered Airstrike.
Have the Feathered Airstrike. They have the clear. They have the shred with Doming Kite. They don't need to force anything.
The thing is though, they kind of do, because when Nino's up in front of you like that, you have to do something, and it's a Feathered Airstrike that you have to pull out. It's sometimes even the Blazy Duet for Domeng to try to shoo these guys away, but once you use those resources onto the frontliners, onto these guys who are constantly up in your face, Yazuke walks up, or rather, he flies in.
I gotta say though, losing one inhibitor still feels kind of like not a too bad of a loss of what could have happened.
Absolutely.
But Aurora Gaming, don't go out there. They need to stay put. This is exactly what Alter Ego wants at this point. So let's look at the stacks, 60 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Level 14, Arfi is just a pick artist at this point.
Feathered Airstrike coming down, but look at Yazuke. Lead with the cables, trying to feint, trying to waste some of the resources, but Aurora did not bite.
Okay, so Alter Ego still playing it slow, but they're trying to bring the worst out of Aurora Gaming right now. They're kind of playing the outside rims of the base, hoping that somebody bites the bait. It's gonna be 55 seconds till Lord. Does Alter Ego go for the stall in the lanes, or do they just keep on pushing in here?
I think they go for the stall. They can't afford to give Aurora Gaming Philippines enough resources for their comp to finally work, because yes, you do have a Fanny. It's going to be very, very troublesome for Yue, for Domeng to actually get into the good positions in team fights, but still, you don't want them to get their item power spikes, because then it relies on you not making a single mistake on a Fanny in the late game, which is way easier said than done, brother.
And I gotta say as well, Edward, earlier on, when he made that big play that he paid the price for, you still saw the damage from him, you saw the capabilities. So, as you said, when those item spikes do come in, if Aurora Gaming is able to do something like that, when they can actually get kills into the backline, it could be detrimental to how they win this game if they can turn things around here. So Alter Ego, 3 seconds for Lord, looking for position. Look at the top side, Nino. Looking for either a possible gank or a push onto this top tower while the rest of his team secures the Lord.
That was also the position he was holding in game number 2 on the Sora when the team was leading. That ultimately was a throw from Nino. But this time, Aurora do not show their faces up top. Maybe actually just Domeng. Nino gonna be chased down. The Lord already taken by Yazuke. And that's it for Domeng. He goes back to the BMI, and now another siege. Every time you see him with the cables, man, you just don't know. Red Tree. But this time it is Demon Kite who's the one who secures the orange buff.
Arfi with the range right now. Taking a look at the items. Arfi is maxed out at this point. Yazuke looking for a 6. He does pick up the brute force breastplate for a little bit of defense there. A 2,000 gold lead over Demon Kite. And Yue, I think that's been the major problem right now for Aurora Gaming. He's got 2 items in right now.
And it's not going to be looking good right now as they crash into the base. Nino looking for the angle now with the Bravest Fighter as well. As that's going to be light knocked up. That's Yasuke! In the background of the cut-throw finding the Forza! That's a shutdown though as Neomore gets to pick up Edward.
Doman Kite as well, trying to get some free shots. The Blazing Duet!
With a nature from RV! Now he goes for the gun down on Demon Kite. It's another shot into the midst of it all as Demon Kite's able to space away. A double for Demon Kite. Lord cleared up. Nino holding the fort. But Aurora somehow defend.
Not somehow, they do it well, they do it cleanly. Yes, Yasuke gets the kill, but they quickly take him off the map. Arfi hangs out a little bit too long, gets chipped down low, is forced to leave the base, and then the beautiful Blazing Duet to push them away as well from Domain Kite. Aurora Gaming, I don't think there was a better way they could have defended that.
And now, it's the big question mark to Alter Ego. You have the stacks, you have the lead, you have 3 base turrets. Do you still want to brawl? Because this is finally a comfortable spot for Aurora to be like, yeah, we want to do what we've been doing all throughout this game, but this time it should benefit us. You shouldn't be brawling. We should. Glorious Pathway to Shadow Stampede. That's Arvik caught!
That's huge. In the backside, though, Yue goes down!
Egypt is still kiting away now, popping in the Lantern Flare as Alex is able to escape with the Helmet Immortality. Somehow Yasuke buys the Rose Gobidia and escapes, but Nino is all alone. Can he survive this? That's gonna be so much damage from Domain Kite on him, and Nino will fall to light.
And Yasuke is nowhere to be found. He had to go back to base. Aurora Gaming, though, they don't push anymore. They're going to go back to their own base. They're going to defend. We got 2 members. We got the winning number on that last fight.
They want more. Alex, wait. Purify out from Domain. Now the body. Yasuke goes in, but with the nature. Perfectly timed. No panic from Domain. Ice cold.
There's no waiting in the land of Dawn. There's no pausing at this point. Aurora Gaming has checked the boxes, they found their timing, and they're the ones who want to brawl. They're the ones who are forcing the fight because they know, listen, we have no inhibitors. We have nothing to defend.
Exactly.
We have to try to force a fight and get this next Lord.
And this is the adaptation, the improvement that we've seen from Aurora Gaming Philippines. When we've criticized them in the past for being too systematic, being too safe, now they pull the trigger when it matters.
It's only the last Lord that matters. One Lord to rule them all.
Now the cable's coming in now as Demon Kite is able to get on the horse. Shizuke will lose out of retribution. Demon Kite and then Domain with the Blazing Duet in the back with a crowd as well. That's him down. Alex taken out. It's going to be RB next to Paul and Hijume.
Edward's trying to do something here. He's able to get some final damage. Nino wants to get away. It's him and Yasuke against the world, but he can't survive.
Yue takes him out, and now it's just 1. They got a big Lord in the mid lane crashing down. Wave in the bottom and top lane pushing towards Aurora. Yasuke, can he do it?
That's a hard bill to sign. Yasuke against 4.
Let's see it. Yasuke with the cables constantly down. The Glorious Pathway will slow him out as that's going to be Yasuke's stun dump. And it's Domeng who kills Yasuke. Aurora Gaming Philippines secure top 3.
Just when Alter Ego thought they had it, once again, the Philippines shut them down. Aurora Gaming shows so many faces of style there. From patience to aggression. They've got the full book right now, and this is what we wanted to see them. Can they match the chaos? Can they match the patience? Can they hold out to the late game or take it in the early game? And I feel like in that best of 5, we saw all of those things checked off. This is a team, in my eyes, that can go the distance.
The answer is yes, we got our answer, and Aurora Gaming Philippines. They beat TLPH in the play-ins of knockouts. Now they beat Alter Ego. Next up, it's the Selangor Red Giants, who are already waiting in the upper brackets after a clutch victory against Aurora Gaming Turkey and their brothers.
What a series overall, what a night overall. Aurora Gaming, a team that so many people felt like, could they make it this far? Could they get to top 8? At this point, they've secured top 3 at a minimum. And whether they win or lose tomorrow, whoever ends up facing them, there was a lot to say. Let's throw it over to the panel though. How we doing, guys?
Predictions were right! Did you predict this?
Yeah. I'm trying to temper my celebration here just a little bit because now I hear my voice in the arena. But Aurora Gaming Philippines secures that upper bracket final slot.
Man, what a day this has been. I think this has been the most intense days in terms of technical microplays all across the board. But my God, if Edward does not get the MVP by the end of this, I'ma talk to some people. I'ma use my brownie points with the big man in the sky.
Whoa, really? Edward, I think, especially in the last 2 games, it's Domenkite coming of age. It's Domenkite proving that he's more than the gold laner that he was in Malaysia, then in M6. Because his Harith and back-to-back with his Claude is what got them this dub.
Aurora holding on for as long as they did with all of the threats that Alter Ego had. Yes, it is a well-deserved, if ever it is going to be an MVP awarding for Domenkite, because there's so much pressure on that Claude, man. Yasuke was cabling left and right, but then we go back to the simple idea of you pick up the high loss when you see a Fanny, just a quick little stun, and that buys you time. And then when Aurora finds that time, Alter Ego needs double time on their effort, which leaves them vulnerable to errors getting punished.
Well, I mean, sure, yes, but at the same time, who's the one finding the space and who denied the initial stacks at the beginning when we saw Arfi reach critical mass? It was Edward, because nobody else was able to do it. And the perfect chain CC with the rest of the team, I gotta give it to even Yue, because those moments were all thanks to them. Those big playmaking moments that we've been waiting so long for only happened at the end when it was their time to feel comfortable.
Gentlemen, we can argue all night long, rather not, about who the MVP of this series is, but what we can say is Aurora may have unlocked a new style of play, because for the first time in a while, at least in the run in M7, they now showed us that, hey, we can funnel. We can go all in on Domenkite and win against the best here in the World Championship.
Alter Ego had that in the bank, but then it's Aurora who cashed in that win. A huge win for Aurora Gaming Philippines and the Philippines as a whole, because now there is an upper bracket final slot for them where they will face off against Selangor Red Giants. But I'm looking forward to hearing from Domenkite and Aurora Gaming PH with an interview with Rose on the stage to celebrate their moment.
Congratulations once again to Aurora Gaming Philippines! What an amazing best of 5. It was so close in that last game. Tell us, Edward, how are you feeling right now?
Happy.
Happy. Yes, I could see that they're very happy. But Domenkite, coming into this game, we know that Alter Ego was practically on a roll, right? In the Swiss stages, and you are the first team to actually make them lose a match in front of their home crowd. Do you feel any pressured at all coming into this matchup against Alter Ego?
Actually, wala kasi confident kami sa team na kaya namin sila. So, yun, we came prepared lang for the game, tapos yun, nakita naman sa game.
He said that actually they didn't feel any pressure going up against Alter Ego because they came fully prepared and very much confident to face Alter Ego, and he thinks they managed to show it in the game just now.
Honestly, we saw it. We saw it in the game. Game number 1, it was a little, shaky, but afterwards, you guys came back full throttle. As an Indo, I was like, But still very proud of you boys. Now, Edward, once again, waiting for you on the other side of the upper brackets. Finals tomorrow is SRG. Now, when was the last time you faced SRG? You've never faced SRG, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
We don't have knowledge that you've met up against SRG, so we want to know what you think about this team.
I think they're good in
Go.
Tingin ko magaling sila sa lahat ng aspect ng laro, kaya kanina nung laban nila sa Aurora Turkey, na-reverse sweep pa nila yung series.
He thinks that SRG is actually really good at every aspect of the game, and watching from the matchup against Aurora Turkey just now, they even managed to get a reverse sweep.
So with that in mind, how confident are you up against SRG?
10.
Oh, Oh, 10 out of 10 in terms of confidence. Now, Demon Kite, I see in the audience, although it is the home ground heroes actually playing, I see that a few of the Auroras flew here to Jakarta to support you guys all the way from the Philippines. Is there anything you want to say?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Aurora. Thank you din sa mga nagpunta dito sa venue. Sa mga nanonood din online, maraming salamat guys, and patuloy niyo lang kami supportan.
He said thank you very much to everybody who's been supporting Aurora in their journey, especially to the Auroras who flew to Jakarta just to give them support. He also wishes that everybody back at home will continue supporting Aurora Gaming Philippines.
And with that, once again, congratulations, boys, as we're going to throw it over back to our casters to break down that match. You guys know what to do.
Thank you to Rose and Eterna, and of course, always great to hear from Edward and Demon Kite. And good to see that there are some Filipinos who showed up in the crowd here despite the overwhelming amount of the Indonesian fans here. But it was a tremendous effort from Alter Ego and the Alter Champs showing up. But at the end of the day, Aurora Gaming PH takes that W, and with a very impressive turnaround win at that.
Impressive is one thing, but the level of play that we're seeing both AE and as well as Aurora push at each other, it's elevating, right? AE demands more out of Aurora. Aurora demands more out of AE. And I think, honestly, these guys need to be scrim partners because there are such polar opposites and it's play styles that they both haven't perfected that it's sharpening each other. And I honestly think if these two teams scrim each other for an entire year, the following year, M8 is starting to look real good.
That's right. Even if this did not go the distance as our first series did, it only ended at 3-1. I'm pretty sure we've seen a good breadth of what both teams bring into the M7 World Championships. I'm talking about, again, as you mentioned, the perfect polar opposites that both are excellent at. Alter Ego, aggressive. This lineup and what Aurora opened up for them is truly lethal. It's dangerous. Again, a Granger, a Fanny, and you could have thrown whatever 3 else you wanted on the other heroes and the other players. While Aurora, again, how often can you say, yeah, we'll just hold on. We'll just, Domeng, you got this. Past 15 minutes, we can win. And they did. I could have sworn this was going to go all the way, but they found it. And again, looking back now, I had some time to mull over it. Yeah, this wouldn't have happened without Edward.
So many cool moments in this game as well. But we got to give only one person the title of MVP. Give it up to Yue on this Farsa. 3-3-5 scaled and was an important factor in the final take of the Lord to close out the game.
When it comes to Farsa, people always look towards Feathered Airstrike. I mean, the big ticket ultimate, but the stun coming out of the Curse of Crow is one of the best value that the Farsa brings to every game. Now, as we see, all throughout, majority of these highlights are going to be Alter Ego coded because they controlled the game. Yasuke was putting on a star-making performance. Arfi still getting the stacks that he was promised thousands of years ago. But then it would be the positioning of Yue that would be the difference maker in the eventual turnaround moment.
Look at him right here. He pokes out his head for half a second. Thank God everyone was just walking back at that time and didn't spot him before the airstrike absolutely just demolishes the back line.
What was that? A solid 2 or 3 massive volleys on the right targets just as AE was leaving the scene of the crime. You know what? Besides the picture-perfect Curse of Crows, Feathered Airstrikes, and positioning, I think another major value that Yue added to Aurora's win was being a threat magnet, being another major target that AE has to take care of besides Domeng Kite, besides Demon Kite, who was already halfway through the grave, if I may say so myself. He was at some point, what, 0, 4, and 3? 4 deaths on a Leomord with no kills? And what, that was past 10 minutes? It was truly miserable, and I think Yue was the glue that held it down.
Well, it did come at a cost, though, because as much as we want to say that Aurora was just taking a lot of punishment, at what cost did it cost from the side of AE? Because Yasuke doesn't scale, and Hijime didn't even get full items by the end of it. He was still running around, losing that Lantern Flare. And more importantly, especially when he pops that ult super early on, that's when Aurora had the green light to walk off of the neutral objective to re-engage. I think the biggest problem here is the fact that Hijime needed just to be a little more patient when he pops that ult. And the same can be said about both sides because we saw how antsy each side was in the earlier stages.
What I like about this version of Aurora is that we're seeing way more aura in Aurora, in how they play. For the longest time in MPL PH, we've always equated them as that front-to-back team that just do it so good that it's frustrating that you cannot beat a predictable front-to-back. But then we're seeing shades of, as we mentioned earlier in the series, RSG Philippines, the flank angles, going out of the box of the standard format of a team fight and surprising our opponents that way.
And that's why I say that both of these teams are such great polar opposites that just sharpen each other, because at some point Edward looked at himself and was like, wait, nothing's gonna happen, and this guy's playing like Diablo. I beat Diablo so hard out of the International, he gave up on his career, so I gotta make sure that Nino feels that same pressure.
I enjoyed this series tremendously. Not because of the result only, but because, of course, it was just a great showcase of these two. We didn't get to see 5, but it's one of those games that, this is what I always love to say with score lines like these, you have to watch the game to see the full story of how they were able to flex their key identities.
If I may argue, Game 4 was 4 and 5 abridged. Because again, Alter Ego was winning 80% of that game up until Doming and the rest of Aurora said, yeah, no, it's over.
Even more so now, this cements Alter Ego because of the performance as a threat. And now SRG has to closely look at Aurora Gaming PH and go, wait, with what happened to us against Turkey, what will happen against us, against a team like this? Let's take a close look again at the brackets. You already know the story for the upper bracket. Let's take a close look at what the lower bracket drama looks like.
You know, wrapping up everything that has happened here today, we now see that from this point onwards, match 9 already is going to send someone right into the grand finals in a best-of-5 match, and that's Aurora versus SRG. But then we look at those who have dropped down into the lower brackets. Holy, it's either Aurora Turkey Gaming facing off against Onic or TL, AE either facing off against TS or YG.
All of those round 1 lower bracket matchups are matches between champions. Each region's respective #1 going into the World Championships are facing off tomorrow. ECA's Finest versus the Burmese Giants. Onic versus Team Liquid, and then of course, who's going to be first at the grand finals, we'll find out tomorrow night.
We have a long day ahead of us, but the stories will be told. An elimination between champions, who gets to go to the grand finals first, and 2 dark horse contenders looking to prove themselves worthy of continuing to climb forward. It is a massive day for the M7 World Championship tomorrow. Before that, how do you guys feel about what we saw today? It's been terrific. We went to almost 10 games. We got 9.
To be honest, every time I look at Mobile Legends, you would imagine that this game has already been cracked open, but the skill expression, the love of the game, and the passion that we are seeing from these players on the Land of Dawn really shows there's more to it than it seems.
I can't wait for tomorrow to start. If today was any measurement of how the metagame will evolve, tomorrow should be better.
Thank you, terima kasih, maraming salamat to everyone who watched what has been a stellar first day here at the historic tennis indoor. The M7 World Championship will still have days moving forward. Tomorrow is going to be a huge one. On behalf of Mirko and Trex, and of course Rose and Eterna as well, my name is Renmar. This has been a pleasure sharing the desk with Leo and Gideon. We'll see you tomorrow for a triple header M7 World Championship knockout stage, day 3. Good night and good fight.